Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is our 6-year streamiversary today, and I hope you're as excited as I am. It is wonderful to have you here, and it's going to be a good stream. So welcome. We are here, says Puggo Wuggo, and I'm glad you are. If it's anyone's very first time today, then let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I assure you I do not normally dress like some kind of white-collar criminal. Today's a special day. It was 6 years ago, on this very day, that I started streaming here on Twitch. Thank you, Wind528, for the 200 bits. Really appreciate that.
Paleontologizing is 6. I guess I don't need to hold his hand when he crosses the street anymore.
There you go.
I will still insist on fist bumps though.
Thank you, Wind528, for the 200 bits. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it was 6 years ago on this very day we started streaming here on Twitch.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
And holy cow, Salamander, thank you. Here's to 6. Here's to many more, let's hope. Thank you, Salamander. It has been a dream come true for me to be able to do this, to be able to stream fossil science live on this platform. I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity. On today's stream, we're going to be going over the past 6 years, looking at some highlights, talking about what a journey it's been, and of course, if you want to sneak in some fossil science questions, that's always welcome too, because that's kind of our bread and butter around here. But welcome to Paleontologizing. It has been the privilege of a lifetime to be the world's first full-time live streaming paleontologist. And it's my hope that what we've built here... Hang on a sec, hold that thought. Sphene, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Sphene is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Sphene. Holy moly, do I appreciate it. Thank you for that. 5 lucky chatters won't have to watch a single ad for the next month. And you're supporting our mission of science outreach here. I was just saying that I hope that this can maybe serve as an inspiration to other scientists. Times are tough right now, especially here in the US, for science. Budgets are being slashed, programs are being shut down, researchers are being fired, people are moving out of the country for greener pastures. But I've been able to continue doing this and use this platform also for helping fund science and support the field of paleontology. This sort of thing is possible. So, anyway, we'll be talking about that today too. And these are pouring in. This is wonderful. So, I decided to add a new... We have hardly any channel redeem thingies here. So I added one for today, as we reminisce over the past 6 years. I figured we'd take a look at some people's paleontologizing viewer stories, you know? So I think the prompt asked something like, how and when did you first find out about paleontologizing? And what kept you sticking around? Lordy is first today, 5 minutes ago. Lordy says, I met a paleontologist and mentioned Twitch, because Lordy's wife, Ios, was working at Twitch at the time. He said, I can do that, I guess with regard to streaming. I did say that, didn't I? And since then, I've been paleontologizing's first biggest fan. There you go, Lordy. You really were. I come back for the friends, science news, and fun cold openers. To the next 5 years, cheers. Thank you, Lordy. I wouldn't be on here without Lordy, obviously, or Ios. So big props to them. Appreciate you, Lordy. Dress shorts. I should look into that, fake 2D. I actually do have long pants on today, believe it or not. See, there's my knee. Proving it to you. I don't have black slacks that fit me anymore.
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Otter, do it!
Congrats on 6 years.
Thank you, Otter, do it. I really appreciate your ongoing support. Thank you. Honored to it. You've been such a valued member of this community. I'm lucky to know you. I've met Honored to it in person on several occasions at different Twitch cons. He's a good guy. I'm proud to know you, Honored to it. Thank you for helping me continue to do what I do here, you know? Yeah. Appreciate it. And holy cow, Rushwing, thank you for those 10 gift subs there. 10 lucky chatters are at least excited as this lovely Tinamou bird here.
is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Rushwing. Holy cow. Yeah. Look how excited this lovely bird is here. Oh, what happened? Oh, shoot. Yeah, sometimes that occurs. 10 gift subs is a lot. That's very generous of you, Rushwing. Thank you.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Really appreciate it, Rushwing. 10 chatters. No ads for them. Along with an additional 5 from Arid here. Thank you, Arid. Holy moly. It's clear we've got a hype train going on
Wife and
here.
wife just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Arid. Holy moly. I set kind of a lofty sub goal for the week, and so far we've been nowhere close to it. It's going to be an expensive summer for me.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Pirate Kitty's Tavern, for the 100 bits. Thank you, Pyro. Pyro says, here's...
Many more years of paleontologizing.
Cheers to that, Pyro. Here. Cheers. Thank you, Pyro. As I was saying, it's going to be an expensive summer for me. This Florida trip is not going to be cheap, going out there to work with leatherback turtles. And, paying for satellite data and fuel prices and all this other stuff when I'm out there in the field in Wyoming and in Utah, and maybe elsewhere later on. My revenue tends to drop a bit when I'm out there in the field. So if it's possible to put a dent in that sub-goal today, I'd certainly appreciate it. You're under no obligation, however, to contribute. I want to make that very clear. Just your viewership and your enthusiasm alone is like a gift to me. Thank you. Claire Burr has got a paleontologizing viewer story here, too. Claire says... Oh, hang on. Thank you, M. Charles28. For the gifts up there. Appreciate that, M. Charles. Thank you. We're at 64. Excellent. What was Claire saying here? Claire says, I came back to Twitch to hang out with science fiction thespians. Very cool. And eventually Twitch showed me paleontologizing. So through the suggestions or something like that? I was so excited to see that someone was making educational streams about dinosaurs, time, and evolution. I could barely contain myself. I think I remember that, Claire. That was pretty early on. That was in year 1 of streaming, as I recall. Right? Something like that? It feels very early. It feels like Claire's always been. Appreciate you more than you know, Claire. And thank you, Gav1816 for the 100 bits. Appreciate it. Superb. We've got about 2 minutes to try and get to a level 5 hype train here. Let's see if it's possible. HyroKitty's Tavern 5 minutes ago said, first found you when you were on the first page interviewing Papa Jim with the Utah Raptor Mega Block. Yes. That front page spot was a big deal for this channel. It really was. And I'm glad everything worked out there. But what a privilege to be able to do that. We'll show off that stream later, too, because that was one for the ages. That stream introduced me to so many other streams and even started my own journey to start streaming myself. That's awesome, HyroKitty's Tavern. That is so cool. And I hope the folks at Twitch have some inkling of... I hope they understand, like, the network effect here. Where I guess if people see, you know, some schmuck like me doing some streams, they go, hey, if he can do that, I can do that, you know? Stuff isn't rocket surgery. So yeah. Thank you, Pyro, for the kind words.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Niffler. Really appreciate that. Well,
I wandered in randomly one day and then ended up staying, living vicariously through your experiences.
oh,
It's hands down the best stream I've wandered into, and to have the honor of being a member of the community. Joke's on you though, because now you're stuck with me.
I'm lucky to be stuck with you. We all are, Niffler. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you for the kind words even more. Thank you for being part of this community. It means so much. Thank you. What's the point of science if you're not sharing it with people, you know? I really feel like that, the kind of outreach that we do here, not to toot my own horn, but it's important. That's why I do this, you know? Understanding science and having a perspective that the study of the history of life on Earth can give us, it's vital. It's important. It's make us better people. And if we want to have a peaceful, prosperous future where we as human beings can coexist with the other critters on our planet, not wreck our home, it pays to know a thing or two about the history of that planet. What's gone on here before? What are some mistakes to be avoided? There's so many lessons that we can garner from the study of fossils. I want to learn those lessons and help spread them around. Thank you for helping me do that. It means a lot. Who else have we got here? Chat. I know it was January of 2021, Claire. Interesting. Okay. I guess I could probably click on your profile and yeah, following since January 19th, 2021. That was even before I got partnered. Because I remember it was March 11th that I was officially partnered here on Twitch. But yeah, Claire's been here since the affiliate days. But yeah. Alright, let me keep scrolling down here. And thank you, Andrew. Hey, I appreciate that. It is my 6-year streamiversary here on Twitch, so I figured I might as well dress up a little bit. That's kind of our tradition here. I didn't do this last year because I was in Puerto Rico at the time. We missed our streamiversary,
If you're
but
feeling
it
a bit
was
cheated,
6
try
years ago
blaming the
today.
dinosaurs.
And thank you, Trek Nerd, for the 100 bits. Hey, I really appreciate that. Why I remember when Mr. Horologist was promoting.
Why I remember when Mr. Horologist was promoting this new stream.
Was a while ago, Trek Nerd. Holy cow. Thank you for the 100 bits, and thanks for being part of this community. Yeah, I miss Mr. Horologist streams. It's been a while since I've seen him on here. Yeah. And thank you, Murph. I very much appreciate your support, your kind words. 60 streams, by the way. That's quite the streak, Murph. Yeah, I need to get myself some dress shorts. Is that a thing? Men's dress shorts. Yeah, maybe not, actually. Men's short slacks? I don't know. Something to consider, though. And March 11th is your birthday. Very nice, Pyrocutes Tavern. Very cool. Well, a happy, much belated birthday. Almost 2 months late, but, yeah, that's the same day. That's my partner anniversary. And Demon Prince, only refreshed the Prime Sub tomorrow. No worries, Demon Prince. Came here from a Kit Boga raid and stuck around since. That's been a big deal too. Like, Kit Boga's got a great community, and I'm really lucky that they found this worthy to raid into. You know, worthy to be associated with. That's That's almost a tacit endorsement, isn't it? Not really. I'm not trying to get Kitboga in trouble. Promoting science? On a live streaming platform? Clutch those pearls. Anyway. Those Kitboga raids have been a big deal. And they brought a lot of new folks in, and those new folks have tended to be pretty awesome. So, props to Kitboga. Let's get a shout out for Kitboga, actually. If the mods don't mind. Kitboga does cool stuff. Anywho. And thank you, Lenina. Wonderful to have you here as well. And yeah, I don't know if kilts are really my style, Kennedy, but I appreciate your enthusiasm for them nonetheless. Bugga Wugga says, pause my environmental science project to be here. Well, don't let me interrupt any science that you're doing. But I'm glad you're here. Let's, before I forget, do a quick screenshot. See if that's usable. And, post on Blue Sky that we're live. I could do better than that. I'm wearing a tux for crying out loud. Gotta wait for the emotes to go by there. There we go. And I could do better than that, too. Fourth tries the charm. Yeah. Let's just go with that one. And Joey Norwegian, hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Well, here to get us kicked off. I'm missing a button here on the stream. Oh, nope, there it is. I did remember it. Well, I'm gonna get this ready for posting on Blue Sky, but in the meantime, welcome to the Streamiversary special, everybody. Let's kick things off here, shall we? Here we go. Well. Welcome to the Streamiversary special, everybody. Like I said earlier, This is going to be kind of a tongue-in-cheek celebration of 6 years of streaming paleontology here on Twitch. We're going to be doing a rough kind of retrospective going back in time until the very beginning of our paleontologizing streams back in May of 2020. So yeah, there you go, Mayor Space. I know, right? 6 years? It's almost a full year? It's true. And Jump Chess.
Massive jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth, Tyrannosaurus Rex was a terrifying sight.
Thank you, Jump Chess, for the 44
Happy
months of support.
STREAMIVERSARY, everyone. Sorry, I didn't know, or I'd have worn my fancy dress too.
That's okay. Jump Chess, you've been around long enough to know that I don't normally dress like some kind of white-collar criminal. It's a special occasion today, but you sitting at home don't have to dress up at all. You could say that you're dressing up, and I suppose I wouldn't know. But then you'd have that weighing on your conscience, so don't fib about that. Anyway. An extra layer of warehouse dust just for the occasion. Excellent, Lenina. Lenina's out here doing this. Is Lenina live on location right now?
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Void Mug, holy cow! Thank you for that tier 1 sub. Welcome to no more ads for as long as you stay subscribed. Welcome to having all of those emotes and everything else. Sorry, I just clogged up the chat. I'm sorry. I'm spamming my own chat. Anyway, live shot of Lenina working on the warehouse here. Yeah. Anyway, let's get this posted before I forget. There we go. Yeah. Today marks 6 years since I started streaming on Twitch. And we're celebrating with a we're having a special celebration. Join us for a somewhat disjointed retrospective on six years of paleontological outreach, fieldwork, fundraising, and more.
The wingspan of this flying monster would have been about 15.5 meters.
Or 15 months. Gumpstar, thank you. The 15 months of support. Happy Streamiversary to you too, Gumpstar. Thanks for keeping me here online for the past 15 months. That's almost 6 years, right? Almost 1 year? I'm not a mathematician. Yeah. Paleontologizing, I'm 12 characters over. So we can replace that with an ampersand. We can replace these two hyphens with an M dash. Sorry, this is going to get loud for a second as I use my number pad, which is also my soundboard.
If they're removed, America loses forever.
Apollo Descent, thank you for the prime there. I really appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Dinosaurs. Did you realize that
welcome to the community.
Chickens were a lot like little dinosaurs with feathers? I didn't.
Uh-oh.
Till I read a book called The Dinosaur Chicken Conspiracy.
Happy 6
Apparently,
years
the poultry
STREAMIVERSARY
farmers don't want us to
Paleontologizing.
know anything about it, so they've hushed it up.
Thank you, Sketchy Tracks, for the 13 months of support. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it. Thanks for keeping me here online for that long. It's superb. Yeah. Let's. I'm still 8 characters over. I can get rid of 1 space right there. Sorry, this is like copy editing. This is not the most exciting thing to be broadcasting at the moment. So we're having a special. Okay. Let's get rid of the somewhat disjointed, I guess. All right. But today, I'm dressed up in a tux like some kind of color criminal. And there's all kinds of fancy red, velvety, curtainy stuff around, like in an upscale theater. Various 3D prints of paleontological models and such are behind me. Good enough, you know? Nobody even reads the...
These plant eaters or herbivores had as many as
That's
2,000
good. Let's post
teeth
it.
in their jaws
Hold on
at
to your
one
butts.
time.
MS Coggins, 39 months. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Oh, and we're... Hang on. There we go. Yeah. If anyone wants to engage with that post, there's a link. Let me catch up to the chat here. Gravity 6-3 says, I never honestly expected to end up here. I got thrown into Danny's stream through a raid, and if I'm being completely honest, I came in ready to troll. Not in a cruel way, more like I was numb, apathetic. I didn't really care that much back then. Being that chaotic random viewer felt easier than actually connecting with anything. Oh, Gravity. And then I couldn't do it. I sat there listening to Danny talk about science, fossils, evolution, all of it, with so much passion, knowledge, humility, and genuine excitement. Somehow, that completely disarmed me. Honestly, it annoyed me, so I closed the stream. This is part 2 of 5. This will be continued. But, Gravity, I really appreciate your earnestness and your openness like this. That warms my heart. I'm excited to see what you say next. Thank you for sharing your story. Really appreciate it. You can just type into the chat. You don't have to redeem those anymore, because I think there's a limit, 3 for this stream. It's my fault. Just type it into the chat, and we're all golden. We're good. Lenina says, I was modding for a music streamer when someone came into chat and dropped some sick dinosaur emotes. I clicked through to see it was from a paleontologist channel. What? What? I immediately followed it and subbed, and I caught the very next stream. Been here ever since. Lenina, I'm glad that the emotes are impactful. I'm glad that people like them. And honestly, this is all really useful information to me. This tells me I probably need to make some more emotes, huh? Fill up all those slots. All the emotes that we have are ones that I put together myself. I've not like hired anybody to do emotes. I should make some more, huh? I've got lots of ideas. I've got a whole folder full of ideas. Just it's hard to find the time to do these things. And Gravity says, part 3 of 5 here. I couldn't forget it. Something about Danny, the science in this community, stayed in the back of my mind, so I came back, and somewhere along the way, after years of feeling disconnected from so many things, I found something I thought I had lost. Wonder. Curiosity. Love that for you, Gravity. Holy, that's why I do what I do here. That makes me so happy to hear. If I can make a difference for just a few people, then it's all worth it, you know?
But those claws on the wings are, once again, invaluable.
Thank you, Albatra, for the 22 months of support. 24 months of support. Really appreciate that, Albatra. Thanks for making this possible. Excellent. Go for Fluffernet says, I was lucky enough to be rated in. Glad to be here. Glad to have you here, Fluff. And Alexander says, I was watching stuff relating to Jim Kirkland on YouTube, Papa Jim, and saw your field stream from 2+ years ago with Jim on YouTube as well. Rest is history. In case I haven't explained my present to you yet, Danny, I don't remember that story. That's really interesting. Alexander, that's really interesting. I didn't know anybody found me through YouTube. We'll get to this toward the end of the stream tonight, but I actually started off on YouTube. Long before I'd even heard about Twitch, I was trying to do edited science outreach videos on YouTube. Pre-recorded and edited, scripted, all of that stuff. And I put so much work into that. Just poured my heart and soul into it. And it never went anywhere. I got next to 0 views on all the videos. Just didn't take off. And then when I first started streaming, May 7th, 2020, suddenly it's that live interactive aspect. It just clicked with me. Like, it just worked. So yeah. And here we are today. And Deathsaurus says, I found this when you were talking to Jim Kirkland about Utah Raptor on the front page. Awesome. Couldn't follow fast enough? This might be a recurring theme today. The Utah Raptor Mega Block stream. Yeah. You know, this video's still up? They are, Puggo Wuggo. Yeah, they're on the YouTube page. Yeah. Gravity says, this community helped me fall in love with science again. Not as a subject, as a feeling. As something alive. And somehow, because life has a weird sense of humor, I went from almost being that troll from a raid to helping translate scientific documents and posters. I mean, yeah. Gravity, that's tremendous. It's been so wonderful having you here as part of this community, and I'm grateful for your enthusiasm and your help, your translation skills. It's been excellent. Appreciate you sharing, Gravity. Good stuff. Ah. Yeah. Sketchy Tracks says, Tom says hello and congrats. Well, thank you, Tom. And thank you, Sketchy Tracks. Yeah. And Kennedy says, I think that's one of the strengths of raids as well. I follow some other streamers who do things like IRL or leatherwork or art who have raided here. Not just other science streamers. Nice, Kennedy. Nice. Again, we're lucky to get rated by some of the best people on Twitch. It's an honor. It always is. Yeah. Yeah. there you go, Death Source, yeah. Gender is abstract. Well, they've got a tasty snack there.
Happy STREAMIVERSARY.
Thank you, Gender is abstract. Appreciate the 12 months of support. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. That means a lot. It really does. Thank you. And Voss the Tarantula says, "Hey Danny, I can't stay for long, but I wanted to come in and tell you congratulations on 6 years." Thank you, Voss. Still the best community I found this year. Thank you for sharing your expertise, being an advocate for science here on Twitch. Science. Thank you, Voss. It's been wonderful having you here. I appreciate every time I see you here in the chat. Thank you. And again, I'm flattered. Thank you for the kind words. I feel so lucky to be able to do this. It's a big deal, you know? Just about a year? No worries, Mr. Twinkie. It's good to have you here, too. Yeah. You don't have a followage command? Nightbot nor Moobot seem to actually do that? I don't think. Followage. We can't, says Claire. Okay, yeah, no worries. And,
Utah Raptor was the most dangerous dinosaur around.
Evane, thank you for the 34 months there. I love that Papa Jim alert. That's great. Evane, thank you for the 34 months. I appreciate you being supporting science outreach here on Twitch. Brianna Singh says, "Happy Streamiversary." Thank you, Brianna. I appreciate that. Good stuff. And thank you, Hogan, for the 100
Try
bits.
blaming the dinosaurs.
I often do. Thank you, Hogan. Appreciate you. And before I forget, we need to do Metazoic today. Because I fear I might forget, unless we do it now. So, jump into it. Thank you, man. Yeah. Our daily animal guessing challenge. Let's dive in.
Hold on to your butts.
And then we can get into a retrospective here on Paleontologizing. Past 6 years of fossil science streams. Let's open up one Zoom here.
Downtown, walking fast, faces pass, and I'm home.
And Maria Telvicki, thank you for the 4 months of support there. Really appreciate that. 6 months, rather. Thank you kindly. Superb. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Appreciate it very much. Let's jump to the animals. And let's see if we get a good score on our Streamiversary. Hang on, Maria Talvicki says, "Hello from Northern Europe. I usually just watch the VODs because of the time zones, but I wanted to show some support for the amazing science outreach you do." Thank you, Maria. Holy cow. And it's good to hear that some people actually watch the VODs, too. I know when I'm talking with my streaming colleagues, other science streamers and other people at TwitchCon, we often say, like, we don't know how many people actually watch the VOD. Does anybody watch the VODs? So that's excellent feedback. I appreciate that, Maria. I think I found this channel on my Twitch recommendations about a year ago. It has inspired me to start bird watching. Excellent.
Bird.
I should be doing a goofy sound effect there when, like, I'm genuinely very excited. You started bird watching. That makes me so happy. Yeah. It has inspired me to start bird watching. and even reading some science books that I never thought I would have read before. Happy Streamiversary. Happy Streamiversary to you too, Maria. Thank you for your support and your kind words and for being part of this community. Even if time zones keep you from usually watching live, it's good to know that there are people who watch the VODs afterward. That's something it's easy to forget that, you know? Thank you. And thank you, Petrodactylus. Appreciate you. Glad we got a shout out for you. Petrodactylus helped us raise over $900 for our Wyoming fieldwork this year. And that was Petra's idea. Like, she approached me about it. So we all owe her a debt of gratitude. Thank you, Petrodactylus, for supporting science outreach. And not just science outreach, supporting science. Going out there making new paleontological discoveries. You made a real material difference there, as did everybody who contributed, and I really appreciate you. I was happy to have raised some funds for science, and boy, howdy did you. Holy cow. Brianna Singh says, I heard about you with an Art in Jest, Brenda, raid, and all the different information has kept me interested, and I love learning new facts. Plus, the content is great. Appreciate you saying that. Thank you, Brianna Sings. Can we get a shout out for Art in Jest, actually? Thank you, Brianna Sings. Boogie's Bungalow says, I feel so underdressed for the stream. Don't be. I don't know. I feel kind of ridiculous wearing this right now. So no, you shouldn't be the one feeling embarrassed. Anywho, no. The Trek Nerd says, the entire foundation of my knowledge about life prior to 66 million years ago, Mesozoic and earlier, was turned upside down 6 years ago, and I'm so grateful for that. Thank you, Trek Nerd. One of our founders here. You see that badge there with the 1 on it? Thank you, Trek Nerd, for your continued stalwart support. And that warms my heart to know that this makes a difference to people, you know? Yeah. And then Gravity Part 505, Gravity says, and now I'm here as Danny's self-proclaimed official translator. There you go. Yeah. I wish I had like a sash or something to give you. I guess it's unofficial until that, but appreciate all your efforts, Gravity. Proud VIP. Hang on. We have a very hygienic mammal interrupting.
Dirt or bust. Washing away the ads.
Thank you.
Lucky mammals.
Excellent, Dirt or Bust. Thank you for your continued support. 5 chatters, no ads for the next 30 days. 5 times 30. That's 150 ad-free days you've just given. I appreciate that, Dirt or Bust. Gravity says, that still means more to me than I can fully explain. So Danny and all of you, thank you for welcoming me, for inspiring me, and for giving me back a part of myself I thought was gone. That is beautiful, Gravity. I don't know what to say.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Thank you, Charlie's Dragon, for gifting Gravity. Really appreciate that.
Charlie's Dragon gifted 3 months of Tier 1 to Gravity 63.
3 months, by the way. Charlie's Dragon, you did not have to do that. Thank you. Charlie's Dragon already moderates here. I appreciate you more than you know, Charlie's Dragon. It's very generous of you. And I know Gravity really appreciates that. Thank you, Gravity. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Really is a beautiful thing we've got going here, you know? Yeah. Pogo Wogos has just watched your What is Paleontologizing video. It was neat? Oh, boy. Yeah, there's a lot there that... Understand, I was just starting off with video editing and stuff. I didn't know what I was doing at the time. Maybe we'll go back and watch that at the beginning of the stream, or at the end of the stream. The origins of paleontologizing, you know? So, yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And... Had under an excavator replacing a brake line. Mr. Twinkie, that sounds like the kind of garb I would be more comfortable in. I kind of feel like I'm being readied for consumption by a constrictor snake right now. I'm not used to like having something like this around my neck. It's just everything feels wrong. Wearing long pants when it's not freezing outside, like I don't know. Everything about this feels wrong. I'd rather be in some workwear. But yeah. There you go, layer T. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Metazua. We gotta do this before I forget. Before our time runs out. We gotta try and guess the mystery animal of the day. Oh, this will not be my new field outfit. Certainly not, Charlie's Dragon. No. I'm not gonna be like, Barnum Brown in a formal wear out in the field. In a suit and tie. And a, like, full-length fur coat? No way. Not a chance. He was a dapper guy, Barnum Brown, you know? A big fur coat? No, certainly not, Deathsaurus. I'm not gonna take somebody else's fur and wear it. That would be selfish of me, you know? If I want fur, I could grow it myself, you know? Like they did. Those critters that have their pelts taken. So the people who can't even grow that kind of pelage get to wear it? That's not fair. Anyhow. Chandra says, I was one of the earliest followers, June 9th, 2020. Holy cow, Chandra, you were, weren't you? Holy moly. June 9th, like, I don't know if I have any VODs that are older than that. Yeah, shoot. That's awesome, Chandra. And hey, Wolvieless, welcome, welcome. Yeah. And thank you, Wolvieless. Appreciate you being here. It's good to see you. Hair today, coat tomorrow. Oh no, and not me, I hope. I like my hair. And July 7th is the oldest VOD. Shoot, Claire, yeah, okay. Anyway, we gotta do Metazua here. Let's start off with, I don't know, let's start off with mouse today. I'm gonna try and get this in as few guesses as possible. A mouse is a kind of rodent. It's a very speciose group of mammals. And nice, Lenina got it in 3 today? Uh-oh. Pressure's on. And thank you, 9987. I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here, let's guess mouse to start with. And, oh boy, okay. So, it's going to be a chondrichthyan fish, isn't it? Gnathostomata are the jawed vertebrates. Mark Melvin!
Mark Melvin just nourished the local with 20 subscriptions.
Thank you, Mark Melvin, for the 20 gift subs there. Extraordinary. Thank you kindly. I really appreciate that. Phenomenal. That is superb. 20 lucky chatters. will get no ads for the next month, thanks to you, Mark Melbourne. Which means that when I'm out there in Florida, maybe at Melbourne Beach, on the Atlantic coast of Florida, if we're doing Leatherback Turtle streams, those viewers won't have any ads to worry about during that time. Just a couple weeks here. Really appreciate that, Mark Melvin. Thank you, thank you. It's good. So here we go. Gotta get through this. We started off with mouse here. Our critter is not a mouse, but it is a vertebrate. Let's go to mouse real quick. Try pocket mouse. I'm sorry that happened to you, Mr. Twinkie. Yeah. Oh, and Master Salsa, you got to give sub. Excellent. Yeah. Okay, so our critter's not a mouse. And, well, yeah, we gotta go all the way up to Gnathostomata. So it's not a rodent. It's not a part of Euarchontoglires or Boreotheria or Eutheria or Theria or Mammalia. Our critter is not an amniote. It is not a tetrapod. It is not a dipnotetrapodomorph or a sarcopterygian or a bony vertebrate. What?
What?
Gnathostomata is the clade. Here we go. So, our critter doesn't have bony bones, but it does have jaws, which tells us it has to be a chondrichthyon, a cartilaginous fish. So these are the sharks, and the rays, and the sawfish, and the chimeras. Let's do some poking around a little bit. Let's see what they even have here in Metazoa. They don't have chimera, also known as ratfish. Nope. There is stingray. There is manta ray. No bat ray. We've got goblin shark, great white shark, hammerhead shark, tiger shark, and whale shark, all as options. They don't have sawfish. They don't have skate. I think by the numbers, chances are it's probably going to be a shark, because there's more species of shark in here than there are species of ray, so we'll go with a shark. We got goblin shark not too long ago, so I doubt it'll be that. We could go with white shark, hammerhead, tiger shark, or whale shark. Some people in the chat have been saying that they got it in very few guesses, which, I hope this doesn't feel like cheating. It tells me our critter might be on the less obscure side of I mean, none of these are obscure, but let's go with great white shark and see.
Hold on to your butts.
If that's it right there. No, it's not. But it is part of Galeoidea, which is a superorder of sharks. Sharks are Selachii, right? I'm not actually sure if that's how you say it. I've never heard it pronounced. Selachii. But, yeah, here's the name of that clade. Galeomorphi. Let's go to, hang on, Sweetie Pie. My goodness, hey, we're trying to do Metazoa here. This is not the greatest time for this right now, you know? It's not. Can you come back in a minute? We're really close to getting this. Okay. Galeomorphi. So this includes Heterodontiformes, Erectolobiformes, Lamniformes, and Carchariniformes. Interesting. So the white shark is a kind of lamniform shark. Some of those mackerel sharks. So we know it's not going to be a lamniform shark. So that means that it's not going to be... I want to say tiger sharks are kind of lamniform shark, aren't they? Tiger sharks are... No, they're Carchariniformes. Okay. So it could still be a tiger shark. And hammerheads are also part of that clade. Okay. So it could be a hammerhead, it could be a tiger shark, or it could be a whale shark. Could it be a whale shark, though? I want to say that they're earlier diverging. Nope, there they are, whale sharks. They're part of Rhincodontidae. Rhincodon is the genus name for the white whale shark. Carpet sharks. So it could be any one of those. Hammerhead, tiger shark, or whale shark. I think I should go with either tiger shark or hammerhead shark, just because they're members of the same clade. It should say Carchariformes, if it's one of them. Or Carcharinids, rather. Requiem sharks. Carchariniformes, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. Let's go with... Should we go with tiger shark, or should we go with hammerhead shark? What do you think, Chad? Yeah, sorry, Ladina. Tigre, says Alexander. Either way, we're hopefully going to bring our average down from 5. But will we get this in 3 guesses or in 4? Tiger, hammerhead. Let's do tiger shark. Go with tiger shark here. You ready?
Hold on to your butts.
And... no. Which means it's gotta be hammerhead shark, right? Our critter is a requiem shark, part of Carcharinidae. The requiem sharks. What a cool name. But this includes the hammerheads, does it not? Wait. Hang on. Carcharinidae. Was I mistaken? Does this not include the hammerheads? What are our options here? Maybe I'm getting confused. Goblin shark, hammerhead shark, or whale shark? It's not going to be a whale shark. They're in a different family. Yeah, Sphaerinidae. No, Sphaerinidae. But they are part of Carchariniformes. But where's the goblin shark? They're lamniform sharks, so they're related to white sharks. It can't be them. And there you go, Shark Geek. Yeah, good to have you here. Our critter's gonna be a shark today. Lamniformes, right? So we know it's not gonna be a goblin shark. It's gotta be within Carcharinidae, but I don't know if we have any other options in Carcharinidae. Goblin sharks are not there. Hammerheads apparently are not there, and whale sharks are Rinconidae, right? Like Rinconodon is the whale shark. Unless there's a mistake here, and it is a hammerhead shark, and they're putting it in the wrong family. That, or there could be... Here, let's look at this clade on one zoom here, just to be sure. Well, let's look for, tiger shark. Because it could also be that there's been a recent update to the phylogenies and it's not represented on one zoom yet. Or in, they don't have any of these clade names. Carcharinidae, minus some species, yeah. Yeah, so one zoom seems a little bit confused about this, actually. Because they don't have bull shark, which might not be a carcharinid. Hang on a sec. You have a shark expert in chat and they're giving information? Oh, hang on. Hammerhead is inside Carcharinidae, is it? So Spherinidae, anytime you have idae at the end, that tells me that it's a family name. Like the family rank. They're inside of Carchariniformes. But Metazoa is saying inside of Carcharinidae. This is what's throwing me. It's a family in that order. Gotcha. Okay, okay. Well. It's gotta be Hammerhead then, right? It's gotta be.
Hold on to your butts.
Here we go. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, very cool. Okay, nice. Superb. We got it in 4 guesses. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Go ahead and post that. Ellipsis. Okay. I like that we've got a theropod here. Nice. Superb. And yeah, Charlie's Dragon, we're working on it, chipping away at that that average there. Oh, here we go. That's better. Did we get a cat trick on Streamiversary? Just need the elusive moon pie? Well, we need mini pie too. Mini pie has not shown up yet today. Yeah. Anywho, let's see if we can find a decent video on hammerheads. Because they are very cool critters. When I was a kid, the idea behind their distinctive head shape was that they had like some sort of sensory apparatus there, like electroreception or something like that. And man, we're lucky today. We've got an Animal Fact Files video about the hammerhead shark. It's exactly what you like to see.
Hammerheads tend to be known for their namesake, i.e. that insanely shaped noggin. There are 10 species of hammerhead sharks, with Carolina hammerheads being the most recently discovered back in 2013. Bonnethead sharks are included as hammerhead sharks, and all 10 species belong to the Sphaeronidae family. That iconic...
Oh, interesting. So Sphaeronidae is a family of hammerheads. So there are multiple families of hammerhead sharks that all presumably have a recent common ancestor. That's what I'm picking up here. And Carolina hammerhead, that sounds interesting. I want to look this up real quick. This is probably one of those cases where these sharks have been known about for centuries, but them being a distinct population, a separate species from similar ones, that's probably a newer idea. There we go. The pupping grounds are nearshore waters of the southeastern U.S., with the highest concentrations found in Bulls Bay, South Carolina. Nice. Formally described in 2013. Yeah. Short article here. That's surprising. Sister species to scalloped hammerhead. Okay. Huh. The species possesses, there you go. Oh, but hang on. Major genetic differences from their cousins. And they've got a lower vertebral number and a lighter outer tone. So they have fewer vertebrae, and they're more lightly colored, I guess. Cool. The guy who unknowingly recorded the first known specimen, Carter Gilbert, was the curator of the Florida Museum of Natural History. Very cool. Which is in Gainesville. Nice. We've had members of this community who have worked with the Florida Museum of Natural History on a Gomphothir dig. And I want to say that one of the leaders of SVP works here, right? Yeah. Yep. John Block. Nice. Yeah, I met him at SVP this past year. I sat next to him at the banquet. He's good friends with Pat and some other people that I know. But yeah, very cool. See, again, paleontology and modern biology, there are connections there if you just look for them. Yeah. Oh, and we have another viewer story from Shark Geek. Appropriate timing. Shark Geek says, I first found paleontologizing through science streams. Excellent. Danny's passion for education was so inspiring, I was absolutely hooked. Fish pun intended. Appreciate you, Shark Geek. Thank you.
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
Thank you, Atreus. Look how magnetic. Thank you for the 18 months of support.
Thanks for continuing to share your knowledge and interest with the world.
Thank you, Atreus. I appreciate you very much. Thanks for helping make this possible with your continued support. It means a lot. It really does. And Balint, you're here. How are you doing, Balint? It's good to see you. Balint says thank you. Was that from the shout-out? Did that summon you here? I think we're having an excellent day, Balint. It's good to see you, as always. Anyway, back to our hammerheads here. Let's continue.
Hammer shape is referred to as a cephalofoil, and there are a couple reasons why these sharks may have developed this way. With their eyes positioned at the tips of their face, hammerheads are allowed a 360-degree vertical view of their world, meaning they can keep a pretty close eye on potential meals. Of course, this does mean that they are a bit lacking in having the ability to see right in front of them. They make up for this with sensory organs called ampullae of Lorenzi, which are also found in other cartilaginous.
Is this a bull shark here? I like the blunt nose, but yeah, those sensory pits right there. That's a tiger. Oh, thank you, Shark Geek. Okay, nice. Are tiger sharks and bull sharks related? I need to brush up on my my shark taxonomy. Tiger shark. There we go. Confused Echidna. Thank you for the 57 months of support. I really appreciate that.
Thanks to a Charlie's Dragon for
Superb.
my sub-gift. And thank you, Danny, for 6 years of making science education fun on the internet. Less
I
than 3
appreciate you saying that,
Paleodines.
Confused Echidna. Thank you. Thanks for helping make it possible through your continued support, and thank you, Charlie's Dragon, for the gifts up there.
It was called the
Well.
It made reptile history.
Murph,
'Cause the
thank you very
fierce
much.
Othecodontian began the dinosaur dynasty.
Really appreciate that, Murph. 5 lucky chatters, no ads, 1 month. Superb. I'll be out there in Wyoming digging up dinosaurs by the time any of those viewers have to watch an ad on this channel. Thank you, Murph. You know how much I appreciate that. Okay, tiger shark. Galiocerdo Cuvier, there we go. So it's named after somebody who's sometimes called the father of paleontology, Georges Cuvier. Pretty early diverging there. Tiger shark, just off on its lonesome. Presumably in its own family. It's interesting because tiger sharks are such generalists, as I understand it. They'll kind of eat anything. And they have a pretty wide distribution. They're one of the largest of the macro-predatory sharks, as I understand it. Yeah, it's its own family. That makes sense. Yeah, and there's an extinct tiger too as well. Right? Yeah, I've seen their fossils. We've got some of them here in California, at I've seen them in the museum at Berkeley, and I've also seen them at the Buena Vista Museum of Natural History in Bakersfield. Bakersfield or Fresno? Hang on.
It was called the Thecodontia. It made reptile history.
Thank you, Science Streams Blint. You did not have to do that.
Began the dinosaur dynasty.
I appreciate it very much, Blint. Thank you, Science Streams, for those 5 gift subs. Excellent. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you kindly for that support. Superb.
This was our world 225 million years ago at the beginning of the Mesozoic era.
Dyson Dinosaur, thank
Happy
you.
STREAMIVERSARY with my 35th month of support. Cheers, fossils and Champenosaurus. Laughing face.
Cheers to you too. Thank you, Dyson Dinosaur. Filippo, thank you very much for the continued support. It was wonderful meeting you in person at SVP back in November. Proud to know you. Proud to share this platform with you, and looking forward to doing some collaborations at some point in the near-ish future, once things slow down a little bit after the field season, maybe. Thank you, Philippe. Excellent. Yeah. Buena Vista Museum of Natural History and Science is in Bakersfield. Like I said. I thought it was Bakersfield. Anyway, let's continue with the sharks.
Fish. The ampullae of Lorenzi are used to detect electric fields in the water. All living organisms give off some sort of electric field, and hammerhead sharks are able to pick up on that. Plus, with a wider head, it's possible for them to have more receptors and thus be more sensitive to the movements of their prey. This helps them in finding their favorite food, rays. Although rays tend to spend time hidden beneath the sand, hammerheads are able to detect their electric fields and scoop them from the seafloor.
So we've got some chondrichthyan on chondrichthyan violence here. Hammerhead sharks eating rays. That's the way it goes, you know?
They'll even use their hammer-shaped head to hold prey down while they eat because their mouths are actually pretty small. While hammerhead sharks
And it's Lorenzini. Yeah, you're right, Hibiscus. It is Lorenzina. Ampullae of Lorenzini.
For rays, they also eat other fish, squid, octopuses, and even each other from time to time. There has even been some controversy over whether or not some species of hammerheads eat seagrass. Bonnetheads have been observed.
Really? Seagrass. Oh, is Shark Geek still here? If you are Shark Geek, thank you, Golganek, for gifting gay Hibiscus. I feel like Hibiscus was angling for that there, and they got it. Thank you, Golganek, for, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
The ocean abounds with fearsome creatures, but none attacks its prey with more fury than the seaweed shark. The struggle is soon over.
Do hammerheads eat seaweeds, I wonder? Apparently it's been suggested, you know?
Squid, octopuses, and even each other from time to time. There has even been some controversy over whether or not some species of hammerheads eat seagrass. Bonnetheads have been observed consuming seagrass and digesting up to 56% of the organic matter found within. Still, they're not sure whether or not this is actually helping to sustain these sharks or if it's just a learning curve of hunting, as they tend to find young sharks with more seagrass in their diet than more experienced older sharks. Larger.
That is interesting. It does make me wonder if they're after some kind of a mineral or a nutrient like that in there. But yeah, fascinating. The first technically omnivorous shark. There you go, Shark Geek. I love that.
Species of hammerhead, such as the great hammerhead, are more likely to eat smaller sharks than the smaller species.
And Hibiscus says bonnetheads do consume the seagrass for food. They possess cellulose-breaking enzymes in their guts, which is really rare. Like, out of all of aves, out of all of the birds, there is one species, evidently, that can actually digest some of the compounds in leaves. The only folivorous bird. I think it might be the only one that can truly digest cellulose. Does anybody know what that bird is? Which bird is truly folivorous, leaf eating? The penguin freelancer. No. Think further north. And with more claws on the wings. Claire Burr, what is it? You know it. The goldfinch in the garden. I don't know if they actually do that. That makes me wonder. Claire knows. And so does Filippo. It's the Hoatzin. Yeah. Hoatzins are the only, like, truly herbivorous bird. Yeah. They're so cool. I have a 3D file for a Hoatzin model. I should print it one of these days, because I think that would be really neat. But yeah, these guys are famous for being particularly non-avian dinosaur-like, because their babies actually have claws on their wings. And they've got a separate thumb that's separated from their second and third digits, which are fused. But they've got claws on the ends of these, and they use these for climbing. And then later, the claws either resorb or fall off as they continue to mature, because the adults don't have them. But really cool. Yeah. Gnarly but interesting critters. I mean, they're really neat. Here, I could show you a clip of a Hoatzin. Yeah.
Archaeopteryx was certainly well equipped for.
As it turns out, it took place several times. That wasn't a one-time thing, but yeah. Big sandwiches, please. Yeah. Anywho, there's an Animal Fact Files video about the Hoatzin. If you want to watch more, there's the link. But yeah, back to our hammerheads.
However, smaller hammerhead sharks do something pretty amazing to help combat this. A behavior rarely observed in any other shark species, hammerheads form schools of up to 500 individuals. It's still not entirely understood why this takes place, but something odd to note about this is that they tend to only school during the day. At night, the sharks will disperse and go off to hunt on their own. Some suggestions for why this happens are that it is for protection because, as mentioned previously, it tends to be the smaller sharks schooling while larger hammerheads tend to travel alone. It could also be used for protection during the mating season. A lone female may be bombarded by a wandering drove of male hammerheads, but with a group, the female has more options to be picky. Safety in numbers. When hammerheads mate, everything happens internally. A recently observed behavior in captive bonnetheads also seems to indicate that hammerheads may be the first cartilaginous fish to show parthenogenesis, or reproduction without fertilization.
Very cool. Virgin birth, as it's sometimes called, parthenogenesis. Maybe a female hammerhead, you know, she don't need no man. She can have young on her own. Very, very cool. I didn't know this. Yeah. And Shark Geek says they migrate together and the males and the females travel in separate schools. Interesting. Huh.
This is kind of cool because this actually means that asexual reproduction has been observed in all major jaw vertebrate lineages.
Except for mammals, right? Because I know it's been observed in amphibians, in cartilaginous fishes, many times in ray-finned fishes, bony fishes. It's been observed in birds like condors. It's been observed in non-bird reptiles like Komodo dragons. Interesting, the number of different lineages where certain species have evolved the ability to reproduce in a parthenogenetic way. Huh. Oh, an interesting Shark Geek. I was pleasantly surprised when we went to see them in Bimini last year. I'm not familiar with that place name. A male showed up among the group of females when I wasn't expecting to see one. Interesting. His name was Atlas. Really? So he's sort of a local celebrity then? And thank you, Melancholy 618, for the Streamiversary well wishes. I appreciate that. It's a small island in the Bahamas. Nice.
Except mammals, unless you count Jesus. Fertilized by a father or not, the young will develop inside the mother's body, and after about 9 months, she'll give birth to anywhere from 10 to 50 live baby sharks, also called pups. They're on their own after that, however, because mom and dad don't take any part in raising them.
Never knew my father.
Hammerheads have been observed to have an average lifespan of around 25 to 30 years, but depending on the species, may be able to live even longer. The size of hammerhead sharks varies pretty drastically between the species. They can grow anywhere from 3 feet all the way up to 20 feet. The largest hammerhead sharks, the great hammerheads, can weigh up to 1,000 pounds, but smaller species may weigh as little as 6 pounds. They appear gray-blue and sometimes even olive-colored along their back, while their undersides are a lighter color to help camouflage against the bright light shining through the surf. They can even get a tan from the sun's rays as they spend a lot of time near the top of the water column or in more shallow water. They live worldwide in warm, temperate, and tropical waters, and, although they are pretty widespread, some species of hammerheads are endangered due to hunting. Recently, measures have been taken to try and help reduce the amount of endangered hammerheads killed per year.
So I was actually just reading about this, Shark Geek. There's a big shark conference that's happening this week in... I want to say it's in Hong Kong, but I'm not totally sure. But I know that in Hong Kong, they've been having some positive developments where there's now either they just enacted a law or now the law is finally being enforced. But government officials are no longer eating shark fin soup. And so demand has kind of dropped off after that. I guess it's like a high status thing to be a government official. And if those people are not eating it, then other people don't want to eat it. Or maybe they were just eating a lot of it. But anyway, I saw a graph and it just steeply drops off the consumption of shark fin soup in Hong Kong. Yeah. A friend of mine that works at Loggerhead is there. Very cool, Shark Geek. Awesome. Yeah. Oh, it's in Sri Lanka. Thank you. Yes, that sounds right. Yeah. I follow a few people on Blue Sky, and they've been posting about this. Yeah, awesome, Shark Geek. Yeah, cool.
In Hawaiian culture, sharks were revered as gods, and it was believed that when a person died, she would be able to transform into a shark that would help protect and defend her living relatives. These sharks were referred to as the family's Aumakua. Even today, it's believed that seeing a hammerhead in the waters of Maui is a sign of balance in the ocean and that families are being watched over. For more information on hammerheads,
I love that kind of thing where people in particular cultures grow to revere this critter or that critter and basically treat it like family. There's something beautiful about that, you know? There's a few cultures where people do that with leatherback turtles. Like, oh yeah, you know, these are like our uncles and stuff. You know, better treat them with respect. There's a link to that video there from Animal Backwards. Yeah. Pate B says, I'm big into culinary history and I think we can stand to leave some foods behind. I agree. Yeah. Nice. The same day as Attenborough's birthday? I suppose, well... It is, isn't it? I mean, right now here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area, it's still very much daylight right now. It is still Thursday. Yeah, still very much daylight here. There's a live view from the Berkeley Hills, Lawrence Hall of Science camera. Beautiful marine layer out there over the Pacific. We don't get this enough anymore. This used to happen all the time, the fog drifting over San Francisco, but with rising temperatures, a warming climate, this happens less and less often. But look at that beautiful marine layer. Classic San Francisco fog there. It's gorgeous. It's 11 p.m. in the UK. Thank you, Claire Burr. So it'll be Attenborough's birthday very soon. Many. Hate time zones so much. Yeah, they're a pain, Dinosaur. You're right. But that's, you know, one of the things we got to deal with living on a round planet. It's 4 minutes past midnight here in Denmark. Nice, Dynamite. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Freelancer says our country is put in the wrong time zone? Really? The country that time forgot, Freelancer? Which country is that? Arizona? Arizona famously doesn't follow, like, daylight savings time right, in the US. Yeah. You got a Tyson Dinosaur, yeah. Alright. So we did Metazua. We posted to Blue Sky. Why don't we get into our paleontologizing retrospective? Talking about 6 years of fossil science here on Twitch. Let me see if anybody else has redeemed a... Nope. We're caught up on the viewer stories there. Our new channel points redeemed. Let's talk a little bit about the past year, and we'll kind of go back in time as the stream progresses, back toward the beginning. May 7th, 2020. I first started streaming here on Twitch. And then Steely Dan, that does sound really funny. Round planet. That reminds me of a book, actually. Where is that? Yeah, here we go. The Onion's Our Dumb World, Atlas of the Planet Earth. With, hang on. Wrong button. I guess I don't have the desk view. Hang on. Give me a second here. Everybody's patience. Let me get this sorted out. There we are. Free globe inside, which I got this copy secondhand, so I open it up and I'm like, hey, there's no globe inside here. What are you talking about? No? Guess you have to buy it new. Oh, goodness. True Arcuncus has fallen down. I've struck it with the overhead camera. Sorry, True Arcuncus. Sorry about that. Oh, but I should also show off our new additions to the paleontological menagerie here. A modern dinosaur.
Bird.
We just finished printing this yesterday. Or rather, it was printing during yesterday's stream, but Columba livia, one of the most numerous dinosaurs on the planet today. I'll paint it up later, but for now, that lovely copper color there, I think suits it very well, especially for today's stream. And then Edmontosaurus printed. I'm glad you like that, Filippo. Yeah, this is fun to do. This is actually, I found this online. This is the Saurian model of Edmontosaurus. The Saurian game.
That gives the history of life its very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
It's true. Further drop. Thank you for the 7 months of support. I really appreciate it. Yeah. But yeah, good stuff. I saw this and I knew I had to print it. And it's relevant. We're often talking about hadrosaurs here. We're talking about Laramidia, and we've got some big duck-billed dinosaurs that we're going to continue excavating this summer in Wyoming. And so I figured I might even print another one of these, especially to bring out to the field. We'll see. I might modify it to make it look more like Critosaurus or something. Again, we'll see. But yeah, and thank you, Pujil. Looks kind of like a pigeon Oscar. I'd like to thank the Pigeon Academy. Anyhow. It does look like a statuette, doesn't it? Thank you, Hawk Raptor, for the gift sub there. I appreciate that very much. Thank you kindly. Superb.
H4WKRAPT0R gifted H4WKRAPT0RA subscription.
Good stuff. Well, before we get into our paleontologizing retrospective, why don't we play the quick little video sting thing that I made for our streamiversary? Let's do that now, because some people who joined up later didn't see it yet. Here we go. Well, well, well. If you're just waltzing in now, welcome to our 6-year Paleontologizing Streamiversary Special. We're going to do a retrospective on today's stream, going back in time, back to the very first stream. We're going to make our way there across the course of today's broadcast. Going back, event by event, until we get to our very first stream, which was May 7th, 2020. 6 years ago today. So today marks 6 years of live-streamed paleontological outreach here on Twitch. Yeah. How long did it take you to edit that? I don't remember, because it was several years ago that I put that together, Greg Al. But it took me a while. But yeah. And thank you, Dynameme, for the congrats. I appreciate that. And Hunter the Monster Historian says, happy 6 years, my friend. Thank you, Hunter. I appreciate that. Here's to 6 and many more. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. It's been an honor and a privilege to be able to do this for the past 6 years, and to be able to make my living from this for 5 years now it's a big deal, you know? If you want to check out our past broadcasts, I know they expire after a while here on Twitch, but hang on, that's not quite right. I don't think this is the correct button here. That's not the correct button there. Let's change this real quick. There we go. That'll do it. Yep. Correct camera. Okay. Cool. If you'd like to check out any past broadcasts, especially ones that are no longer available here on Twitch, you should look at the YouTube page. We've got a good number of videos here, a good number of VODs going back, I think about 3 years at this point. Maybe a little bit longer. But it's quite the collection here. Thank you to Claire for doing an excellent job putting these up day after day. We've got a pretty unbroken streak of videos here for the past several years, which is superb. So we're going to be going over some highlights from these today. And reliving some of these memories. Some of you were here for a lot of these. You might even see your names there in the chat. And for some of you, this will be new stuff. But I hope this is fun for everybody today, and I'm glad you're here. Yeah. And thank you, Trek Nerd, for the 30 bits there. Mod love it. Exactly. Yeah. 6.5 hours because of the music time? There you go, Gravity. That sounds about right. Yeah. Anyhow, we're only back to 3 years ago here, and we still got many more to go. My old apartment there. Yeah, and then here's some of our oldest streams, and then here at the very bottom are the YouTube videos that I used to produce. Edited videos, scripted and everything, before I even knew what Twitch was. So we'll be taking a look at some of these today. Let's start a little bit more recent, and then go back further in time. Let's go back to TwitchCon from this past year. TwitchCon 2025.
But there's a compound in Chuck.
There we go. I brought a Velociraptor to San Diego. And shout out to Draw Curiosity for being my camera woman for this stream. This was superb. Let's take a look.
So we'll see. Yeah.
And I can always
waiting.
check the
It's
stream
working.
Exactly. Yeah, thank you.
too.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's late.
It's talking about science. And she's a fellow scientist, and so really excited to have her here. We're going to be talking a little bit about science and about dinosaurs and about insects and their biomechanics and stuff like that, possibly. So it's going to be a good time. So I'm glad you're here, everybody. Welcome, welcome.
All right.
Yeah. Let's,
Okay,
let's
who
go-
are we
let's go-
going to surprise first?
Yeah, let's go walk around Artist Alley a little bit, and yeah, we'll see who we run into.
So some of you haven't seen Velia before, if you haven't caught these TwitchCon streams.
I was going to say, I'm going to practice my crab walking.
But Velia is my life-size and realistic velociraptor.
I love the commitment to how the velociraptor walks as well. Oh, hi.
Doing the head bob thing like a lot of birds do, you know?
So for anyone who might not be familiar,
I think we snuck up on Nerduino at one point here, didn't we?
Yeah, sure. Here, we'll go where it's a little bit quieter, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Velociraptor is a very bird-like dinosaur from the late Cretaceous period. If you've seen any of the Jurassic Park movies, those are not actually Velociraptor in those. Those are a different dinosaur called Deinonychus.
Right, and here, I'll show you real quick. Deinonychus is a good deal larger than Velociraptor is, and then they still made them too large in the movie. Jurassic Park and Jurassic World and everything like that. And here we go. In green is Deinonychus, Deinonychus enteropus. In blue is Velociraptor, so you can see that Velia is appropriately sized. And then Utahraptor is there in that yellow-orange. But here's Deinonychus. We know none of these animals were fully feathered. Just like birds, they would look like big, weird, scary, ground-running birds. This whole family, the Dromaeosauridae, they're, well, these are the ones immortalized as the raptors in Jurassic Park and in Jurassic World. There's Deinonychus right there. And then here's kind of a representative group. Here's the family there. You see Velociraptor's tail. Over here. There we go. Yeah. Cool critters, you know?
Velociraptor is a bit smaller. It's from Mongolia. We know now that they were fully coated with feathers like this. So just a supremely cool animal, and it's awesome to be able to introduce her to the folks here at TwitchCon.
And did you build her yourself?
Build her? What do you mean?
Make her? I mean, sorry. Did you dig her up?
Yeah. She arrived last year before TwitchCon. It was a long trip, you know, coming all the way from the late Cretaceous period. It took about 70 million years. But she's here now, and she's enjoying it. So, yeah.
I'll give you a link so you can watch the rest of this. But, again, thanks to Dr. Inez for, our camera woman for that. But that's a lot of fun. I met a lot of cool people at TwitchCon, and when you're walking around with a Velociraptor under your arm, people want to come up and say hello to you. Like here, I just paused on this random spot. This guy's like, oh, wow. People see you. Exactly, Clara. Exactly. Yeah. So this is a ton of fun, and maybe we'll do some more Velia streams at some point. But there's so many other things to do here. There's always new paleontological discoveries coming out. There's always news to discuss. I kind of have my hands very full most of the time. Too full to be carrying a Velociraptor under my arm, you know? Yeah. Case Kuchin says, what made you choose its colors? Is there a specific fossil with some pigments that we know of? There actually is, Case Kuchin, yeah. For a number of dinosaurs at this point, we've actually been able to figure out their coloration through preserved color cells, either in skin or in feathers. Here we go. Here's a lovely little tableau here with several different dinosaurs for whom we've been able to figure out their actual color patterns. The first one of these was Sinosauropteryx. And we've got Sinosauropteryx emotes if you're tier 2 or tier 3 as a subscriber. But the funny thing is, like, a number of the different dinosaurs that we can figure out the coloration for, they're orange. Sinosauropteryx, Psittacosaurus, Borealopelta right here. Here's Psittacosaurus right here. It's, so orange might be... It could be like a weird fluke where we just keep finding these dinosaurs that are kind of like brownish-orangish. Or it could be that a lot of dinosaurs were orange. If we keep finding them again and again, and many of them turn out to be orange, then, yeah. There's other ones like Microraptor that are obviously not orange. Bapiosaurus, Kaihong, a few others. Yeah, here's Kaihong right here, with this lovely kind of rainbow iridescent thing going on around its neck. But anyway, I picked orange because I knew I didn't want to pick green. I wanted to pick something that would be, I don't know, when you... I think when a lot of people think of dinosaurs, they think of them being green. It's people's like very simplistic view of what a dinosaur should be like. Oh, it's like a lizard, right? And lizards are green. I wanted to go against that assumption, that kind of false archetype there, false stereotype. And there was a... Oh, and we have hard evidence that some dinosaurs were indeed orange. Some of the feathery ones were orange. So that much is based in science. Plus, I like the color orange. I think it looks cool. It's striking. It's eye-catching. And there's a really neat Velociraptor model from Safari Limited that I think did the coloration beautifully. And so I used this as some inspiration. I actually have this model over here. Let me go grab it off my shelf. There we go. So I like this a lot. And I wanted to partially use this as inspiration. I did a few different like color model tests, where I like drew out a silhouette of a velociraptor, or I took an illustration of a velociraptor and then messed around with the colors in Photoshop to find patterning and shading and everything that I liked, and orange just seemed to make the most sense, so I went with orange. Speaking of critters with integument, how are you doing, Mini Pie? Oops, let me bring us back to where we were. There we go. How you doing, Mini? You having a good day? Yeah. Can you believe it's been 6 years since I started streaming? That's like not too long after I met you, Mini Pie. And now you let me live here. And off-world, though. Thank you for the 21 months of support. Thank you for the Prime.
Congrats on 6 years of excellent streams.
Really appreciate that, Off-Worldo. Thank you for the Prime. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. That means a lot to me. Yeah. Mini Pie, yeah, similarly dressed up, aren't you? Yeah. She heard this was a black tie event, and she's like, oh, bet. Well, I guess your tie isn't black, but you are. You're always looking formal, Mini Pie. Unless you've got your back all arched, then you look like a Halloween decoration. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. She's maybe a little bit disappointed, though, because she can get her hair all over me, and it won't show up, because it's a black suit jacket. Huh. Yeah. Oh, you're not gonna... You won't even be visible. You don't even have to use the lint roller. It just blends right in, doesn't it? Yeah. Black Cat event. There you go, Rusty Guy. Yeah. What are you doing today? What's going on? Do you want to say hello to the chat? you think, Mini Pie? And thank you, Ramen War Cult. Appreciate that. Good to have you here. Yeah. Oh. Oh, and Zeal, those are mini Moon Pie emotes there. We've got another black cat who lives here. Another one of my landlords. She's got a very different looking face from Mini Pie. Huh, Minnie? Huh. Yeah. Do you want some treats? Is that why you've showed up? All right, we got to pay rent to the landlord here. All right, Minnie. All right. Remember to button this. Oh, what's in here? What's in here? Oh. Ooh. Oh, look at that. You eat that one? She likes the small ones. Probably because she can swallow them whole. Why don't you want to chew these? That's the whole point. They're dental treats. Let me try that one. Nice. Try this one. Very nice. Oh, another one. You're not going to eat that one? Okay, what about this one? So funny, Mini Pie. She likes the little ones more. I shouldn't have mixed them up in the same package. I was trying to fool her. Too clever. Oh, did you eat the other one, though? Good job. Nice. You don't want that one? Do you want this one, though? You don't want that one? Where are you going? You leaving? Alright, just leaving. Oh, Mini Pie. Well, now I gotta wash my hands and spray off the desk because it's covered with cat saliva now. I'll be right back. But here, let's continue again with Velia for a minute. But, let's see. There we go.
Starship Troopers-esque game, right? So there's like big arthropods running around, and I think you have to do unkind things to them, unfortunately. But yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say I don't know because I have not played. So
I've seen clips and stuff,
for someone who said they didn't play many games, once again, he
I
knows
pick things up through
everything.
osmosis, you know. Yeah.
Hanny's
yeah.
says they love how Velia walks with her head very straight.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I think she's very focused on.
She's looking around. Yeah, just like a bird. How's it going? Yeah, have you ever met a velociraptor before? Yeah, this is Velia. So she just arrived from the late Cretaceous period.
I didn't know they had feathers.
Oh yeah, yeah. So a lot of dinosaurs like this, the ones that are very closely related to birds, fully feathered.
Like these ones up here.
Velociraptor is one of those, so. Yeah. What you saw in Jurassic World, completely wrong. These animals are fully feathered like this. And yeah, yeah. Yeah, pretty cool, right? Thanks. See, birds technically are a kind of dinosaur. They evolved from dinosaurs that looked like this, so yeah, yeah. Anyway.
Anywho. There's a link if you want to watch this. There hasn't been much time for Velia since we've been doing a lot of other stuff here on Paleontologizing. And one of those things is covering fossil news. The most impactful piece of fossil news that we've covered, to me at least, over the last couple of years, really, happened this past October. Let's jump to that. But yeah, and Jane had been I can't argue against that in good faith. There we go. Growth ring is inside. In my humble opinion, this is the only reliable method of reliably aging a dinosaur. Skull fusion doesn't really work. Vertebral fusion, there's too many variables there. It's not a reliable method. You have to do what we call histology. You cut the bones open and you count the growth rings inside like with a tree.
And sure enough, Nanotyrannus.
Yeah, so Nanotyrannus, this dinosaur name that was kind of a joke for the past decade or so. This critter that was thought to have been a juvenile Tyrannosaurus, at least in the viewpoint of most dinosaur paleontologists who think or talk about this, it turns out, after histological study of a couple of specimens, those things are nearly adults, nearly full-grown. It is a different animal than Tyrannosaurus, it seems. This was huge.
6 million years ago, and we set out to determine what exactly these animals were. And what we found was that this controversial species called Nanotyrannus was actually a valid, legitimate species of dinosaur. The dueling dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus,
There you go, gravity, yeah.
is
Yeah.
100% complete. It's a Rosetta Stone for connecting this fragmentary, isolated skull that represents Nanotyrannus with the growth series of Tyrannosaurus rex. And it tells us that Nanotyrannus has all kinds of things across its skeleton that just don't fit with what a juvenile T-Rex would have. What we did is we made sections of the limb bones and preserved in the limb bones of dinosaurs.
So they're actually doing histo here. So they're using a saw to cut the limb bones open and then count the growth rings on the inside under the microscope.
Are rings, just like the rings of a tree, that are laid down each year as the dinosaur grows.
Yep.
So we were able to produce those sections and take a look inside and count the rings and determine that this was an individual that had been alive for at least 14 years when it died. But not just...
So way older than it should be if it were just a juvenile Tyrannosaurus. The idea was that these animals grow extremely fast and they change really dramatically during that growth. But this animal is at least 14 years old. Its growth seems to be slowing down. It's not a juvenile T-Rex. It's something different.
That because we're able to see that the growth was nearly stopping. The distance between the rings was getting very small. So this is an individual that was almost as big as it was ever going to grow to be when it died. And yet it's still way smaller than a Tyrannosaurus rex. The validity of Nanotyrannus allows us to ask questions that we didn't previously have.
So this was a paradigm shift for people like me. I had been very much on team dramatic ontogeny in dinosaurs. And this has forced a rethink, you know? I wasn't thrilled about this, to have this whole world kind of turned upside down like that, but that's how it goes in science sometimes. And so I talked about that during the stream. And let's celebrate having a pet hypothesis negated by the evidence, falsified. It's kind of what science is all about, you know? We're trying to figure out what's real. And if a favorite hypothesis is disproven, if it doesn't fit with new evidence, not only is that okay, that's actually really cool. It's something worth being excited about. Because even though maybe I was wrong, we're still learning something new. And that is the objective of science. We're trying to figure out how things really work. We're studying the natural world, following the evidence where it leads. Thank you, Odd. I think that's worthy of some champagne. Don't you? See if I can
If
get
you're
this
feeling
thing
a
open.
bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Dr. Tara, for the 100 bits there. Yeah. And yeah, I'll be sharing that
video on Nano is really solid.
video later.
Question about your Danny. Does this change the way you view other small tyrannosaurids like Raptorex?
Not Raptor X, no.
Asiateranus, Aliramus, or even the recent comments on Khunkhulu, it feels
Maybe,
like Pandora's
yeah.
box has been opened.
And let's get to where we actually pop the champagne there. There we go. But thank you, Spartan, for your concern. All right. Ready to pop this? I didn't shake it or anything. I did run downstairs with it, but hopefully it's settled by now. I guess we'll see. Here. The surprises in dinosaur paleontology and to the validity of Nanotyrannus. Which I'm not the happiest about, but you know what? Let's get happy about it. Cheers. Let's open this thing up. All right. So, I'm proud we were able to do that on stream, you know? Here's a link to that VOD, by the way. This is from this past October. So again, we're moving back in time until the very genesis of paleontologizing. And we're doing this in kind of a jumping back and forth kind of way. Let's talk briefly about our, well, here. Let's look at our interview with Scott Benson here, diving into leatherback turtles. This is back in December.
Welcome back to Paleontologizing. I should speak into the mic, huh? I'm here with leatherback turtle expert Scott Benson today, who's very kindly joined us, and this is going to be a really fun stream, so I'm so glad you're here. Let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. And I've recently gotten into leatherback turtles, and that is the domain of Scott Benson here. Scott, would you like to introduce yourself real quick?
Sure, I'm Scott Benson. I recently retired with NOAA Fisheries, where I led research and monitoring efforts of leatherback turtles on the west coast, and that also took me across the whole Pacific Ocean, where we were learning to find the origin of animals from California. I'm now working kind of on project-by-project basis with a local NGO here in Monterey.
Thank you.
And
Devlin,
we are
Miss Lay,
still
appreciate that.
Maintaining our monitoring conservation.
Rila Rolo.
California.
Very cool. Yeah.
Wonderful to have you as part of this.
First, I think I want to talk a little bit about why leatherback turtles are so special. This will probably be something we repeat a few times during this broadcast.
Anywho, this is a lot of fun. This is on location in Monterey, California, down near where Scott lives. He used to work at NOAA at the Moss Landing Laboratory. And I actually corralled him into doing a tier list of leatherback turtle models.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
So
That's
in
nice.
Take that onto our tier list here. And, I'll just hand this to you. For a couple months, and this is my haul so far.
Yeah, it's a pretty good haul.
It's not like this is not the kind of turtle that you typically see as part of like a wildlife collection or something.
No, and that's really one of the challenges for conserving this animal is that it's hard for people to really get passionate about something that they never see.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've met
That's what I'm trying to do here. Show this animal to people.
Water, whether fishermen or other folks that spend a lot of time at sea that never seen them either.
Right.
So I'm always interested to hear when a local whale watch folks out here finds a leatherback. It usually creates a bit of a buzz around the bay for a while,
right?
For about a week.
Yeah.
That one was seen.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a lot of fun going through these with Scott.
Female, right? She's got a short tail.
Well, we have no tail on this one.
No tail on that
so
one. So
we'll have to assume it's a female then.
Okay.
But you're right. So this one too looks like this would be a female because
right.
that tail is barely.
Anyway, this is a lot of fun.
Little extra points for the underneath.
All right.
The leatherback to the people, since the people can't go to the leatherback.
Exactly. Yeah. There's a video that I show here on Twitch all the time when we're talking about leatherbacks.
Anywho, oh yeah, I love this video.
Here we go. It's this right here. I show people this.
That's
and
a
I go,
wild.
they go, that's not real. That's AI or something. Like, no,
Yeah.
this is a real animal.
Yeah.
And I love the angle here because it just shows off how big this creature is. So that's a nesting female. I'm assuming this is somewhere in the Atlantic, right?
I don't know. I for some reason I thought that was somewhere in Asia, but I don't know. I can't see the.
I think I may have actually figured out where exactly this is, by the way. Here. Digression here, but I was really excited about this 2 days ago, I think. Here's the video in question. Right here. And I've seen this probably a couple hundred times now at this point. I always show off this video on stream when we're talking about leatherback. Not always, but often. Often enough that I hope it's not getting too repetitive. But it is extraordinary. And yeah, I was thinking Trinidad Claire Burr until just a couple of days ago, when I was looking at iNaturalist. I may have actually found a leatherback sighting, a leatherback, specimen being logged at the same exact beach. It looks to me like it's the same beach. Right here. I recognize this little, it looks the same to me. Here's what is probably a leatherback false crawl where they come up onto the beach. Maybe she nested here, but maybe not, and then went back down into the water. But it looks like this is the same beach to me. It's a little frustrating because the camera person here doesn't really give us a great view of the horizon or anything. But it looks very similar to me. Right here. And this is in Anguilla, right here, which is in the Stavia. This is St. Bartholomew. Which is within the nesting range of these animals, obviously. This worm's logged. But I suspect that's what's going on there. I suspect that's where this is. So not Trinidad. I immediately jumped to Trinidad because that is one of the world's most important nesting regions for leatherback turtles. But yeah. And there you go, Shark Geek. Yeah. Hugga Wugga, are you from Trinidad and Tobago, maybe? Or you have a connection to that part of the world? I would love to be able to go there next year. Again, really important leatherback conservation work being done there. But yeah, can you find or match the tiny tree? So that's the thing, is this video was taken a number of years ago, 7 years ago. And this was logged last year. And so any tiny trees or anything like that might well be different by now. But it could very well be the same beach. That's what I'm presuming. And you're from Trinidad. Oh, very cool. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Trinidad is one of the most important places in the world for leatherback conservation. One of their most important nesting regions. Let's take a look at this right here. Wait for that to load. YouTube is taking a while today. Yeah, Matura Beach. Exactly, Puggo Wuggo. You already know this. And they typically do nest at night. Exactly, Puggo. Yeah. Yeah. It's rare that they nest during the day, but it does happen. What a beautiful animal. Yep. Yeah. I really want to bring Len on for an interview at some point if he'd be willing to do that. I think that would be awesome. But this man is a hero. Like I said, this man is a hero. See the red headlamps there? I got one of these for my Florida fieldwork. Jeez. Yep. Pugga Wugga says they gave us red stickers to put on our phone flashlights. That is so smart. So you don't have to have a separate special red light. I actually have here. I got one here. Hang on. There and I got a special red light that I can use in addition to my headlamp when I'm out there in Florida doing leatherback fieldwork. I didn't think about just putting a filter over. That's clever. That's cool. That's really neat. Thank you, Luke Hermes. I appreciate that. Good to have you here. And Jamira, I have a headlamp too. Yeah. Luke Herman says, "Is there cake?" I'm sorry, you missed it. Does anybody have a leftover piece of cake for Luke? Uh, anybody? No? Sorry, Luke. I think all the cake's been eaten up. But, yeah.
But gradually we got them involved as well. We
Oh,
got
hang
some
on.
of the poachers who would be hunting.
Super important place. Jeez. Impressive. They're making a difference, you know? Yep. Those vultures. They'll eat whatever they can get. Oh. Oh. A beautiful little critter. There you go, Hugin. By the way, David Attenborough turns 100 today.
I had 4 pet turtles once as a wee child. Great pets, terrible karate students.
I like turtles.
Hugin, thank you for the 100 bits, and yeah. David Attenborough, by the way, just turned 100 as of, what, like an hour ago? Pretty extraordinary. Pretty extraordinary. He made it the golden age in many ways. That's his doing. Here we go. Let's take a look at this. Or have a listen, rather.
I had rather thought that I would celebrate my 100th birthday quietly, but it seems that many of you have had other ideas. I've been completely overwhelmed by birthday greetings, from preschool groups to care home residents and countless individuals and families of all ages. I simply can't reply to each of you all separately, but I would like to thank you all most sincerely for your kind messages and wish those of you who have planned your own local events tomorrow have a very happy day.
Superb. So, big paleo salute to David Attenborough as well. The true king of England, in my humble opinion. He's the youngest 100-year-old I've ever heard of since Luke Herman's Gaming. Well, I guess kind of by definition, he literally just turned 100 like an hour ago. Wait, hang on. What? No, it's not even midnight yet. Greenwich Mean Time, it's still 10:58 p.m. He's not 100 yet. We've got an hour and 2 minutes. He's still 99 years old. Oh, wait, hang on. 2 minutes until British midnight? Is British midnight at 11 p.m.? Or is Google just completely borked. You got it, says Clint. Wait, what? 8 hours is the difference. 1 a.m. in Belgium, Stormy? 1 a.m. in Sweden? Let's look at Global Time Hub here. It says 11:50. We're getting mixed messages here, you know? 1 a.m. to there you go, Dino Dax. So, there we go. It just turned over right now. Happy birthday, David Attenborough. There we go. 100 years old. Holy cow. Extraordinary. Pretty amazing. A lot to celebrate today. There's a lot to celebrate today. And Hugin says, I'll be 100 in 2 days? Are you sure, Hugin? See, that golden kappa means it's extra true. Anywho, good stuff. Here's a link to that interview that I did with Scott Benson about leatherback turtles back in December. Let's scoot to the end here.
Going forward, we're talking about large-scale aquaculture enterprises in the ocean. I mean, just
people making noises about under. Yeah.
And yeah, they found one. We found.
Here. Even getting the domestic beetles to eat them to clean the skeleton, it's a tall order because they just don't want to do it. These are beetles that will eat anything, and they're like, nope, let it no.
Yeah.
So
yeah. But again, it's a big world, and there's different ideas and perspectives and tastes, and so that makes it a little bit more difficult. But that's why I think the best chance for them to be surviving is for people to modify their own behaviors a little bit in terms of how they eat seafood, and just keep trying to.
Oh well. Negorix!
Negorix and their 108 raiders don't know what they're in for.
Negorix, welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for the raid.
Astonishing. One of the most singular specimens I've encountered in all my.
And thank you, Aradinsk, for the follow. Duncan Yole, thank you for the follow as well.
It's a dinosaur.
That is what that is. You'll find a lot of dinosaurs here on Paleontologizing. Welcome, everybody. Negs is your nickname, right? Some of my colleagues are big fans of yours, Negorix. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I promise I don't normally dress like a white-collar criminal like this. Today's a very special day. It is my 6-year streamiversary today. It was 6 years ago today that I first started streaming on Twitch. We're celebrating, doing kind of a retrospective, looking back at the past 6 years and all the science outreach that we've done.
Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our boat!
Holly Gwen.
Dinosaur?
Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Anyway, Negorix, I really appreciate the raid. Thank you for bringing everybody over. I hope you had an excellent stream yourself. Let me play a quick little channel trailer. Let me enunciate properly so people can understand me. Here's what we're all about here on Paleontologizing.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Stardust Katie says we love a bit of Jurassic Park. Well, you're in the right place. Welcome. It has been 6 years now, as of today, that I've been doing science outreach here on Twitch. Believe it or not, this is actually how I make my living nowadays. This is how I pay the bills. This is how I fund my research and fieldwork and travel. And we're doing a little trek down memory lane here today. I'm looking at some of the stuff we've gotten up to in the past 6 years. So I'm glad you're here. Welcome. I'm very excited to be digging dinosaurs again this summer and live streaming nearly every day when I'm in my Wyoming and later on in Utah. And then maybe even Nevada, digging up potentially some Triassic marine reptiles. Then probably going back to Utah. And thank you, Gord McLeod? Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. But before any of that, I'm going to be out in Florida in just a couple of weeks. Thank you, Shubu, for the follow. Welcome. I'm going to be working with these critters. Dermichelys coriacea, the leatherback turtle. Very excited to be doing some field work, supporting leatherback turtle conservation and research, and doing some live streams around leatherback turtles as well. Still nailing down some of the details there, but it is going to be extraordinary. I am incredibly excited. This is a creature that is basically straight out of the Cretaceous period. Leatherback turtles first appear in the fossil record during the age of dinosaurs. This family of turtles, this lineage, the Dermichelyidae, and they are still around today. There's one species left. They're endangered. Populations are declining. They desperately need our help. So I'm doing whatever I can to get the word out about these animals and try to get people to fall in love with them in the same way that I have. They are incredible animals. So yeah. Han Pritchard says that is huge. I know, right? They are just superlative animals. Here is a crew from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA. They're in a boat called the Sheila B. You see the life raft in the back. It looks like I might be able to join this crew on this vessel for some leatherback fieldwork this coming September. And that happens to be not too far from where I live in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Just off the coast there. So this is actually pretty close to home for me. And the gentleman there to the left of the leatherback, guy right here, Scott Benson in the sunglasses. I did an interview with him back in December. And so we were just watching that. We're kind of doing, like I said, a retrospective. So going back in time. We'll end the stream today looking at some of the first paleontologizing streams here on Twitch. And some of the stuff that I did before I was on Twitch. But this is back in December, so we're still pretty early on in our
talk to
retrospective.
the others
Right.
about, you know, hey, could you put an observer on your boat, you know, so we can get some data and figure out how we can solve this problem.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Could you potentially, you know, do things differently so you don't catch so many leatherback turtles?
Right.
You know, I think that's the only way it's gonna work in terms of the fishery bycatch threat to the population.
Right, yeah. And finally, before I let you go, because I know you've got to go check on your car.
Yeah.
I want to know what I can do over the next year, and I feel like the most impactful thing that I can contribute is just trying to get the word out about these animals. You know? Because I feel like if more people are aware of these creatures, more people will care about them. And nothing will change until more people care about these animals. And they're just absolutely remarkable, superlative creatures. I feel like if people are shown leatherback turtles, they'll fall in love with them in the same way that I have. So,
Yeah, I agree. You play a extremely crucial role as any educator to get the information from, you know, folks like myself or other you know, research institutes, whatever, to the public at large. And really, that's the most. And I've written papers, science papers.
Yeah, some of them are in here in the Leatherbacks volume.
We write them to ourselves, and we write them to our colleagues.
It's true
because
about
nobody
scientific
else
literature.
really reads them, right?
Yeah.
But
well, that being said, I do try and show off a lot of scientific literature here on stream. When a new paper is published on dinosaurs or other fossil critters, we try and cover that when it comes out. But Scott makes a really good point here, is most people in the general public never get a chance to even see scientific literature. They're not reading scientific papers, not reading journal articles. Oh, and holy cow, upstairs down. Hang on. We had a donation from Murph earlier too, didn't we? Let me check the Ko-Fi real quick. Thank you, upstairs down, for the support. I really appreciate that. Thank you for that donation. And holy cow, thank you, Murph. Murph, this is for your field prep. Proud to support you in your endeavors. Let me know if I can help in any way. I appreciate that so much, Murph. Holy moly. Thank you for the support, Murph, and upstairs down. I am deeply grateful. Thank you. Upstairs down says, I'd rather cut out the middle Amazon man sometimes. Understood. Yeah. Thank you for your thoughtful donation there, upstairs down. Thank you for your generosity. I appreciate it. Yeah. What is Ko-Fi? So Ko-Fi is it's a way that you can support my work here. It's an online platform where you can make donations and then they don't take a cut. I think you can choose to contribute to them and help the platform pay the bills, but you don't have to. Other people pronounce it coffee or Kofi. But yeah. Anyway, there should be a link on the About page or something like that. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, upstairs down. And Murph. Holy cow. Superb. Let's let Scott finish his... wrong button. Finish his thoughts here. Some of them are in here in the Leatherbacks volume.
We write them to ourselves, and we write them
scientific
to our
papers.
colleagues because nobody else really reads them, right?
Yeah.
But that's where you play such a crucial role, is to get the information out to a much wider audience, and an audience that's likely to be more proactive as well. So thank you. Thank you. And leatherback turtles need as much attention as they can possibly get if we're going to be able to have them in the future. Yeah. So thank you.
We're at least lucky in the sense that they're extremely charismatic. So, like, you know, you just show this to people and it sells itself. You know, they're just remarkable creatures, and I'm happy to help get the word out about them. So, anyway, thank you so much, Scott.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Here's a link to that VOD if you'd like to watch it. This was such an honor to be able to interview the world experts on these animals, somebody who's done so much to help conserve them. It's estimated that there might only be like 50 leatherback turtles in this particular population that show up each year. Like, we could lose them in the next couple decades like that. Their population seems to be declining at a rate of about 6% per year. Now is the time to turn things around for them. So that's one of the things I'm working on this year. And Spartan, what is this? Refresh the page. Holy cow, Spartan. Little honorarium is celebrating 6 years of paleontologizing. Thank you, Spartan. Holy moly. That is absolutely deserving of some applause there. Spartan, thank you. My goodness. Thank you for your generosity. That will make a big difference. Helping me pay the bills this summer when I'm out in the field, traveling around. Thank you, Spartan. Thank you very much. And thank you, Murph Burful. I appreciate that. Thank you kindly. And Luke Herman's giving this exactly what that is. Yeah, they were so enthusiastic. You know, it... So anyway, you'll be seeing a lot more of these critters over the next weeks and months here on Paleontologizing. I am very excited about this. Yeah. I would say you're gonna get tired of leatherback turtles, but, well, thankfully they're just such incredibly superlative animals that, I don't really have to worry about that. All creatures on our planet are interesting in their own ways, worthy of admiration and respect and scientific curiosity. But there really is something special about those leatherback turtles. Holy moly. So yeah. How can one ever tire of such a magnificent creature?
Here's
Exactly.
a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil.
I agree, Spartan.
Step 1, die.
Kestrel cholesterol. Thank you.
Happy
The 14
anniversary,
months.
Danny. What an achievement, grin.
I really appreciate that, Kestrel. Thank you for that. Thanks for helping keep me here online for the past 14 months. Holy cow. Yeah. Mayor Space says, show me a bigger and faster reptile and I might get tired of leatherbacks. I could show you some mosasaurs, Mayor Space, but they're not so fast anymore, you know? Yeah. And here, before we move on to some other paleontologizing streams and stuff like that from the past few years, give me a 4 in the chat if you want to see that Japanese leatherback video. The one that I did my best to translate, despite not... I can't write in Japanese, I can't speak Japanese, I can't read Japanese, I can't understand Japanese, but, okay, I'm seeing some 4s there. Without further ado, here's a nifty video that I found about leatherback turtles online. I think I basically got the gist of what it was about, and I added my own subtitles, so take a look.
オサガメは太平洋や大西洋、インド洋に地中海などいろんなところに住むウミガメの仲間で、日本でも時々見つかったりすることがあります。大きさは大きいものだと2メートル以上、重さ500キロ以上と、身近なものだと自動販売機と同じくらいの、ウミガメどころか今生きているカメの中では一番大きい、すごいでかいカメです。しかも、一番は大きさだけでなく、泳ぐ速さもウミガメで一番速くて、潜る深さも1000メートル以上と、これまた一番深くて、泳ぐ距離も1万2000キロと、記録尽くしのとんでもないカメだったりします。 そんなオサガメは見た目が非常に特徴的で、形は上から見ると他の亀に比べて細長い流線形で、頭からお尻の方にかけてケールがあるモーターボートをひっくり返したような形になっていて、それのおかげで水の抵抗が少なく速く泳げるのではと考えられています。そしてもう一つ見た目の大きな特徴として、他の亀のような硬い甲羅がないっていうのもあります。オサガメの甲羅は細かい骨が
Hang on, it's come to my attention that there's actually an ad break going on right now, so we're gonna hold off for a minute. Half a minute. And we'll start it over, shall we? Yeah, is this Leatherback month? Asked Wheeze. Yes. All months that contain the letter E or the letter Y or any vowels or consonants are Leatherback month, officially. We've decreed it. May it be so. It's always Leatherback month here. Do they require a month on this? They require all of the months, Cacklinsworth. Okay. People are back from the ad break. This is important, an important announcement. A public service announcement, even. So, you know, we had to... Here we go. Let's start it over.
オサガメは太平洋や大西洋、インド洋に地中海などいろんなところに住むウミガメの仲間で、日本でも時々見つかったりすることがあります。大きさは大きいものだと2メートル以上、重さ500キロ以上と、身近なものだと自動販売機と同じくらいの、ウミガメどころか今生きているカメの中では一番大きい、すごいでかいカメです。しかも、一番は大きさだけでなく、泳ぐ速さもウミガメで一番速くて、潜る深さも1000メートル以上と、これまた一番深くて、泳ぐ距離も1万2000キロと、記録尽くしのとんでもないカメだったりします。そんなオサガメは、見た目が非常に特徴的で、形は上から見ると他のカメに比べて細長い流線形で、頭からお尻の方にかけてケールがある。モーターボートをひっくり返したような形になっていて、それのおかげで水の抵抗が少なく速く泳げるのではと考えられています。そしてもう一つ見た目の大きな特徴として、他のカメのような硬い甲羅がないっていうのもあります。オサガメの甲羅は細かい骨が集まってアスファルト舗装されたみたいになった上を皮膚が覆っていて、硬いゴムのような弾力性を持っています。この弾力性のおかげで水深1000メートル以上潜っても水圧に耐えることができるというわけです。ちなみに、こういった特徴から、オサガメは英語だとレザーバックタートルもしくはレザーバックシータートルって言いますが。
There you go. Thank you, Claire. Yeah. Anyhow, Hunt Pritchard says the green turtle is superior in terms of greenness. I mean, you gotta give them something. Green turtles are also extraordinary animals, but, Paleontologizing, the green sea turtle, here we go. They're not particularly green on the outside. They're called green sea turtles because they have a layer of fat on the inside that is green. Very green. Because they primarily feed on seagrasses and stuff like that. So the greenness of their diet is reflected in their insides. Kind of like how a flamingo turns pink because of all of the crustaceans that they eat, the little microorganisms that they filter out of the water. The carotenoids in that will actually color their feathers. Same with the green sea turtle, and their layer of fat on the inside turns green from all of the plant material that they eat. So yeah. And that is the remora on the back, Hunt Pritchard, yeah. Yeah. Remoras freak you out? Well, I don't know, they do what they do. Yeah. Luffy kissed the leatherback on the TV. That's beautiful. Yeah, like time traveler. Lovely. See, this is what we're trying to do. Trying to get people and birds to fall in love with these animals. Leatherbacks. This is a sticker that I put together that I was passing out at TwitchCon this year. And I've just ordered some more of them, and I'll be passing them out to people that I meet on my trip to Florida in 2 weeks. Yeah. Anyhow. IRL, I've seen very few turtle species that are actually green. There you go, Luke Hermans. Yeah, yeah. Leatherbacks certainly aren't. They're kind of a dark slate gray to blue. They've got white streaks and spots on them. Yeah. And how does the chlorophyll not break down? I'm not totally sure, Murph. I don't know how that works, actually. Yeah. That's a good question. Let's look that up real quick, actually. Colonia mitis, the green sea turtle. I like how it says species of large sea reptile. Not as large as leatherbacks. Man, we used to have so much bigger sea reptiles back in the Mesozoic. Anywho, they're also called the black sea turtle. Or there's like what was once considered a subspecies that are darker colored. But anyway, they can vary in color. But the greenness... the common name refers to the usually green fat beneath its carapace, due to its diet strictly being seagrass, not to the color of its carapace, which is olive to black. The body fat turns green because of the consumed vegetation. Huh. I don't know the chemistry there of how it stays green, and then colors their innards green. But yeah. Anyhow. Yeah, like in sea slugs? You mean nudibranchs, Clipper? Yeah. At pH 4, chlorophyll turns to a gray-brown, so I wonder about the gut chemistry? I don't know. Yeah. That's a good question. You know what? Remind me, Murph, when we're doing some streams in Florida, we will hopefully be encountering some green sea turtles. Probably not on the beach, but certainly at a facility there in Florida. Remind me of that question, and I'll ask it to some of the experts there. Yeah. And I don't know, Mayorspace. Yeah, it's a good question. And thank you, Death Roll Dev. Hey. Congrats on 6 years, Danny. Glad I found this channel while I was rediscovering my love for paleontology. I'm glad I could be of service, Death Roll. Good to have you here. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, that is a good point, Chris T.S. Ruminants exclusively eat green vegetation too. No green milk or fat there. That is a good question. Yeah, I don't know how that works. I've never really thought about it that way before. I love the curiosity and the critical thinking that those members of chat are bringing to the fore. That's a beautiful thing. It is strange, Murph. Yeah, I'd never stopped to think about it, but it is bizarre. Han Pritchard says, funny enough, the yellow pigment in plants survives in the milk and fat. The yellow pigment does. That's weird to think about. It really is. Yeah. Huh. Anywho, let's continue to, well, here, maybe I'll explain the whole origin of my leatherback turtle fascination. Especially since they've got some new people in the chat. I've always been fascinated by these animals, but it's always kind of a background radiation kind of thing. It's happening there in the background, but it's not anything that's really too obtrusive. I can prove it to you. I've always known a thing or two about these animals, but only within the past year have I really become fascinated with them. Has it been almost an obsession? But here's a stream that I did from the San Francisco Zoo a couple years back. There's a tapir there. I love tapirs. But at the end of the stream, we went into the sculpture garden.
And do we have... yeah.
This was in 2023.
Maybe we'll take a look at the sculpture garden real quick.
Maybe 2024.
Say hello to some of my favorite critters in there as sculptures. Hopefully there's not kids running around everywhere. Yeah, we'll go take a look.
Yeah, we just did World Tapir Day on, what was it, the 28th?
All right,
on
yeah,
Printer,
very
just
cool.
a few days ago.
So here is the sculpture garden.
Last week we did World
Being
Tapir
a
Day.
weekday, you know? It's so uncrowded. It's great.
And what is it that I make a beeline for? This is before my trip to Puerto Rico, before I became utterly infatuated with these animals. What do I immediately make a beeline for here?
Right here is one of the heaviest living reptiles. The largest turtle in the world today. Leatherback sea turtle. They get even bigger than this, believe it or not.
So this is all just background knowledge that I had. As a paleontologist, I mean, talking about dinosaurs, talking about different Mesozoic critters, frankly, a lot of the books that I have over here, even if they're not about turtles or anything, if there's a book that mentions Mesozoic sea reptiles, there's probably some mention of a leatherback turtle in one of those books. They're just such an extraordinary animal today that, like, they are very frequently... They come up in conversation a lot. They come up as analogs. They come up as examples. So every paleontologist is... Well, every vertebrate paleontologist is at least dimly aware of leatherback turtles and how special they are. This is some of that knowledge that I'd picked up over the years here, even before I became obsessed with these animals.
Today, leatherback sea turtle. They get even bigger than this, believe it or not. Take a look at that. I love these. These are such high quality sculpts. So leatherback sea turtles are so named because their back is leathery. They don't have like a hard shell under the whole thing. It's basically, it looks almost like a weird rib cage. And then it's got this kind of leathery texture.
So yeah, the weird rib cage here. Dermocheles skeleton. There we go. Dinocyrus. Dermocheles, yeah. There we go. That's a leatherback skeleton right there. That's the rib cage. They don't have a hard shell like every other turtle on the planet. Even the so-called soft-shell turtles, the trionychids, they still have a bony carapace. So... soft-shell turtles still have a hard shell underneath. Even though the top might feel squishy, they still have a bony carapace on top. So soft-shell turtles, like this guy over here. Oh, careful! Whoa! Just kidding. This is my 3D print. But soft-shell turtles, they still have a hard shell underneath, even if the shell itself feels rubbery or flexible. Osteologically, underneath the bones, they've still got a bony carapace. Leatherbacks do not. Which is wild. They're the only turtle in the world where they don't have that. They don't have that bony carapace. It's a ribcage. I so wish I could have seen this one when I was in Lyme Regis in England back in November. But the museum was closed for renovations at the time. Here you have a leatherback skeleton reconstructed with the carapace on top. But this is essentially like a... They've basically like taxidermied the skin over it. There are bony ossicles underneath, so it's almost like a mosaic tile or a pavement of little coins. Called ossicles, dermal ossicles. They look like this, if it'll load, or like this. But they disarticulate right after death because the whole thing is flexible. So there's hundreds of tiny little bones like this, but they make for a flexible shell that is pliable. At depth it can compress, so the shell doesn't crack like an egg when there's thousands of pounds of water pressure on it. They're not fused, absolutely not, no, so they're connected by soft tissue. So in the same way that, think about it kind of like your kneecap. If you like relax your leg, your patella, your kneecap, it's not connected by bone to the other bones. It's kind of floating there in soft tissue. There's ligaments attaching it. These are even more like that. Like they're embedded in the skin, but the whole thing is flexible. So yeah, there is some excellent Gabriel Legueto art there. Unfortunately, it's on Facebook, so it won't let me embiggen it. But that is really nifty, though. Let me see if I can... Let's see if this works. Yeah, there we go. This is Gabriel Legueto's Archelon there. Or maybe Protostega? This seems a little small for Archelon. So somebody was asking me, what did the ancestors of leatherbacks look like? And the answer is, we don't know. This is one of these things that I would love to help figure out. So I'm trying to embark on a project right now where I'm going to be diving into the literature, hopefully, if I can find a co-author willing to accompany me. And I want to write a nice summary, what we call a review paper. Basically looking through the scientific literature, finding out everything that's been written about the origin of leatherback turtles and their fossil record, and also this other group, the protostegids, like Archelon here. This incredible critter. We don't know if these guys from the Cretaceous period are close relatives of leatherbacks or not. It's still kind of a mystery. There's not really enough people working on this problem right now, and the fossil evidence is more sparse than you might imagine. So when we're talking about Archelon and the other protostegids and the leatherback's here on the right, the living leatherback next to these giant extinct turtles. We don't really have a good sense for if these critters are related or not. It could be that the protostegid turtles, these giant Cretaceous sea turtles that were swimming around in the oceans when tyrannosaurs were walking around on land, are these guys close relatives of the leatherbacks, or do they have a separate marine origin? Are they from a different group of turtles that went into the oceans separately from all the sea turtles today, including leatherbacks? We don't... It's hazy. And one of the first steps in figuring that out is just trying to summarize the history of thought here. All the papers that have been published in the past. What kind of work has been done? Oftentimes in the sciences, if there's like something that's kind of mysterious and neglected, a way to help speed things along in solving that mystery is just to look at what's been written in the past, condense it down, write up a nice review paper, publish it, and then let future researchers run with that, you know? If you can kind of do the homework for them, then they can take that as a springboard and they can launch into further discoveries. So that's what I would like to do. And it's, so far, really all of my paleontological work has been on dinosaurs. So writing a review paper on this is going to be an excellent way to kind of get myself up to speed, become as familiar with the existing literature as anybody can be, and then provide that as a resource to the researchers who will come after me. You know? But yeah. Hugga Wugga says if it's convergent evolution, what would have been the reason for them to look similar? Well, if both of... Let's assume for a minute that the ancestors of the leatherbacks and protostegids are different. Let's say they have different ancestry. Both of those ancestors still would have been land-living turtles. So they're starting off in a very similar place. And so once they take to the water, they might have very similar adaptations. Their limbs turn into flippers. You know, they become more streamlined overall. And if indeed turtles like Archelon were adapted for deep diving, then it might make sense for their skeletons to reduce, for their shells to become ever more flexible, so that water pressure can safely compress them rather than cracking a hard shell. That's the idea, anyway. Is that really how it happened? We don't know. Maybe they look similar because they actually come from the same ancestor. Maybe Dermichelys, the modern leatherback, and Archelon, right here, maybe they're related. Maybe they're part of the same family. There's so much that we still don't know, and I'm excited to help put a dent in that ignorance. Help spur on further work. So that's going to be one of my projects for the rest of this year. So yeah. And yeah, unpublished stuff, Chris TS, yeah. I'm also excited to do this because hopefully it'll be a way to get myself into the literature, get my name out there. But I'd love to be able to collaborate with fossil marine turtle researchers on other projects. But I gotta start publishing first, you know? So yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Where were we? How did we get here? Oh yeah, here.
Extra to it. Super, super cool. Dermichelys is the genus name for the leatherback sea turtle.
Awesome. I knew this even before I really got into leatherbacks. This is great.
I love the detail around the head.
One of the things I get distracted by the...
These giant salamander right here.
This is a cool sequence.
Very cool. So yeah, various amphibians around here. This is a Goliath frog. I think this is about actual size. They get pretty darn big. And then...
a coelacanth.
Check out the coelacanth right here. Love this. The story of the coelacanth is a really, really interesting one. A fish well known from the fossil record, like really, really well known from fossils. Always assumed to be extinct. It's been known from fossils from the Mesozoic era for a long time. Until in 1938, Marjorie Courtney Latimer was a museum person down in South Africa. She found one in a fish market. They're not extinct. They're still around. Today there's two populations. We know of one kind of between southern Africa and the Comoros Islands and Madagascar. And then there's another population in Indonesia. Two different species. Latimeria chelone.
They don't taste good, Han Pritchard, and apparently the people who have eaten coelacanths, they're called gombesa, in like Madagascar and the Comoros Islands. They can give you diarrhea.
And Latimeria...
Also, they're endangered, so don't even think about eating them.
Natoensis. This is actual size, by the way. These guys get very, very big. But they are very closely related to the ancestor of the tetrapods, land-living vertebrate animals like you and me. So, you know how vertebrate animals that live on land evolved from fish? With limb-like fins? That's that limb-like fin right there, that big fleshy lobe.
Yeah. So this is a sarcopterygian fish. This is much more closely related to you and me than it is to a trout or a tuna or a clownfish or halibut or whatever. This is basically a tetrapod. It's very, very close to like the origin of amphibians.
Ontogeny.
Super cool. Love coelacanths. Anyway, coelacanths, love them. For the past, I don't know how many years now, we've done a special coelacanth-centric stream we call Fishmas. We're celebrating coelacanths today. To me, Christmas will always be associated with coelacanths, and you'll find out why today. If you have never heard of this remarkable fish before, then holy cow, are you in for a treat today. Oh man, I'm excited. Anyway, here's a link to that VOD right there. Merry Fishmas, everyone. This is before I made the Fishmas shirt, actually. Here we go. Where she said one of the reasons why she recognized the coelacanth as being something really special on December 22nd, 1938. There we go, coelacanths. Yeah, there's my Fishmas shirt that I screen printed. Used for them. Anywho, did I just give you a link to that? I did. Let me give you a link to the San Francisco Zoo stream as well. And then we'll...
Oh, no, we
lost that. You can find it on the YouTube page, whatever. But Charlie's Dragon has a viewer story for us. Charlie's Dragon says, in the summer of 2020, this channel was recommended to me on the sidebar on Twitch. One of the things that caught my attention was the profile picture. I checked it out, liked it, kept coming back, got some basic misconceptions corrected, like that pterosaurs are not dinosaurs. Learned enough to start answering questions in chat because I can't help myself but share things I know. And here we are, still learning and sharing. And now Charlie's Dragon is one of our esteemed, loyal, and beloved moderators. Charlie's Dragon, you are one of the pillars of this community, and I can't express my gratitude enough. Thank you for everything that you do here, Charlie's Dragon. I truly appreciate you. I remember, I hope it's okay that I say this, I hope the other mods are okay with me spilling the beans on this. But it was a couple years back when we were doing I was going to be on the front page for that stream with Jim Kirkland and the Utah Raptor Mega Block. And I said, look, mods, we're going to have a bunch of fieldwork streams after this, and we're going to have really high viewership because we're going to be on the front page for the Utah Raptor stream. I want to maybe add another moderator or two. And do you have any suggestions? The response was pretty much unanimous. We want Charlie's Dragon on the team. And I said, sounds great. Let's do it. And, yeah, it was one of the best decisions I've made on this channel so far. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon, for everything you do. I appreciate it tremendously. Thank you for helping make this community what it is. It means a lot to me and the other mods, and lots of other folks here in this community. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. This is making me blush. It's all true, though. Yeah. But I'd have agreed for sure, says Mayor Space. I appreciate your honesty and forthrightness. By the way, how is it here? Hang on a sec. There we go. What's this? Mayor Space. Don't want you having to see any ads here. Thank you for everything that you do, Mayor Space. I appreciate you. As we all do here. Mayor Space is like me. Like, Discord? What's that? Oh, right. I sometimes have chatters ask me if I have a Discord, and I'm like, oh, sorry. Oh, wait, no, yeah, no, we do, actually. I am not on Discord enough. Anyway. Maybe one of the things that will change after the bulk of the field season, we'll see. Well, it's going to be a busy autumn here. All of more field work coming up. And then SVP. I'm not going to be able to go to TwitchCon this year because I'm going to be too busy with the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, which is scheduled for the same weekend. And with any luck, we might even be streaming that, so... Very excited for that. Anywho, speaking of fieldwork... We did a lot of it last year. 11 weeks of fieldwork in 2025.
Already edited yesterday's into marine reptiles because I'm starting to get into turtles, dermacheliids in particular. Dermacheliids? Tomato, potato.
Yeah, I think
I like how Josh is doing some math here to figure out the pronunciation.
I'm thinking about which syllable to put the right emphasis.
Right. Yeah. It doesn't really. As long as people know what you're talking about, it doesn't really matter.
Leatherbacks. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a more accessible term anyway.
Exactly.
So this is paleontologist Josh Lively, who is curator of the Prehistoric Museum in Price, Utah. Thank you, Death Roll Dev, for gifting Deathsaurus. Lovely. And thank you, Glass Emperor, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us on our 6-year Streamiversary special. And Han Pritchard says, what is that little critter? It sounds mad. We'll get to that in a little bit when we talk about Uncle Don. That's his favorite critter.
Yeah. Let's see. Do you want to sit in the same place we were sitting yesterday? And
sure, let's do it.
For the sake of
So Josh Lively works on marine reptials and turtles.
I didn't realize.
Yeah. But this is his dig out there in Utah, Lori's site.
Hopefully they'll still be good.
We were doing an interview about marine reptiles.
Just making sure that these bones can be placed safely on a museum shelf without crumbling. Also, they can be studied and photographed and published on, and we can use those to try and understand, what this animal was like when it was alive. Gastonia lori mcwinniei. A big part of what we're doing here at this site too. Let me show you that.
I'm hoping to go back to this site in September or
let me
October
show
this
you
year.
the temperature right now. Let me grab the thermometer. I'm curious
Anyway,
too.
Streaming live via satellite,
really?
Powered by
It's cooled down a little bit.
solar here.
But right now,
84.
Okay, 84 degrees Fahrenheit, 31% humidity. That's higher than I've seen almost this whole time out here.
Anyway, let's take a look at the bone bed here.
Who is our resident taphonomist? He just left a few minutes ago.
Excuse me.
That's been his big project here at this site. Is not just digging, but trying to figure out what can we infer from how the bones were arranged, from the lithology of the rock.
Thank you, Mayor Space.
From these different weird
and
signatures that we see.
and
here
Ms.
in
Rules.
Strata. Yeah, we talked with him a few times
Sketchy
about
tracks,
that. Sorry, we can't do
look
that
at
right
rates.
now. But he's trying to decipher what in the world happened here in order to get so many of these armored dinosaurs all buried in the same spot. And we've got some ideas that make sense right now, but I don't know, as we continue to dig here. First, let's just have a quick poke around.
There we go. This is what I wanted to show you.
We haven't dug as deep, so these bones here, just by virtue of of the erosion, these are closer to the surface. So they're not in as good shape. Like, they tend to be a lot more crumbly. The rock here has been eroded further, so it's very dusty. You know, this isn't really like bedrock anymore. It's been weathered to the point where it's fallen apart, and some of the bones are falling apart too, more so than over there. But we've again got bones just all over the place here. Not quite as densely packed, but really nice bones here and here. There's bone there and there and there. Got what looks like a vertebra right there. Be right here too. Some sort of a limb bone or a rib right here and here and here.
You really kind
A
of
bunch of
can't
these
see
were
these.
exposed by
Dinosaur! Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our
Lemurs.
A dinosaur?
What? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
We were here earlier in the week. They were just digging in, uncovering things left and right. And now it's going to be this crew's job to collect these things, to actually safely get them out of the ground for the next couple weeks. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to help with that because I leave tomorrow morning. But they've...
But yeah, and here we go. Here's some
sort of big limb bone. Could be a tibia or something right here. Could be a femur. I'm not totally sure. A rib right there. Just all over the place. And again, the bones over here seem to be bigger. That's going to be important later. We'll talk about that.
And what was that going on? Hype train or something? Reach the sub goal? Nice.
Over here.
Not too bad. How are you?
Doing well. Here's Matt, who's the lab and collections manager at the Prehistoric Museum. Here, I can shade your eyes from the sun with the shadow.
Thank you. So much better.
But yeah, and was it your idea to start the Twitch channel?
Mm-hmm.
That's really cool.
Nice. Can we get a shout out for Prehistoric Museum again?
Wasn't many people there, so.
Exactly, yeah. I'm going to do my best to try and direct more people toward your channel, because it's so cool for people to be able to see the work in the lab.
Yeah.
And I'll have to ask Josh when you guys are going to be starting those streams up again. And
I'm going to do like an update stream to try to show people the progress on the lab. But
Nice. Anyway, so this is some of our field work back in September, which was a ton of fun.
Paleontology, UT Austin has...
There's Erica there from Austin, Texas.
Got an amazing non-vert paleo collection, so everything that doesn't have a backbone.
I've met so many cool people out there, and hopefully some of them will be out again this year.
Like that. They also have minerals.
So anywho, yeah, that's some of our field work there back in September of 2025. Let's go further back in time now. Yeah. And ancestors. No, so these are. It's a different species of Gastonia. At least that's how they've been classified. But they are descendants of the ones from that lived alongside Utah Raptor. Yeah. So they're later in time than Gastonia burgei. Gastonia lori mcwinier is later in time. Yeah. But, yeah. Oh, and not toxic. Hang on a second. Dinosaur other than a chicken, what bird do you think Compier resembles in the world now? I'm not quite sure resembles how. So, as a couple of the mods already said, they're right about this. When we're talking about birds are all dinosaurs. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Birds are dinosaurs because we can trace them back to the origin of the dinosaurs here. Birds evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. Their ancestors were dinosaurs, so hence birds are dinosaurs. All birds, not just chickens, but pigeons, including the dodo, and gulls and herons and ostriches and hummingbirds and penguins and cormorants and sparrows. All birds evolved from a single species of dinosaur. So, even though certain birds, like, say, a cassowary, You know, these have a reputation like, oh, they're like living dinosaurs. Well, they're not just like living dinosaurs. They literally are living dinosaurs. All birds are. Whether you're a cassowary or a shoebill or a painted bunting, all birds are dinosaurs, and all birds are equally closely related to that first ancestral dinosaur. Does that make sense? The dinosaur ancestor that gave rise to all the birds. It's what we call an adaptive radiation, you know? Or, well, they're a clade. They all evolved from the same ancestor. That makes sense? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. What bird today resembles a... Cast your own opinion. Okay. You mean Compsognathus? So Compsognathus is a genus of theropod dinosaur, which may or may not be valid. Or at least... Yeah, so Compsognathus almost certainly would have had feathers. It really looks to me like a juvenile. I don't think Compsognathus is mature. It would have probably been a lot bigger when it was full grown, but we don't have great fossil material from it. This whole family, the Compsognathids, they might just be like juveniles or even hatchlings of other groups of dinosaur. So a full-grown Compsognathus might look something like a full-grown Compsognathus might look something like this, if it is indeed a juvenile. There was a really interesting paper that Andrea Cow published a couple years ago about this, and it caused a bit of a stir. We would really need to cut the bones open and look at the growth rings inside to figure out if Compsognathus is full-grown or not. It really doesn't seem full-grown to me, but yeah. So anyway, I think a lot of people were introduced to Compsognathus through the film The Lost World, Jurassic Park. It could very well be that these animals were way bigger and different looking when they're full grown. And even at this growth stage, they would have had feathers, most likely. So yeah. Anyhow. But yeah. What bird you thought it would look like in today's times? I'm not quite sure how to answer that, Not Toxic. I don't know. I want to make it very clear, though, just in case this is a misperception that you or anybody else in the audience might have. I found over the years, when talking to people about birds evolving from dinosaurs, maybe I should say birds evolved from a dinosaur, because it was one dinosaur species that all birds evolved from. I've had people ask me before, well, what dinosaur, or what bird did Ankylosaurus evolve into? And it didn't. Ankylosaurus went extinct. It has no bird descendants. There's only one species of dinosaur that all of the birds evolved from. And it would have been something that would have looked a lot like maybe Anchiornis? There's actually a lot of debate, well, not a lot of debate. It's disputed, unknown. People argue over whether this critter here, Anchiornis, is a true bird or not. We know it's very close to the ancestry of birds. It looks extraordinarily bird-like. It could probably glide. But is it a bird yet, or is it not? Is it on the direct line of descent going to birds? Or is it a branch going elsewhere? Even with fossils as exquisitely well preserved as this, where we can actually tell what colors the feathers were, even with that incredible kind of preservation, it's still mysterious. Is this a bird or is it not? And if anything, it kind of serves to highlight just how different, or how difficult it is to draw the line between very bird-like dinosaurs and actual birds, you know? The line is so hazy. And to be clear, if we're saying that something is a bird, it doesn't just mean that, like, oh, it checks all these boxes so we can rubber stamp it, this is a bird. What we mean is, when we ask, is it a bird, is it on that evolutionary lineage that results in modern birds? Did birds evolve from this particular animal? Did birds evolve from Anchiornis or not? That's the question. So yeah. But yeah. And Pugga Wugga, we're still not sure about Archaeopteryx either. Famous Archaeopteryx, is this critter on the direct line to birds? Or is it an unusual kind of branching off point? We don't know, you know? But anyway, that's how we define a bird. Crown group birds are the group that include, like, it's the common ancestor of all the modern birds and all of its descendants. If Archaeopteryx is not on the direct line to birds, then it's not a true bird. It's not a bird. It's a very bird-like dinosaur. A non-avian, but still very bird-like dinosaur. So yeah. Anywho, yeah. Dirter Bust says, in fact, you can probably assume that birds would have never evolved at all if the other dinosaurs didn't go extinct. No, I mean, birds have been around. Birds evolved about halfway through the age of dinosaurs. Birds show up in the... Well, if you count Archaeopteryx as a true bird, then birds... Oop, wrong button. Birds show up in the late Jurassic. Archaeopteryx is from the late Jurassic. There were a lot of birds around before the asteroid hit. And they were thriving before that asteroid hit. In fact, there are a bunch of bird groups that were true birds who went extinct when the asteroid hit. There's a lovely video about that from PBS Eons that we've watched numerous times here. I'll give you a link. I'll show you the beginning of it.
In 1861, a man working in a Bavarian quarry discovered a fossil that would change the way we think about birds. The fossil was of a single beautiful feather.
Anyway, so this was where the name Archaeopteryx comes from, and then you have birds who have teeth, and then this is kind of about that, yeah.
Ornithurans, a group of Mesozoic birds whose name means bird tail. These ancient birds had short tails instead of the longer bony tail of Archaeopteryx. Most of them also had teeth, and they tended to live on the ground. We know this because they were...
And holy cow, Neolithic Fool! Thank you. The 25 gift subs there.
The locals with 25 subscriptions.
Thank you, Neolithic Fool. Thank you for your contribution. 25 lucky chatters won't have to watch a single ad on this channel for the next month. Thank you, Neolithic. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Excellent. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Lovely. Anyway, here's a link to that video. But there were a bunch of different groups of birds who went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous when the asteroid hit. Only a couple of groups survived.
Much of the sunlight for years. For birds, their odds of survival might have come down to a number period ended in extinction. There were many causes behind the extinction event that killed off the non-avian dinosaurs. But when it came to birds, and most everything else, the worst was probably the asteroid
That
impact.
means then that dinosaurs really did not become extinct, that we have their descendants around with us today, and I think that's fantastic.
It is fantastic. Neolithic, thank you for the 49 months of support, by the way.
Here is to many more.
Thank you, Neolithic. I appreciate that very much. Here's a link to this video. It might clear up some stuff. But thank you, Neolithic. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Yeah. And the point is, birds were thriving before the asteroid impact. They had diversified into a bunch of different groups, and then nearly all of them actually went extinct when the asteroid hit. There's just a couple of very lucky bird groups that managed to squeak their way through, just like with us mammals. And then later, they were able to diversify. They had this massive adaptive radiation. So if that's what you meant, Dirt or Bust, that like that extinction event shaped future bird evolution, then you're totally right. Yeah. Because that's the thing. There is a lovely phylogeny family tree of birds here from Albertonicus. Here, let's smallen this to make it understandable. But you see here, where you have this, everybody comes from this single point here, except for these birds. But you just have this massive radiation within the neo-aves here. This is right when the extinction event occurs. A few lucky species make it through the asteroid impact and all the ensuing ecological devastation, and the lucky survivors take over the world. This is such a cool graphic here. I just love it. And I like it because it's not just birds, it's dinosaurs. So we've got all these major dinosaur groups here. There we go. So everybody who's just in like a black and white outline here, they are extinct. The living groups are the ones who are colored in. So this is every living family or suborder of birds. I don't know if the rank really, I think the ranks might change around a bit, but basically every living family of birds is on here. It is super, super, super neat. Like what a fantastic reference to have. Really cool. Yeah. And the bird from the recent video, would they be long ago? You mean ancestors of seagulls? No, Zul, they went extinct. So the Hesperornithid birds, they don't make it through the KPG impact. They don't survive the asteroid and that extinction event. Yeah, these guys went extinct. Same with Ichthyornis, the flying one. Hesperornis couldn't fly, except maybe underwater. Or not flying is not even. They would kick with their feet to swim, just like a modern day loon. But Ichthyornis also went extinct. Yeah. All of the bird groups that had teeth died out, including Ichthyornis and its relatives. So yeah. Anywho, yeah. And you bet, Dirt or Bust. Yeah, thanks for the question. And Bad Fraginator says, any theories of what set them apart and let them survive? Well, the video talks about that.
The Gulf of Mexico. The impact set off huge fires that destroyed entire forests and vaulted dust into the atmosphere. probably blocking much of the sunlight for years. For birds, their odds of survival might have come down to a number of factors,
Here we go.
including how big they were, where they lived, and what they ate. For example, if you lived in trees like most opposite birds did, you were in the worst possible place in the aftermath of the impact. Not only was your habitat suddenly gone, but if you ate plants, it would be weeks or months before any new growth would be available. And if you ate meat, there was almost nothing around to hunt. But if you were smaller and lived on the forest floor, there's a chance you could have found shelter. And it might have been a lot easier for you to find food, like seeds on the ground. Likewise, if you were aquatic, your habitat and your food supply might have been less disturbed by the fires. So out of what may have been thousands of species of dinosaurs living at the end of the Cretaceous, only 3 groups of neornithines had that perfect survivors combination of being small, ground-dwelling or aquatic, and seed-eating. One of these lineages was the Paleognathes, which today include radites like ostriches and emus, as well as adorable South American birds called tinamou. The gallo-and also survived, like Vegavus and its kin, possibly thanks to their aquatic lifestyle. Today they include chickens, ducks, and other kinds of fowl. And the third lineage is the Neo-avians, which includes essentially every other living bird. Free of competition from the tree-dwelling opposite birds, a lot of Neo-avians quickly took to life in the trees at the dawn of the Cenozoic. These birds all have diverse diets and habitats today, but by analyzing the earliest known members of each group, scientists have found that the last common ancestor of all living birds was indeed a ground-dwelling seed eater. Each of these 3 lineages might have only had a handful of species at the time of the extinction, but they are the ancestors of roughly 10,000 species of birds that are alive today. There are many things we have yet to learn about the story of birds, but our understanding has grown tremendously since that lovely fossil of a feather was first discovered in Germany more than 150 years ago. And just within my own lifetime, a wealth of bird fossils have been discovered that are only beginning to reveal the wonderfully weird and diverse world of the Mesozoic, when birds had teeth.
Very cool. PBS Eons does such good work. Again, here's a link to that video. Superb. And Oddbjorg says, is the way that she pronounced Paleognathes the usual way it's said? I don't know if I've ever heard anybody say Paleognathes. I've always said Paleognathes. But, you know, tomato, potato, it doesn't really matter that much. As long as people know what you're saying, I'm not going to really fault anybody for having a different pronunciation. I'm not too worried about such things.
Once we knew only that they vanished. Now we know the dinosaurs ruled the land longer than any creature before
Feathers and their
them or
24
since.
raiders want to know more than that.
Dew Feathers, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Lovely to have you here. Thank you for joining us. I don't know if I recognize that name. Shapeshift. Dew Feathers Zoological Society. We bring snacks and animal facts. Brilliant. Wonderful to have you here, Dew Feathers. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. You've joined us on kind of an unusual day. It is the 6th annual STREAMIVERSARY special today. Or, well, we missed last year's. But anyway, I've been streaming for 6 years now at this point. It was 6 years ago on this very day that we started streaming here on Paleontologizing on Twitch. So we're celebrating that. And I've been, well, trying to go through some kind of a retrospective of past streams. But it's good to have you here, and I hope you had an excellent stream.
But in the serious game of paleontology, much larger mysteries still remain.
Shapeshift, thank you for the follow. And Panky Hanky, thank you for the follow as well.
This is really not what paleontology is like.
Today, certainly not. I don't normally dress like some kind of white-collar criminal. It's a special day today. Our 6th Streamiversary. Anyway, to introduce you and any new folks to the channel, I'll play a quick little trailer for you. But Dew Feathers, I hope you had an excellent stream. It's wonderful to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. we're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils. Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Yeah, so welcome. Good to have you here. Very excited to be out there again in the field, digging up dinosaurs starting at the beginning of June. I'll be streaming that every day that I can while I'm out there in June with my field crew. But prior to that, and you being into zoology yourself, Dew Feathers, you might appreciate this. Here, I'm going to be trying to track down a rather mysterious animal. There we go. What in the world is this? What is that? My goodness. Is it a sea monster? What is this thing? Here, let's dispense with the silly music.
Coolest thing I've ever seen.
Give the actual audio.
I was out with my other friend and we were just about to start fishing and this giant head pops up behind us. And at first I thought it was a sea lion. The person I was with, he was like, that is not a sea lion, that is a sea turtle. We dropped everything.
Dermachelys coriacea.
And I really didn't know that sea turtles could get that big. He was just cruising along the surface and just kind of gracing us with his presence. He looked very happy. I have seen some amazing animals. This is number one. I didn't know it was on my bucket list, but it clearly was. Oh my God. The last one I know was seen at that lodge was in 2008. They have a boat named after it, Leatherback. The sightings are so rare. It truly just is so magical for me. And it just makes me appreciate things so much in our waters. I just feel so special.
Fun fact, we call them ancient. They've been around this planet for 100 million years. Less fun fact, since 2003, they've been endangered. Rare sighting indeed.
Yeah. That's Dermachelys coriacea, the leatherback sea turtle. For the past year now, I've been utterly obsessed with these animals. And I'm going to be out in Florida in 2 weeks. Doing outreach and some fundraising and some field work and conservation science around leatherbacks. I cannot wait. And I'm going to be bringing you along for the ride if you'd like to follow and join us. I'll be streaming from there too. So very, very excited about that. These are creatures that have been around since, as the news anchor said there, since the age of dinosaurs, since the Cretaceous. They are just extraordinary animals. And I am thrilled at the prospect of hopefully being able to see them on the beaches. I'm, fingers crossed, going to be helping out with some nighttime on the beach nesting female leatherback fieldwork. Like measure specimens, count the eggs, apply tags and tracking devices, and all that good stuff. So I can't wait. Anyhow. And no, Zool, I will not be... Like I said, I do not normally dress like some sort of white-collar criminal. Normally when I'm out doing streams or whatever, I'm wearing something closer to my normal garb. Here's me back in February this year. Amazing. Here it is right here. And I hope we're really getting the scale of it across in the camera. This is one of these fishes, so it's not always the best for that kind of thing, but look at that. I mean, holy cow. And yeah, it's astonishing. That carapace has got to be, what, more than 5, maybe 6 feet long? Like, that's nuts.
So, on this turtle, while it's
I was so
not
frustrated that the signal kept cutting
it's
out
not
here.
a real turtle.
Uh-huh.
It's a cast of a leatherback turtle that washed up in Santa Cruz.
Okay.
And we still haven't been able to
So that's
determine.
Lisa
we think
Utah
it was
there.
In the 60s
of
or
Noah.
70s.
Interesting.
And it washed up supposedly over by the Crow's Nest, the harbor.
Okay, yeah.
Anywho, here's a link to that VOD too. There we go. Anyway, I'm going to be working with these animals. I cannot wait. I've been infatuated with leatherback turtles ever since a year ago, last May. I was lucky enough to be able to go on a trip to Puerto Rico, land of my ancestors. And nearly every beach that I visited there were leatherback nests. So this is a flagged off area there. There's Lordy and Ios, who are on the trip with me. That's a leatherback turtle nest right there. I'd always known that these were really special animals, but they never felt so close to home, so real as when I was there, and I realized, shoot, I can get involved with the conservation of these creatures. I can use the platform that we've built here on Twitch, not just to promote paleontological science, and educate people about fossils and the history of life on Earth, but also to help prevent a modern fossil creature from going extinct. Like I said, these guys are gals in this case. It's a nesting female up on the beach. They've been around since the Cretaceous, since the age of dinosaurs. They managed to survive that and countless ecological catastrophes and asteroid impacts, volcanic eruptions, ice ages, and the time since then. And nowadays, it's us, human beings, with all the things that we're doing to our planet. We are driving these creatures closer and closer to extinction. Their survival rests in our hands. We can save them. It's just going to take a concerted effort to do so, and I want to help with that as much as I can by helping get the word out about them and get people excited about these animals. Yeah. And your degree is mostly in deer species. Ah, very cool. Cervids. That's awesome, Dew Feathers. That's awesome. Do you have a favorite species of cervid? And thank you, Merv, for gifting Dew Feathers. Really appreciate that. Did you recognize that species, by the way? I know it was real quick. It's a Hyrax. But yeah. Very cool. That was a Hyrax, Puggo Wuggo, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. We've got a message from Casey Snowart there. Well. Casey says, I was recommended this channel in 2023 and followed, but didn't actually check it out until fall of 2024. You're a busy gal, Casey. I get it. Your enthusiasm for dinosaurs and the natural world captured my attention, and the welcoming nature of this community kept me here. Well done, Jatters. Thank you for tolerating my excessive and likely repetitive questions early on. Oh, Casey, that's one of the things I really appreciate about you. One of the many things. Thank you for... Oh, I admire your patience with people, and I love the excitement for learning you have fostered here, Danny. I will be forever grateful that I found this space.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Thank you, Dew Feathers. I appreciate the kind words and the follow. Thank you, Casey, for your kind words and your ongoing support. If anybody's not yet following Casey Snowart, Dew Feathers, you know about Casey Snowart already, right? not only does she do art, a lot of animal-focused art here as an artist and illustrator on Twitch, but she's also been making a big push to help save the vaquita, the world's smallest cetacean species. Smallest porpoise in the world. There's like fewer than 20 of them left on the planet, and Casey's been doing her utmost to educate people about these critters and help get the word out about them so that we can save them. Oh, yeah. Dew Feathers says American elk are definitely my favorite. Yeah, wapiti. Awesome. Which is, what's the genus and species name? Don't tell me. For American elk. Is it like Cervus wapiti or something? What is? Let's look it up. Cervidae first. Cervus canadensis is what's commonly used now, but it used to be Cervus elaphus. There we go. Yeah. Okay. There's probably more basal in this, isn't it? It's not a bovid, but it is a cervid. I don't know my cervid taxonomy, phylogeny as well as I probably should. Gosh darn it. Where are we? There we go. No common name. What? We call them elk here in the States. Although a related species or subspecies gets called red deer in Europe. Elk refers to moose in the old world, which is kind of funny. Yeah, red deer, Cervus elaphus. It's so funny that what we call moose, Europeans call elk. Where are they? Yeah, Alxes alxes. Eurasian elk. That's so funny. And moose. That's... Yeah. Common names just trip us up. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It is silly, Dirt or Bust. It is silly. This is why we use binomials in the sciences. Yeah. Oh, and Irish elk. Yeah, very good. Very cool snake socks. Megaloceros. Super neat. Yeah. During my thesis was when we started to split them, really between the old and new worlds, which is very frustrating. I can imagine. Yeah. Oh boy. That's great. And you want to look up sand dollars, Zool. Sand dollars are kind of a echinoderm. They're related to things like urchins. So they are kind of surprisingly close to vertebrates, as I recall. There we go. Sand dollars, keyhole sand dollars. Only 7 species? That's surprising. I'm surely going to see a lot of these in Florida. But yeah, it looks like Melita, or Melita, is the genus name. And this is kind of a neglected part of the tree, it seems. I'm not seeing a lot of photos. Eccentric sand dollar. Dendraster. Cool. Anywho, I hope that satiates your curiosity there. Zool, you're welcome to use one zoom to poke around yourself and find out whatever you'd like to. And Daryl, thank you for the 300 bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Excellent. Good stuff. Anyway, we had that video of a hyrax that showed up earlier. Which is a critter it's kind of Afro-theorist, so it's related to elephants and aardvarks and manatees. Yeah. It's so funny. I love it. And that's your favorite mammal, Luke Herman's Gaming? Excellent. You know who else's favorite mammal that is? Uncle Don. Let's go back and find some of our fieldwork streams with Don DeBlue. Scroll back a little bit further. Let's go back to 2024, shall we? There we go. I wear the sun helmet usually when I'm in Utah, so... But Don DeBlue is the assistant state Here he is here. Assistant state paleontologist of the state of Utah. So, you know, like states have a state flower and a state bird. Some states also have a state paleontologist. And some states even have an assistant state paleontologist. And,
This is another Dino Day with Danny Anduza. Yes, indeed. I'm glad you're here. Here, let's get down here into the quarry. And, also, Uncle Don just got back a few minutes ago. After his what, like 5 days off, week off, something like that? Sounds like he had a really good time back in civilization, but it's also good to have him back here. Yeah.
So Don's favorite animal is a hyrax.
Good stuff. 4 days, and only 4 days? Shoot, we just missed you so much, Don. We thought it was a whole week. Yeah.
Feels like you were gone forever.
No micromanaging.
Well, you must have been driving like a, you know, UPS truck on the way back, all the packages I had delivered to your place. I told Amazon, like, hey, please deliver everything on the same day in one box.
Yeah, I think
they did not. But Don also picked up some groceries and stuff, and some fossil casts that I've got for an upcoming project, so pretty excited about that, too.
And then the monkeys were here just going,
can I get... That's a running joke that Don has. Like, Don's very particular in the way that things go in the field. You know, he knows how to do things correctly. He wants everybody to do it, if he can help it, have everybody do things exactly his way. So there's this running joke. That when he leaves, things just kind of devolve, and it's like that's when the monkeys with the symbols come out. This is what he imagines more like when he's not there to oversee
try
things.
blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, GP Bear, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that.
Nice ducks.
And thank you, GP Bear. I appreciate that. Yeah. This is what Don thinks of us when he's not there to direct things. This is his metaphor for just chaos and mindlessness, you know? Yeah. So it's been a tremendous honor to be able to work alongside Don and Jim, Utah's state paleontologist, Jim Kirkland, over the past few years. I started working with them in 2011, I think. And it's been a joy. pull up some of those VODs. I've done some interviews with Don and with Jim. Here we go. Here's the dynamic duo right there.
Valley here. I know you're fond of saying that you could have, what, 100 crews out here every summer for 1,000 years. What's the limit?
I mean, this site just keeps going and going.
Yeah.
So there's Jim Kirkland right there in the backward baseball cap and the orange suspenders. Can we get some of the Jim suspenders emotes going in the chat? Jim is kind of famous for his suspenders, but he's more famous for discovering and naming Utah Raptor. That's Jim. He's discovered and named more dinosaurs than almost anyone else alive on our planet.
And we're just starting to get below. You still got root mats coating all our bones here. It's like we're not into really pristine stuff.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, Jim Hyperbole Kirkland. I didn't say anything like that.
But it's true.
Yeah.
Covers a huge area here, and as we dig, also there'll be
crews for
nothing.
1,000 years, or 1,000 crews for 100 years.
So at the rate we're going, 5,000 years.
Yeah.
A couple weeks here, but it's not going away. And it's always, I've published stuff with
cool logo. Nice.
John Foster on managing mega sites.
Sure.
Because a lot of sites, you find a dinosaur, you dig it up, and the site's gone. You dug up the site. This is a site like big archaeologic sites like Chaco and things. This site is always going to be here.
Mm-hmm.
And
almost inexhaustible.
Researchers are going to be wanting to approach with new techniques.
Yeah.
And things like, this is way bigger.
Yeah, so Jim has this thing where he wants eventually to turn this into a national monument. A scientific national monument. So not the sort of thing where it's just like pristine wilderness, can't touch it, but no, the whole point is to protect it so that we can do excavations there for hundreds of years into the future. Jim calls it Dawn of the Cretaceous National Monument. That's his proposed name for it. And, let's see if he's posted about that recently. But, I put together a little tentative logo, which I really need to refine. And I want to produce a bunch of t-shirts or something to get people excited about this idea. But he's actually used this in some talks and stuff, which is cool. I'm scrolling through his stuff right here, trying to find if he's posted this anytime recently. 'Cause I don't know if I'll be able to find it on my hard drive easy enough. I would have put that actually in my desktop. Yeah, there it is. I have a whole folder there. Here's my tentative logo for promotional stuff for Dawn of the Cretaceous National Monument. Dawn of the Cretaceous National Fossil Beds, as Jim calls it sometimes too, to emphasize the whole point, this paleontological research. Yeah. Yeah. That's Gastonia there, one of Jim's favorite dinosaurs. Another one that he discovered and named. An ankylosaur from the early Cretaceous of Utah. Really cool critter. If anyone here has read the novel by Bob Bacher, Raptor Red, Gastonia is a prominent part of that book. Prominent character, I guess. Yeah. And that's what he wants to call the Dolings Bowl site? The whole area, Andrew, yeah. So not just Dolings Bowl, but also going up, I think, toward Utah Raptor Ridge and a few other places. His idea for Dawn of the Cretaceous National Fossil Beds is to, and we should really do an interview about this at some point. I can help promote it. But the idea is that it would be like a non-contiguous series of protected areas, just like John Day fossil beds in Oregon. So we've got, there we go. Looking for a good map here, and it's tricky. Yeah, there we go. So there's a lot of private land and stuff in John Day, like in between different areas, but there's certain fossiliferous spots, and then you've got recreational spots too that are all protected. So it's not like one contiguous blob of protected land. It's, this is important over here, then you go a few miles and that's important over there. Especially in a place like Utah where people get a little aggro over the idea of can't have the government coming in public land. That's theft from the corporations. You can't steal from the corporations and give to the people. You know, this is kind of the idea, is that just the spots that are really paleontologically significant, those are the spots that you want to preserve for future generations. And it should be a lot easier to do that than just be like, oh yeah, half of Grand County, we're just going to call that a national monument now. You can't do that. That would never fly. You got to be much more precise about the areas that you protect. It would be much more doable. Land grab, exactly, Andrew, yeah. By the way, that is paleontologist Andrew Milner there in the chat, for anybody not familiar. Ubrontes 1 is somebody I've gotten to know over the past year, and year and a bit now. So here is Andrew Milner, paleontologist in St. George, Utah, expert on fossil footprints and trackways and other ichnotraces, and most recent recipient of the coveted Morris Skinner Award for Fieldwork Excellence from the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. And, oh, here's not his mom, Angela Milner. No relation, but another famous paleontologist, Angela Milner, has the same last name. Anywho, I was really lucky to be able to work alongside Andrew in the field for an important project in 2025. We had an emergency fossil dig down there in southwest Utah. Where's that lovely short clip that Claire put together here? Here we go.
It's going to be a bit noisy today. Look what's going on behind me. We've got the heavy equipment here. Welcome everybody to
from last spring,
Utah. We're across the street from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum. And here we are at this emergency fossil excavation. I'm glad you're here. The whole point of these broadcasts is not just to show you how fossil excavation works, but also to drum up support for the project right here, right now, because this is urgent.
Look at all the volunteers here. Good people from the community and from across the country and overseas too, who showed up to help with this.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. If it's your very first time, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here in Utah. Drove the 11 or 12 hours to get here from the Bay Area to show you this and to help out however I can. We're in the Moenavi right now. Pretty special
Moenavi
place.
Formation.
This is the very beginning of the Jurassic period. This is just after the extinction event at the end of the Triassic. And so this is a time when the world is changing. You know, this is kind of the beginning of dinosaurs ruling the Earth. A lot of the creatures that were sort of dominant before this, things like phytosaurs, things like Rawasuchians, Dicynodonts.
Otter Do It says, I would love to volunteer on a dig.
They've gone extinct.
Otter Do It.
Dinosaurs are beginning to take over the
It's
Earth.
a shorter drive for you to get here than for me. And they're taking volunteers there in St.
What's
George.
interesting here is that this is it's basically like the banks of a giant ancient
contact
lake.
Andrew.
called
Let's
Lake
see if,
Whitmore. So at the very beginning of the
he'll help
Jurassic
out.
period, 200 million years ago, give or take. This
is a
was
great
kind of
place
a
to
marginal coastline environment
to get started
around an enormous lake. We've got strata here that are from dry land, right near the edge of the water.
Only by 3 hours. 3 hours is nothing to sneeze at.
Why is this land not protected if there's so many ancient fossils? Good question. Yeah, that's not necessarily my department. I think it's kind of crazy that this land isn't protected. It belongs to the city, so this is city property here, belongs to the city government, and the city has decided that they're going to build an electrical substation on the site. And so we're doing whatever we can to salvage these fossils before the bulldozers roll in.
What an enterprise here. Huge kudos to Andrew for putting all this together, by the way. Him and his team, they did
I want to make something very clear. This heavy equipment
extraordinary
over
work here.
is on our side. Some local businesses, some local business people, some community members have very generously donated their time and their equipment to help us with this. Very, very grateful these kind folks have stepped in to help us. This is the kind of community support that we really need, and we're deeply grateful to them.
Great
I'm going to
editing,
figure
by the way,
out
Claire.
who they are, actually, so that we can give them a shout out. Who is this right here? So that we
There's Andrew there.
The two dump trucks are from the city of St. George, and
They're from the city?
Well, they're employees, so that's
Okay.
amazing.
That's awesome.
So that was set up by the city for us. And then in the cat, that's Randy Jones.
Randy Jones.
Yeah, Randy Jones is awesome. He owns
Yeah.
Canyon Crest Contractor.
Awesome. Well, shoot. Thank you, Randy Jones and Amon Bateman. And the city of St. George, too, for lending us those dump trucks and the drivers. That's, we need all the help we can get. So shout out to them. Yeah. Thanks, Andrew.
You're welcome. I'm
Yeah.
about ready to give another contractor a call.
Excellent. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, and that is cool looking there. It's like a sauropod, just
A little bit of Jurassic Park music.
here it comes, yeah. Ooh, snacking on an I-beam up there.
Nom nom.
Anyway, so the deal was this this fossil site was slated to be destroyed, bulldozed, and paved over to build an electrical substation. But thanks to all of the support from folks like you at home, people who came out to volunteer, people who donated, people who were talking about this online, the city realized, hey, this is pretty important, isn't it? Well, here's what happened. It's 6 p.m. right there in St. George. We haven't gotten an update from Andrew yet. We can try and give him a call.
Anything
live on stream.
worthwhile?
This would have been May of
Maybe grab some scales.
2023.
Okay. Hey, Danny.
Hey, Andrew. Hey, I hope it's okay that I called. I know you're busy.
Yeah, just a second. I'm going to put
Yeah.
you on speaker so I can hear you a little bit.
Cool.
Okay. So that was kind of a stressful meeting, but
I'm sorry to hear that.
went
Shoot.
well, I think.
It went well? Excellent. Okay.
So they're not building the substation here anymore.
Holy cow, they've moved the substation plans?
Yeah, but they moved it across the street from the museum. And all the rock piles that we've moved over there, we now have to move them again.
Still, I mean, that's still a phenomenal outcome. But yeah, heard the phrase, no rest for the wicked. No rest for the paleontologists either, apparently. Yeah. So anyway, they could still really use your help down there in St. George. If anybody wants to get involved with paleontology, if you live in that region, anywhere near that surrounding area, or if you can fly out there or get yourself to that spot, you can get involved. Here's a link to their website. The volunteer form is findable here. There you go. Volunteer. There's the volunteer application. More than a few members of the paleontologizing community, people from the chat, went and showed up in person after filling out the paperwork and everything and working out the details. You can't just show up. You shouldn't just show up, but people did this the right way. They were there, boots on the ground, helping with the excavation, and they made a big difference, you know? And I'm tremendously proud of that. That's one of the things I'm most proud of from the past year. Extraordinary. Yeah. And yeah, John Ostrom's nephew showed up. Exactly, Claireberry, yeah. Holy cow. And yeah, with on-site training, exactly, Seiko-sama. I don't think any of these people had any experience in paleontological excavation. They got trained on-site. So if you're looking for some on-site training so that you could maybe volunteer on other field crews, this is a great kind of training wheels kind of program where you can learn how it all works in a safe environment before maybe you get thrown to the wolves on other field crews. The site in St. George is it's Is there a satellite view from MapQuest? Maybe not. Hang on a second, let me... That should work. Satellite. It's not working. Train, traffic, transit. Satellite. Why is that not working? Anyway, the point is, it's in the middle of a city. It's literally in the middle of St. George. There's a Taco Bell across the street. Like, if there were ever like a training wheels site, at least in terms of not being remote, it's phenomenal. It's excellent. We had people who were volunteering there who were like, you know, go sleep in a nice comfy bed in a hotel a few blocks away every night. Normally, paleontological fieldwork isn't like that. Oh yeah. And Andrew says, congratulations on 6 years, Danny, and thank you for your support and friendship. Likewise, Andrew. It's been an honor. Thank you for letting me get involved and be part of this. It's been a privilege. It's something I'm very proud of. Thank you, Andrew. 6 p.m. is swiftly approaching here. I was, we'll stream a little bit later today. We'll go a little bit later with this. But, yeah. Man, all of the fieldwork we've done over the years, all these things we've been able to do. What can we even cover in such a short amount of time here? Interviews like the one that I did with Karen Poole here, about a year ago. Me and Fisher working at Turtle Hill out in Wyoming. This has been tremendous as well, doing fieldwork out in southern Wyoming with Ethan Cowgill and the crew. Yeah, and then going into the road trip from 2022 and the road trip in 2021. Hanging out with LJ Krumanacker in Idaho, talking about Idaho dinosaurs. Yeah, visiting my, well, I guess you could call it an alma mater, sort of. Museum of the Rockies, where I used to work.
See, it's all shots here with holes like this. So it would have been still really strong, but also really lightweight. One of the keys to this success. And Spiku asks, would dinosaurs have a lot of stretch marks for growing so fast? Probably not on their skin. There's a hypothesis, or like an idea. I don't know if it's a hypothesis.
That one right there.
And the first dinosaur that I've ever dug up that went on public display is right here. Yoshi's trike.
Check that out. Very cool.
Jen Alex says, do you sleep in tents usually? I always sleep in a tent when I'm in the field.
And the entire...
So when I was in St. George and when there was a Taco Bell across the street, I actually I was staying on site in a tent, which was kind of, it felt very unusual being in the middle of a town, but still sleeping in a tent every night and then like getting up to go get Taco Bell for breakfast. It was great. But yeah, Yoshi's trike. This is one of the dinosaurs I dug up. I'll go.
Longest brow horns on any Triceratops in the entire world, to my knowledge. Yeah. Very, very cool. What do you think, guys?
It's phenomenal, honestly.
I mean, it's
a bit piecemeal from this angle, at least.
Well, yeah, and it's also not mounted correctly.
You don't think so? What's incorrect?
Everything.
It's the classic Danny, everything.
Yeah. It's really kind of embarrassing because it should be such a beautiful skeletal mount, but they really screwed the pooch on this one. Yeah. But you can still see me right now, right? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. This is a really, really unique, wonderful specimen. This is a Triceratops from the middle Hell Creek, which is pretty rare. So stratigraphically, it's like, it's about 67 million years old.
It's probably not actually that old. I was talking to Denver Fowler about this, and he thinks that the Hell Creek is actually shorter in duration than other people have thought in the past.
So right from the middle of the Hell Creek, where not a lot of Triceratops specimens have been excavated or studied.
Yeah. Really cool. Enormous head on it. Just enormous brow horns.
The whole thing that you see right here is a cast. So none of the actual bones that you're seeing before you are the real fossil bones here on display. The real ones are downstairs in the collections. The reason why there's brown and white here is that the bones that are brown are the ones that we actually have the real fossils downstairs. All
those
the white
are casts.
Are sculpts. So those were just to kind of fill in the blanks so we could make a whole skeleton and put it up on display.
And Victarius, well. 6 gift subs there.
Victorious is getting serious with those 6 gift subs.
Victarius, thank you for your generous support. Those 6 lucky chatters, I'm sure, are very excited about that, as am I. Thank you for helping support science outreach here on Twitch, Victarius.
But yeah.
Victarius says, thank you for reminding me that dinosaurs are my favorite part of Earth. Congrats on 6 years, and here's to another 66 million more. Thank you, Victarius. I really appreciate that. Thank you also for the kind words. Appreciate you.
Yeah, there's a lot of things wrong with how it's mounted. If you look at the dorsal vertebrae, you see how there's like just these big marshmallows in between there? Like, yeah. All those vertebrae should be like almost contacting each other. The back should not be that arched. The forelimbs are all wrong. This animal should have like kind of a smallish body.
Pugga Wugga says, is it Horridus or Prorsus? It kind of looks like a mix of both. It is. It's intermediate between Horridus and Prorsus. It's in between. It maybe one of these days, a colleague of mine will name it as a new species. Not a hybrid. No. So Horridus and Prorsus seem to be stratigraphically separate. So it seems like an anagenetic lineage. So Denver Fowler and John Scannella talk about this in one of their papers. You have Horridus in the lower Hell Creek. You have Yoshi's trike and the UCMP library trike in the middle. And then you have Prorsus in the upper. It seems like this is one lineage of animals slowly changing over time. So these have been named Triceratops horridus. These have been named Triceratops prorsus. This thing in the middle that seems like an intermediate hasn't been given a name yet. I think one of my colleagues works on these things. I have a specific person in mind. I think he or she or they maybe should name it, but it hasn't happened yet.
Body and just a big comical head on it. And of course the ribs are all
Horridus. Thank you. Thank you,
Had the weird residue on the frill.
No, this is a different one, Java. That one's not on display. That was Mark's Trike 2. That's down in collections. But yeah. This is an iconic Triceratops specimen. I just wish it were mounted correctly.
Funkus says, so this is why Danny left. Okay, yeah.
Things like this, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
There's a plastic model that you can buy that's after this particular specimen. Let me go grab that.
You dug up, go on public display. I mean, that's incredible. It's a wonderful, wonderful feeling. Even if it is, even if it is all wrong. Yeah.
Was the little one unearthed next to the big one?
This is the model that you can buy of this critter. This is from Eofauna. Oh, there we go. So this is specifically modeled after that individual specimen, hence the extraordinarily long brow horns there. The Eofauna Triceratops model here, which is exquisite. My only real critique of this is that they kind of modeled it after the skeletal mount there, so the back is arched more than it should be. Yeah. Anyway.
This is Juvie Trike 3.
So this was discovered either by Denver Fowler or by Warwick Fowler. I forget. But yeah, really, really important juvenile Triceratops
specimen. In fact, the one, the sub badge, I think it's the 3-month sub badge in chat, is based on this particular specimen.
So Jen Alex, the sub badge that you have next to your name, that's Juvie Trike 3. It's the same one.
Really, really important one. It's got those cool backwards swept horns right there. It's got those nice pointy epis on the parietals and the squamosals. It's got that little button horn on it. Very cute. Very cute. Let's go like this to kind of give you a sense of scale.
And they definitely have teeth. Peter Poyk. They just don't have teeth in the beak. They are herbivores, yeah. But, the teeth are further back in the jaw. You can see that. Let's not look at an auction specimen. There we go. There's one of O.C. Marsh's Triceratops illustrations, I believe. The teeth are here. And then also in the upper jaw as well. Yeah. Mid-evolution. I mean, every creature is mid-evolution, Puggo Wuggo. I mean, it's how life works. But anyway, this was from the road trip in 2021, and this was... Oh man, that was... I was really proud of that. That was a big deal for me. You know, I'd been streaming for a little over a year at that point. But that summer, I was making the plunge into full-time streaming. I'm like, I'm gonna make this my career. I'm gonna try and make my living doing this. And it was, I'm really glad I took that plunge. I think we've got summer 2021 road trip. Here's the playlist here. There we go. View full playlist. There's a link. This was extraordinary. Visiting so many different museums and fossil sites and also zoos and places like that. Yeah, did a screen printing stream here. Getting ready for the summer. I might be doing another one of these soon-ish. We'll see. Although we're running out of time before the field season.
That one was all over the place, but it turned out okay. Slightly too flooded.
This is in the bathroom in my old apartment.
Still a big improvement over those earlier ones.
Before I moved in with Ios and Lordy, this is where I lived.
One so far. Yeah, not too shabby. All right. Making progress.
Yeah, museum in Ekalaka, Montana.
This is one of the tusks going up like that. This is like the animal's palate. It's probably the vomer bone right there.
And then, man, mammals have such weird skulls. You know, like...
Here's the Tyrannosaur.
Oh yeah, here. And as far as I know, this is the only prone Tyrannosaurus skeleton mounted anywhere in the world. So the curator here, Nate Carroll, was able to get hold of this cast, have it donated to the museum, and the ceilings in this facility are too low to have this animal standing up at full height. So I just decided to put it sitting down on the ground like it would be if it's just waking up from a nap or something like that. So you see we've got the forelimbs right there, kind of resting on the ground. These are, just to give you some sense of scale, not all that large. Tyrannosaurus famously has really short arms, 2 digits, and this one actually has the remnant of digit 3, which is pretty cool. I don't know if this is represented in the original specimen. In fact, that looks like a sculpt right there. But yeah, pretty cool. Only 2 of the digits would have been visible in life. This one almost certainly would have been enclosed by flesh. You've got those 2 claws right there. Not very big. Yeah. Java sources have never seen one of them lying down. Isn't that cool? But this is most likely, you know, how they slept. So I don't know if you could see this earlier when we were going over it. This morning, right after 9 o'clock. But we've talked a little bit about the pelvis of Tyrannosaurus. You know, it's got this big pubic boot on the, like, protruding off of its pubic bone. Kind of like the keel of a boat or something like that. And that is right down here.
I was telling you guys a while ago about how I think that when Tyrannosaurus would be sitting down, they do it kind of like a chicken does, kind of folding its legs underneath its body, and then using that big pubic boot to help support all of its weight. Look at that right there. Those are hip bones down there contacting the ground. Really, really robust. This is one of the kind of identifying characteristics of Tyrannosauroids. Or it might just be derived Tyrannosaurus.
Tiny hat. What do you mean?
I'm not sure if guys like Guanlong or Dailong have this, but anyway, yeah, that big old pubic boot.
Pretty cool, right?
Peter Poik says, "Why did T-Rex have those tiny front arms and legs? Why did evolution cause that? Were they literally useless? We're not totally sure. I mean, few structures are totally useless, even if they seem vestigial, like the tailbones in a human. That's still like a muscle attachment point. Like, useless is a strong phrase. But, do I have a clip about this? Let's see. Maybe not, but it's essentially a balance thing. These are animals that have huge, heavy heads, and they've got to balance on two legs. If you've got a huge, heavy head, and also big, heavy arms, you're going to fall over on your face. Do not have a clip about this. Okay. But here we go. This is a large animal who's got to balance all of its weight along a central point there at the hips. The smaller the arms got, the larger and heavier and deadlier the head could become. So having a huge head and tiny arms was an extraordinary advantage for these animals. It's really a marvel of evolution, you know? And there is an idea that maybe if they had continued to evolve, if Tyrannosaurus hadn't gone extinct 66 million years ago when the asteroid hit, and they'd been allowed to continue for millions of years after that, maybe they would have gotten rid of those arms entirely. And that's an idea that that Greg Paul actually brings up in a book here. He has kind of a speculative...
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil.
Cyborg.
Step 1,
Thank you for the
die.
prime there. And for the 14-month... Holy cow, Cyborg. Thank you, thank you.
Happy anniversary, Paleo YES move.
For the support, Cyborg. I appreciate you. Excellent. Here we go. Love this illustration here. So, this is Greg Paul's imaginative take on what if the asteroid had missed, or what if the dinosaurs had survived, except for birds. Some birds survived, but none of the other dinosaurs did. But what if they did survive? Here's a Tyrannosaur completely missing its arms. There's just little nubs there where the arms used to be. And it doesn't look that different, right? You're already pretty close with an animal like this. Those arms are kind of barely there. So given a few million years later, 10 or 20 million years, something like that, I don't know, maybe they would have lost their arms entirely. Lots of animals have over the years. Lots of animals have reduced their limbs to the point of uselessness, and then they just got rid of them entirely. Snakes did that. Lots of other kinds of legless lizards have done that. Whales did that with their hind limbs. So it's certainly easy to imagine. Or Dale Russell's Dinosauroid. There you go. That's maybe a different direction you could take these, Andrew. Yeah. Oh boy, don't get me started on that. But anyhow, yeah, 2021. All the places we went, things we got to see. Yeah, this is pretty awesome. Andrew, have you been to Blanding? Have you been to the museum there? This was kind of a hidden gem, I felt. We weren't planning this trip. Lordy and I were driving through, and here we go. We just kind of happened upon this, and we're like, we've got time.
For anybody who might be new, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm trying to do some science outreach here on Twitch. So yeah. And this is Lordy.
I'm Lordy. I'm from Cooking with Lordy. Usually I'm doing cooking content on Twitch, but right now I'm on this awesome road trip with my good friend Danny.
So yeah. So we are on this, as Lordy said, really awesome road trip going all around the American West, visiting different museums, and yeah, we're adding another one to our roster today that we're very excited about. So let's go check it out.
Let's do it.
All right, the Dinosaur Museum in Blanding, Utah. All right, gonna put my mask on real quick before we go in.
This is kind of during the height of COVID.
These bugs. All right, and here we are.
Anyway, this is really cool.
So cool. This is so lovely. I didn't know that Cherkis ever did a Suchomimus like this. So this is
this was for National
amazing
Geographic.
to be able to see this. And there's like so much here that I want to tell you about that I can't.
It's always closed, and I would be passing through Blanding.
But there are. Oh, I could stand here and talk about this all day.
Andrew, when you get the chance, you should visit. It's pretty cool. Like there's, and they charged us. It was like $5 for admission. I almost laughed. I'm like, are you sure you don't want more? Okay. But this is Stephen and you already know, Andrew, but this is Stephen and Sylvia Cherkis' museum. And this is maybe my favorite room in the whole museum.
But yeah, those claws right there.
Therizinosaurus.
That's about how long they should be, I guess. Therizinosaurs, as they become, well, as you go through time and they become more and more derived, they develop these really, really long muscular forelimbs with these super long claws at the end. These are probably like rakes for pulling down vegetation, bringing it closer to their mouths. Because these guys were herbivores. So think of those claws being used to reach up into the treetops, just grab branches and stuff, kind of rake them downward.
This is before I realized that we should have silent alerts on IRL live streams.
Get within range of that big mouth.
70 feet long.
Or that little
Tips
mouth.
the scales at a substantial
It's big here,
35
but
tons.
they've got a small head compared to their body size.
What a striking animal.
Yeah, does that make sense? Kind of like we think ground sloths would have used their arms for. I don't know if that helps at all. I'm using one extinct animal whose behavior is speculative as an analogy to explain another extinct animal whose behavior is speculative. Here, I wonder if these are the same Deinonychus
that we had in San Francisco.
California Academy of Sciences from when I was a kid. I bet you they are.
I think they are the same ones.
Yeah. So these are the velociraptors of Jurassic Park. Actually, Deinonychus. These are about life size, if not slightly larger than life size. And this is the original kind of scaly version.
An armored giant.
Carol.
His prehistoric fury on modern man and his puny machine.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Really pretty. Here's another one right here.
Some of these are feathered, and I love the feathering on them.
Dinocurious?
Dinocyrus?
Dinocyrus.
Yeah. So Therizinosaurus and Dinocyrus, if they were hassled by a big theropod, just reach out and get them with the claws.
One with feathers and
Yeah.
one without?
So
That's
these
a
are
cool...
the old ones.
Yeah.
And these are the new ones. Updated with feathers. Gorgeous.
Anyway, very cool stuff. Here's a link to that VOD right there if you'd like to see it. And only $5. Yeah, nuts. It was crazy. I think we ended up making a donation because it's like, how can you guys survive on $5 admissions? I guess they don't have like a prep lab or a real like fossil collections there. There's a lot of like sculpts, and there's this beautiful assemblage of dinosaur movie posters and stuff like that. Lots of art. In many ways, this was kind of like Stephen and Sylvia Cherkis' like personal collection of stuff that they turned into a museum, and a lot of their original artwork and sculpts and things like that. Yeah, interesting dinosaur bird stuff. They had some peculiar ideas about bird origins, and yeah, anyway. But overall, really cool museum. It's definitely worth a visit. It's not well advertised. We almost drove right by the sign without noticing it. But here's one of my favorite parts too, is the Dinochirus chasing the Tarbosaurus. Back before we knew what Dinochirus was. This is a riot. I love this.
Yeah, like the Compsognathus was always shown chasing and eating lizards. And I think that's because of fossil evidence there. Is it Bavarisaurus? Or I can't remember what the genus name of the lizard is.
Anywho.
No. So the arms here, Dinochirus, we used to think, well, the arms were the only part of that animal ever found. Those are theropod arms, like the arms of a meat-eating dinosaur. The biggest theropod arms ever found.
Right.
And so they're like, what does the rest of the animal look like? It's got to be like some giant mega super carnivore.
So this is Dinochirus. This here, one of my favorite dinosaur photos of all time is in David Norman's book of Dinochirus before we knew what this animal was. It was thought maybe it's a giant ornithomimosaur. Maybe. There we are. But check out these arms. Nope. Look at that. Huge. Just extraordinary. Those are the same arms right there.
So here they show it chasing this animal, Tarbosaurus, which is basically like a Mongolian T-Rex. This is probably what T-Rex evolved from. And
maybe not actually.
It turns out
Tyrannosaurus might not be a descendant of Tarbosaurus.
After having found the rest of the skeleton of Dinochirus, it's basically a big plant-eating animal like the Therizinosaurus in there. Yeah. So yeah, it's I don't know. This brings me a lot of joy. It's very funny to me.
So this is kind of a museum frozen in time in some ways. It is a cast, that's Saurus,
No, we have no evidence that any dinosaurs were venomous, honestly. For a while, I think...
Anywho, that's a cool museum, and again, here's a VOD if you want to check that out. Yeah. And somebody had a question about frugivorous dinosaurs. Brad Fraginator. I don't think this has been published yet. But there was a really cool talk at SVP this year, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, suggesting that the Oviraptorosaurs may have been frugivorous, especially in North America, the Caenagnathids in particular. And critters like Anzu. These guys very well might have been specialized for eating fruit. Based on the morphology of their jaws, I think there was some FEA in there, finite element analysis, looking at the structure of their jaws and how they work, and it seems like it would be perfect for nuts and fruits. So yeah. And it would make sense, like, we've always kind of assumed, like, oh yeah, this guy hasn't got any teeth, toothless jaws. We're gonna say the omnivore, but there might be some decent evidence coming out soon that these guys were actually frugivorous, fruit eaters, which might make a lot of sense. Oh, I love this illustration here. That's neat. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, hopefully we'll have a paper come out about that soon. I'm not telling tales outside of school here. Yeah. Anywho, what a privilege to be able to do that whole live stream. That was really cool. Oh, and we're back to the regular bots. Can we sort by oldest? Here we go. Anyway, 2021 rather was pretty early on in our streams. Here's me in my old apartment before I moved in with Ios and Lordy.
Yeah, because it's a really, really interesting story how Dippy came to be such an icon. And I'm
Diplodocus here.
Out.
And
yeah.
Andrew says Caudipteryx, I looked at in Beijing, had big seeds in the gut. Really cool. Very cool.
But I guess the hardcover version is 2003.
That makes sense. It makes a lot of sense,
yeah.
given this new information.
Yeah.
It's consistent. Yeah.
Anyway, rookie mistake. Here you go, Lilithobo, yeah. So anyway, it's kind of cool, like this idea. I wonder if any of these have actually changed since then. Like,
Anywho.
Really efficiently, rather
we used to do a lot more of this kind of thing in streams. Nowadays, we get so many more questions. There's so many more people in the chat. There's new papers to discuss. And, of course, we're doing fieldwork and stuff. But I used to do a lot of just watching old dinosaur documentaries here and using those as a springboard for conversation.
To each plant, they could just plant their feet in one place, swing that long neck across in a wide, sweeping arc.
Yeah.
To the mysterious giant teeth, back to a local sandstone quarry.
Mary and Gideon Mantell here.
Dr. Mantell and his wife knew that what they had found were fossils, animal bones that had been in the ground so long that they had turned to stone. Neither of them knew for certain the name of the animal the teeth had come from.
What do you mean, knew the name? It didn't have a name yet. It's new.
This was hardly surprising, for ever since the 17th century, people have been finding strange bones and fossils in the soil and stones of the south of England. Some thought them to be the remains of a race of giants that once lived in the area. Others believed them to be all that was left of a mythological collection of devils, dragons, and fairy tale monsters.
Producing a fossil hard as rock.
Anyhow.
The odds of this happening.
Max Art, thanks for the 6 months of support. I appreciate that.
But then on top of that, to actually find the fossil makes the world of the dinosaur hunter the world of the long shot.
Thank you for keeping me here online for 6 months, Max Art. I really appreciate your ongoing support. Yeah. So anywho, yeah, we well, things in some ways are similar to how they were back then in the old apartment. In some ways they're different. Somebody was pointing out the rotating Deinonychus skull on the shelf there. There you go. You can see that in the background right here.
Even Dr. Mantell got that wrong. This is where it really fits.
The people of Maidstone in Kent, near where the Iguanodon was found, were so pleased with it that they decided to put old Iggy here into their town's coat of arms.
Yeah.
Today, of course.
Anyhow. But even prior to that, well, here, let's go back to some of our very first recorded live streams here. July 13th, 2020. It's before I had the bookcases or anything.
Bruh. Let's see. Kind of worried that my music might be a little too loud right now, too. How are my levels, by the way? And hello to everybody there in chat. I'm so glad you're here.
Audio quality was so much worse back then.
And Ios, Mayor of Space, Killer Deluxe, Moldy Skink, A4 Osmosis. A4 Osmosis, thank you so much for the host right now. Sound is fine? Cool. All right.
Well, thanks for being here, Andrew. Enjoy your dinner.
Do something with your hair. Yeah, it is now high res. I got new hair. It's 1080p now. Do you like it?
This must have been after I got the.
Thanks, Ios. Hey,
hooked up the DSLR.
Big thanks to Ios, by the way, for helping me with this. Get my DSLR all hooked up. I'm using that as a.
She helped me with the camera. Hadn't helped me with the audio quality yet. This audio was dog water back then. This was well. Nowadays, I've got a proper XLR mic. This is just a kind of a crummy USB mic that I got right at the beginning.
Yeah, her help was invaluable with this. It probably would have taken me a week to figure that out if I ever got it.
Can we get a shout out for Ios, by the way?
And Paleodraw's here too. Hey, Paleodraw, how's it going? And Fetal Femme, hey, you're new here, right? Didn't I run into you in Dr. WD-40's channel? Welcome to the stream. We're gonna do some paleontologizing today.
There's an Ios email.
And Killer Deluxe says, I do like it. I don't know if my barber knows how to do 1080p though. Yeah, it does cost a little extra sometimes, but I know somebody. Yes.
So my hair was getting long because, of course, this is during the first year of COVID. This is July of 2020. It would be a long time until I would get a haircut.
Blur camera, yeah. Paleo did all the hard work. That's not true, Ios. Hey, by the way, cool emote, Ios. That's awesome. I just ignored the YouTube video you found.
This is just after she started streaming, and then Lordy started streaming, I think about a year after this, or yeah.
Hey there, Mr. Dino. Moldy Skink, how are ya? So good to see you. Yeah. So anyway, we've got some pretty exciting stuff planned for today. I think we might start off with some dinosaur and other fossil news. I've got a feeling that some of it might be particularly relevant to me.
I like this right here. This is a piece of bamboo that I found like a block away from my old apartment. So I cut this myself, and then I used this as a boom for an overhead camera. Fairly low tech, but it worked.
Because I think maybe some of the press for our new paper.
Puggo Wuggo says, how old were you in this stream? I don't even remember. I'm 21 now, So how old would I have been back then?
It's finally gone out, so we'll check on that. I haven't actually had a chance to check yet. I've been super busy getting a bunch of other stuff ready. So, yeah. One of the main things is this camera. It seems to be working so far. So...
And what is this here?
A barb sub. Is that Barbarous King? I'm pretty sure Ios is like pretty big in that community. Let's see here.
New paper, exactly, Trek Nerd.
You rearranged everything in OB. Here we go.
I'm still so proud of this, obviously.
All right, this is my new dinosaur. So we were talking about this a little bit last week. This was the first paper. It was just published on Friday. First paper that I'm an author on describing a new genus and species of dinosaur, which is...
This is my first new dinosaur, newly published dinosaur.
But yeah, I've been working on this thing for a long time. I presented on this at SVP back in 2013, and we ended up finding another claw of it. My friend Jack Wilson found it when we were out in the field in eastern Montana back in 2015. And yeah, brand new dinosaur, just published. I was super excited about that.
Trirarchuncus prairiensis.
Yeah. Yeah, we are witnessing some new BFFs in the making. This is awesome. Is this the fossil you found like in 2012? No, a different one. A4 Osmosis. This is I didn't actually find this one. I was on the crew who helped. Well, one of our crew members found a new piece of it.
Here. I've since done a sculpt and then
I helped
3D
work
printed
on this a
this
little
animal.
bit back in 2013. But this is not really, I don't know, kind of adjacent to the discovery and naming of this dinosaur. I've got my name on the paper. I'm one of the authors on the description. But yeah, this is not the one that I actually found. That's a ceratopsian dinosaur, a horned dinosaur.
Anywho, yeah. Trirarchuncus prairiensis. One of my very favorite dinosaurs because it's near and dear to my heart. I'm an author on the paper, This is it's pretty special to me. And people have done a lot of art of it since then, which is pretty neat. Trirarchuncus. There is the lovely model by Boban Filipovic. You can see this in the Badlands Dinosaur Museum nowadays. In fact, we did a stream from there early last year. There's my old crew chief Denver Fowler.
critters like still. We don't know for sure that this guy had this. Probably.
All sorts of things. It's really cool.
Very excited about that because that site that that we're talking about there, I helped work that back in, what was it, 20?
Peter Poik says no wings evolved yet. No, this is after the evolution of birds. This is a dinosaur. It's not a bird. It's a non-avian dinosaur, non-bird dinosaur. And it's on a separate lineage. These guys reduced their forelimbs down to almost nothing.
2013, 2014, I think. It was like 3 years that we were at that site, right? How did this? Let me just show you. Absolutely gorgeous. This is Trierarchuncus, which is one of my very, very favorite dinosaurs, because I'm one of the authors on the original descriptive paper from 2020. So this is what we call an alvarezsaur. It is him, yes, Dr. Terry, yeah. One of our very favorite dinosaurs here. So these bizarre, feathered, super short-armed, big-clawed, insect-eating dinosaurs. So this is another model that was produced by Boban Filipovic.
It's true, Casey, yeah.
And he actually won the Lazendorf National Geographic Paleo Art Prize for sculpture in 2018. So that is the award right there.
Cyborg, there's emu feathers all over it. So the sculptor got a bunch of emu feathers, and that is what is covering the critter.
It is well deserved. This is gorgeous. Photographs really just don't do it justice. Just the intricate feathering around the face. You've got little feathery eyelashes
Whale
there.
feathers and turkey feathers around there.
Yeah, it's just, like bristly whisker-like feathers all around too.
Exquisite.
And so why does it only have one claw on each arm, asked Kara Ashton. This whole group of dinosaurs, the alvarezsaurs, are like this.
Yep.
They've got one big claw, and that's the thumb claw right there. As you can see, there's two little tiny claws underneath as well. We don't know for sure that this guy had this. Probably did. Most of these alvarezsaurs seem to have that. But, it's been a mystery for a long time. Like, why did they have these super short but very, very robust arms?
And, well, here, I'll show you a clip helping explain this. Why do they have that? So this is the Mongolian cousin, sister species to Trierarchuncus. There you go, Casey. And Claire is remembering when we used this clip for a fundraiser, like a phone bank thing. Shing. Tasty termites. So that's what we suspect these animals are doing. They have a lot of different adaptations that make sense as insectivores. Anywho,
with one big claw like that. And the thing is, we see a similar kind of pattern in other insect-eating animals, animals that are using claws like that for digging. So critters like aardvarks, critters like silky anteaters, they've got very similar claws.
Speaking of those claws,
just like that.
Here we go.
So this is the medium-sized one. I've shown the paper many, many times on stream. But look at that. Yeah. And at the time you said this might be one of the most complete ones in the world, given that it's got the tip at the end?
Yeah, this is the most complete one in the world.
Wow.
It's certainly the most complete one in North America. It's more complete than the ones from Mongolia. And what this shows is that the claw is very curved. Like, people have said in the past that you've seen reconstructions like you can see on this drawing here.
Mhm.
It's got a quite blunt claw. Well, that was because the original Mononychus claws, the tip is broken, and people didn't realize how curved they were. Actually, one of the things that we did a lot of research on claws, and you can see that you can reconstruct the curvature of the claw by modeling a couple of circles on there. But
Even if it's incomplete, you can figure out what the tip would look like.
We
How long it
started
would be.
doing it. But this specimen, the little tip, it was broken, but it was right there next to it, and we can see how complete it is.
So that's the actual one right there. It's not a cast.
Incredible. Yeah.
So yeah, so this is the most complete Alvarezsaurid claw. There are other ones that are supposed to be complete, but the tips are often still a little bit damaged.
So nobody
And it's-
realized how pointy they would get
Right,
until you
and how
until
curved
Jack
they
Wilson
are.
found this. Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, this is I think leverage is more. It's very curved, so you can hook and pull rather than digging with it. Sort of, it's more hook and pull destruction.
Yeah. There's a link to that VOD. This is again from last February. If you want to take a look. But yeah, that's so cool that that I managed to save that VOD.
Anyway, cool. I went to pet him. I know, he's so cute, isn't he? Little Alvarezsaur. So this is a model that was put together by, what is his name? Boban Filipovic. That's Jack Wilson's hand. He's the guy who actually discovered this. And there are 3 different claws of this
Actually,
same
might be-
kind of animal. This Alvarezsaurid from the Hell
Could be
Creek.
Denver's hand.
This
I
is one
think
that's been in the
I think
collections
it's
of Museum of the Rockies for kind of a while. There's another one, a smaller one, and this is the one that he found. This is actually a cast of it. I don't think that's the original specimen right
That's
there.
not the original.
It doesn't look like it. It's too uniform.
You can
in color.
see. You can also see some of the like little bubble holes from where the resin cast didn't quite take properly. But yeah, anywho. Yeah. And then we have streams from even earlier than that, if you can believe. Well, one day earlier. I guess this is before we had the better camera. And different size specimens? Yeah, they're probably different members of the same species, just
Wheel with,
different ages.
50 randomly selected dinosaurs out of a list of pretty much every dinosaur.
Yeah.
Use volcanic ash, because that has.
I must have just gotten out of the shower right before
radioactive
this
elements
stream.
in it that you don't have in the actual fossils themselves. So these are all complicating factors, and there's a lot of very, very bright, passionate people who are working very, very hard to figure these things out. They're getting closer and closer to the actual numbers with every.
It could have also just been a really hot day, Peter Point. Yeah,
because
I.
updating those chronostratigraphic charts like the one I have hanging up above my.
And this might actually be the day when we did not have air conditioning in my old apartment, and one of my roommates didn't realize this. He went up to the thermostat and turned it all the way up because he thought he was turning up the AC, and it turned out he was actually turning up the heat on one of the hottest days of the year. It might have been this particular stream, so this might be the origin of the measuring cup there. Although I'm not seeing that at any point.
But I'm pretty excited about this.
And here we are sculpting an ankylosaur.
Super helpful.
I don't think I ever finished
because
this
if you have a dinosaur and you're like, wow, this looks so much different from any other dinosaur we've found in this area before. Like, what's going on here? It must be a different species. In northern Montana back in 2017.
I did a lot of sculpting back then on stream.
And looks like it ate ferns and a lot of charcoal too. Like, really interesting that these things
Never finished this one.
were eating charcoal on the regular.
I bet I still have the file somewhere.
Like, well,
I could
did it
finish
eat
this up and
charcoal
print it.
because there wasn't any food around because there were a bunch of forest fires and all the plants were gone and that's why it died. But again, easy fix. I wouldn't worry about it too much. That I've got. Actually.
Oh, and this is when I was still trying to do like slideshows here. You know, back before when I was still trying to think of this as like a seminar talk that you would give as you're visiting a museum or a university. I was still trying to do this sort of thing on stream rather than our more modern format here on Paleontologizing.
So, I'm going to tell you a story about a particular fossil that's got a very special place in my heart. And I'm going to tell you about an upcoming project that I've got. Actually, I guess the project is currently underway. with this fossil that I'm going to be sharing with you here on stream for probably the next couple weeks. So this specimen is a baby Triceratops. UCMP specimen 154452. So you may have noticed that this week I've got those new subscriber badges. A lot of people here in chat already have the little egg with the crack in it. But after that is this little beauty, a baby Triceratops. So the idea that I'm going for with the subscriber badges is that you start off as an egg, and then you're a baby Triceratops, and the Triceratops will continue to grow and mature as you subscribe for longer and longer. But I wanted to make these, not just like cutesy and fun, but also scientifically accurate. And so take a close look at like the shape of the head on this. This is based on a particular specimen. This one right here. This is the famous baby Triceratops skull at UCMP, the University of California Museum of Paleontology. And that is an institution that also holds a special place in my heart. That's kind of where I got my start as a paleontologist. And you can actually look up the specimen in their online database if you feel like it. It's, let's see, let me make this a little bit smaller. There we go. That's awesome.
This is wild.
Thanks, Molly Skink. Yeah.
This is almost 6 years ago here.
Yeah, all this stuff is, you can look this up online if you want to. It's available to the public, and you can see all the really cool fossils that they have there in the museum. But in my opinion, this is one of the coolest ones. Of course, I'm biased as a dinosaur person, but I think it's hard to argue with. It's such a charismatic little animal.
Anyhow.
And it was discovered.
Dig up dinosaurs?
Ludo Crash.
Our old alerts there too.
So much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Glad you're here. Hope you're having a good time.
It was just a skull there, Claire.
Before I get too sidetracked, let's get back to this presentation.
I think parts of it were disarticulated.
I appreciate you following. Yeah.
Harley Garbani.
So that specimen was found by this guy, Harley Garbani, who is an amazing person. He died a number of years ago, but before his death, he was probably one of the greatest fossil hunters in North America. He was not a professional paleontologist. He was actually a plumber. But he grew up hunting for fossils, and he was almost entirely self-taught.
Thank you, Casey. Yeah. This feels a little self-indulgent watching old clips of me here, but
and luckily for us,
I like this little trip
by
down
us,
memory lane.
Paleontologists,
and thank you, Ribsta.
The public who's interested in dinosaurs too. He did not pursue the dark route and become like a commercial fossil dealer. He worked alongside museums, and he found really important specimens, for the good of the general scientific community and the public at large. So he once found, I think at the time, what was maybe the best Tyrannosaurus specimen in the world. This is back in like the 60s or 70s.
Now at the museum in Los Angeles.
And he found a bunch of other really cool things. But in my opinion, the coolest thing they ever found was this Triceratops. And this guy right here,
Mark Goodwin.
You see right there, that's Mark Goodwin.
He's since retired.
So he's a dinosaur paleontologist, just retired recently from the University of California Museum of Paleontology at Berkeley. I used to do some work with him every once in a while. And here he is sitting down with these different Triceratops elements.
It's all disarticulated,
These are all the little bits and pieces. And he is very carefully piecing that together in order to be able to create a cast. Cast is like an exact replica created through molding and casting. So that he could put this on display for everybody to see. A man of morals. Exactly, Moldy Skink. Yeah. Harley Garbani was a good guy. Yeah, definitely deserves our respect. Hardest puzzle ever.
Rushwing says, I also really love seeing names in the chat I can recognize. Are there some there?
Yeah, it's luckily there weren't too many tiny pieces with this, I don't think. I bet your Mark has probably worked on stuff that was more difficult than this in the past, but definitely more difficult than a puzzle you'd get out of the box. Holy cow.
Anyhow, other Triceratops specimens.
Oh,
There's
great
the
question.
Berkeley Library trike. This is also the unnamed species from the middle of the Hell Creek, like we were talking about,
baby,
like Yoshi's trike.
That's definitely a misnomer. It's not like it just hatched or anything, because the creature would have hatched from an egg smaller than a soccer ball. There were no dinosaur eggs larger than like a soccer ball.
So anyhow,
Play had and made it and everything. And
there's me in high school.
Make sure that it wasn't damaged in transit. And then we ended up installing it up there in the library. So there's Mark Goodwin again. A bit more gray than he was before. So this is in the year 2009. And there he is, kind of starting to take it off of its pallet. So we're going to get it.
Unpacking this. I think we got this from Museum of the Rockies in Montana. There's me holding this up during the installation. Yeah. Anyhow, what was the whole point of this presentation? What was I talking about?
And here's the publication that Mark Goodwin did.
Yeah.
Material that we actually have from this creature. So the snout, the nose horn, the predentary, the end of the beak right here on the lower jaw, all this stuff had to be reconstructed. That was all sculpted. But this is the actual fossil material right there. This is the genuine stuff. Moved to Montana, immediately started working at Museum of the Rockies under Jack Horner and Denver.
Anyway,
dramatic enough that all these different ceratopsian dinosaurs, different horned dinosaurs from the same time, we used to think, when I say we, I mean dinosaur paleontologists in general, used to think that they were different species. It turns out, no, it's the same animal, just at different stages of life. They look so different that it had originally been named as different species or even different.
And so anywho, some of this I will have to reconsider nowadays, given the whole Nanotyrannus thing. That turned out to be valid really makes you think. But anyway, I was talking about ontogeny here. I think I was introducing the sub-badges and stuff like that, and yeah.
Because all the Torosaurus that have ever been found are super mature.
Which turns out not actually to be true. The ones earlier on might well be immature.
People of like Pedomorphosis and chimps. We evolved from the same ancestor. Like we share a common ancestor with chimps down here, and we kind of split off and went our separate ways.
This is before I discovered one zoom to be able to show these things. But yeah, anyway. Here's a link to that VOD right there. So this is, I think, the earliest Twitch stream I have recorded here. Yeah, July 9th, 2020. Oh, no, hang on. No. June 30th. This is our very first one.
Very
Temperus TV says, you are a tremendous asset to Twitch. I enjoy your streams immensely. My only regret is not having found you sooner. Thank you for constantly teaching us new things and your hilarious jokes and entertainment. Hilarious. That's very kind of you to say. Too kind. Thank you so very much, Jenny. Thank you, Temporus. I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah.
That's why dinosaurs don't exist no more.
Wasn't it a meteor?
They're all meat eaters. Meteor. Take it easy.
DJ Shark Girl.
And their 7 raiders are all meat eaters too.
Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I hope you don't eat me. It's good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. I promise you, I don't normally dress like some kind of mobster or white-collar criminal or something like that. It is our 6-year Streamiversary special today. As of today, May 7th, 2026, I've been streaming for 6 years. And exactly 6 years. May 7th, 2020 is when I started here on Twitch. So we've been celebrating today, and yeah. It made me stop and decide to raid you. Well, I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome, DJ Shark Girl. If you and your raiders, if any of you happen to be new, let me play a quick little channel trailer to introduce you to what we're all about here on Paleontologizing. Here we go.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
Be right back.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There we go. So welcome to Paleontologizing. And yeah, we're doing a little trip down memory lane here. Looking at some old broadcasts, talking about the past 6 years of doing science outreach here on Twitch. And I haven't even really talked about what the future might hold, but yeah. It's good to have you here. Thank you again for the raid, DJ Shark Girl, and I hope you had an excellent stream. And yeah, that was a life-size 3D printed T-Rex skull, Puggo Wuggo. Yes, indeed. Here, I can show you that. Here we go. So this is the Maximus Tyrannosaurus skull. So this is a commercial specimen. This, to my knowledge, is the first time that this particular specimen has ever appeared in a museum. So the original was dug up on private land by a commercial group, and then it was sold at auction. They were expecting to get like $20 million just for the skull, and they ended up getting about $6 million. Anyway, dinosaur fossils shouldn't be sold at auction. They're scientific specimens. They belong in a museum. Disappeared. It's in a private collection somewhere. Nobody seems to know its whereabouts, but briefly, some files appeared online on a 3D printing website, a scan of the skull, and I was able to scoop those up before they disappeared just a couple days after that. And so with those files, I was able to 3D print this life-size, and now here it is to be enjoyed by all the visitors to the museum. Right now it's right here in kind of the lobby area. We're going to go upstairs in a moment and take a look at some of the fossil exhibits, but I wanted to show this to you first. We'll return to this, and I can talk about various aspects of the skull and some peculiarities here and there, because it is a weird specimen in a lot of ways. But there's a link to that VOD there. Yeah, good stuff. So this is a museum that I'm working with in Fremont, California, and we're not going to get into it too much right now, but I've got hopefully some exciting stuff coming up with them. Might even do a stream from there sometime in the next week or so. Yeah. But let's go back into 2020. And what am I working on here? A much smaller Tyrannosaur skull.
Scientific.
Here we go.
Age of Middle Earth.
This, I think, is the oldest stream that I have on Twitch. Or on YouTube, rather.
Scientific.
So this is just a couple... Just a few weeks after I first started streaming.
This is my Erlikosaurus skull. Never mind. Let me find my Tyrannosaurus skull. Got too many theropod skulls.
And there you go, Gravity. Yeah, exactly. Always learning new things, correcting old stuff.
There we go.
And hey, Iacane, welcome. Good to see you. I hope all is well.
All right. Very precise, technical, scientific equipment here. Oh, I missed something. Granite Crow, today is Asteroid Day. You don't happen to have a favorite asteroid, do you? Ooh, thank you, Ios, by the way. I don't know why I missed that. That's so weird. I've got my VPN turned off. I don't know why it would be doing that. Yeah, and we will be talking about asteroids during our news segment. So thank you for asking, Granite Crow. Favorite fun fact is that the T-Rex has actually existed closer in history to humans than to Stegosaurus. Yeah, I've mentioned that here on stream before. Kind of mind-blowing, right?
Anyway, I like that I used to keep things inside of a tortilla bag. But yeah, I was assembling a juvenile Tyrannosaurus skull here.
No expense or something like that.
Which I still have.
We'll work on that. Let's workshop that together, Ios. And let's see. What was I doing here? I'm just assembling.
There's the maxillae right there.
So that we can Let's see, I've got the maxillae up here. I think these are the jugals back here. Here's a lacrimal.
Let me go grab it.
That fits on right there. There's a little peg that the 3D model artist put in there, so that this can sit right there. Nice little symphysis here. It goes on like that. And here's the orbit back here. This is where the eye's going to sit.
The finished product. As it exists now.
This guy goes like that.
Here's one I prepared earlier.
Like that. Yeah. Gives you a basic idea of what the skull's going to look like. Pretty small, and this is life-size, by the way. Another streamer, Rocket Sage, played the bad recorder version of the Jurassic Park theme, and it had it as my sub alert for a while. Very nice. I say.
Anyway, yeah. And is this genuinely a baby Rex, or was it actually a Nanotyrannus? So this one is a sculpt. So it's supposed to be a juvenile Tyrannosaurus. It has, I think, it's got a lower number of teeth, fewer teeth than a Nanotyrannus. So the artist, I think, was assuming that they were two different critters. So this is not supposed to be a Nano, this is supposed to be a Rex. Yeah. Anyway, back then, I thought they were the same thing. Most people did. Now, I guess we know better. New information, new data. We talked about that earlier in the stream, but yeah. Anywho. But yeah, I think this is the earliest saved stream that we have on YouTube.
Nothing. Back. Okay, good. Hey, Maui Joyce is here too. Hey, so good to see you.
I had a lot of...
Excellent. Thank you for the feedback, guys.
A lot of family and personal friends and my students who would tune in back then.
Yeah, few is right.
Dig up dinosaurs?
Oh, and it looks like somebody maybe just followed. Things being buggy again. Dr. WD40 followed me. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah. I like the emote overlay. Nice. Hey, Dr. WD40.
Yeah, awesome. Anyhow, so here's a link to that VOD. I think the oldest one that we have saved to YouTube. So that was it's the closest glimpse that you'll get to my very first Twitch streams. But prior to that, I was producing edited videos on YouTube. Before I ever learned about Twitch, I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 edited YouTube videos, each of which took way too long to make. Sure, they were fun, but they never really got many views or anything, and never really went anywhere. Like this one here, only 307 views when I first moved back to California from Montana. Let's take a look at that real quick.
When the wind freezes, winds are blowing, and the snow is starting in the fall.
Yeah. My students were preschoolers at the time.
Turn westward knowing that's the place that I love best of all.
There's been a general decline around here for a while now, and opportunities in paleontology have been disappearing. So after the better part of a decade in Montana, I'm moving on to greener pastures. I'm returning to where I got my start.
California, here I come.
Such terrible audio quality back then.
Right back where I started from.
This is a little corny.
Perhaps
this does get really corny.
California actually is the center of the universe.
Oh
boy. Or at least if you're going to do something ridiculous like designate a center of the universe, it might as well be California. New Yorkers might assume that the title is theirs, but I don't think that's been true since the 1930s, if it ever was. You could make a convincing argument that, in recent history, no other region on our planet has had more influence on the world stage than the Golden State. It's a place whose geology made it the world's singular destination.
Gold. In 1848, gold was the word for California.
The gold rush was the first time people from all of the continents came together into one particular place. We can look to that as a pivotal event in human history, where you see created for the very first time a world-class, multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multicultural society.
That variety of people has always been its strength.
Most of them got scammed,
making
though.
California the
Hardly
world
anybody got
leader in
rich.
media, the biggest trendsetter in popular culture, a trailblazer in politics and in civil rights, and perhaps most especially, a driving force in science and technology.
In gen.
Chances are the platform on which you're watching this video right now is based
Twitch
in California.
Oh,
That's because the things which get...
That's really funny, actually, because this was on YouTube at the time. YouTube is in the South Bay. Twitch is headquartered in San Francisco, so this is still true. That's so funny.
Video right now is based in California. That's because the things which get invented there have a tendency to spread out across the globe.
Yep. Blue jeans were a California invention. And Rahab says the Roman Empire existed? I don't know what that is, Rahab.
Innovation and scientific discovery make up the very fabric of the place, leading to the development of new technologies, be they to waste time or to bring an end to humanity.
We knew the world would not be the same.
Ramen, thank you, Ayakan.
Now, as somebody who works primarily on dinosaurs...
Terrible audio.
You may be wondering what I plan on doing in a place that isn't particularly well known for its dinosaurs. In fact, you may be wondering whether there even are any dinosaurs in California. Well, the answer is yes, there certainly are.
Not very many.
1540 will establish the Augustinophilus morrissey as the official state dinosaur of California.
Indeed, California is a hotbed of paleontology in general. I think the only reason it's not usually recognized as such is that there are just so many other noteworthy things going on in the state. But from the famed La Brea tar pits to the ancient whales of Santa Cruz to the great sea dragons of the Central Valley, interesting and important fossils abound in California. Many of those are housed in the state's museums, but still more specimens are just waiting to be dug up by those with the skills.
Could man have survived in the dinosaur age of mighty
Brick Muppet. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. I don't know if I recognize that name, Brick Muppet, but wonderful to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I promise you I don't normally dress like this. It's a very special event today. Our 6-year streamiversary. It was 6 years ago on this very day that I first started streaming here on Twitch. And, well, yeah, let me give you a quick little primer on what we're all about here on this channel. But I hope you had an excellent...
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Great to have you here, Brick Muppet. And thank you, Buddy Hot, for the 100 bits. Thank you.
Happy Streamiversary. Lil Moon Ye, Lil Moon Ye.
Good stuff.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
Actually, you know what? Rather than showing this, I haven't done this in a long, long time. Let's say hello to previously recorded Danny, who has been lying dormant for many months now. Previously recorded Danny's going to tell you a little bit about who I am, what this channel is all about, how in the world a paleontologist got here on Twitch in the first place. It actually has a lot to do with what we're going to show off in this video, but yeah, without further ado, previously recorded Danny, all the way back from 2020. Take it away.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. But you may know it.
And could defend?
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist, and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada, but most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, in the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
Alright, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off.
1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am.
I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are.
This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that?
I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach. And I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful.
So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. It's been a while, hasn't it? Yeah. It was that very first summer that I started streaming. I put together that video, and it turned out to be an excellent way to kind of introduce new folks to the channel. It was during that first year that things really kind of started to take off. And then it was like a year and a month later, after I first started, I went full-time here on Twitch. And thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you, thank you.
Anonymous really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, thank you. You just got some ukulele there. Anonymous, you are as generous as you are mysterious, and I appreciate you for it. Hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? What's going on? Yeah. Oh, hello, Mini Pie. Hi. Look, we matched today, kind of. Anywho, my move back to California from Montana was kind of an unexpected thing. Sort of a lot of things kind of happened at the same time, and there weren't really many opportunities left in Montana for me. So I decided to move back to California, and if it hadn't been for that, I wouldn't be here on Twitch. I wouldn't have met Ios and Lordy, I wouldn't have gotten that teaching job, all the different things that kind of led up to now 6 years of live-streamed paleontological outreach. You know? I'm lucky it worked out that way. You know?
The knowledge and the permits to do so. So if you were wondering what this move means for paleontologizing, well, I can assure you it's good. It's going to mean more videos, more often, and more cool locations on a greater variety of topics.
And I mean, those pre-recorded videos like that turned out to not really be the way that these things... That wasn't sustainable, you know? Streaming on Twitch, that was the ticket.
I've got some big plans for the future, so stay tuned. Anyway, I'm Danny Anduza, and keep on paleontologizing.
So corny back then.
California, here I come, right back where I started from, where bowers of flowers bloom in the sun. Each morning at dawning, birdies sing, and everything a sun-kissed miss said, don't be late. That's why I can hardly wait. Open up your golden gate, California, here I come.
There we go. Mini Pie, you're stepping on the mouse. Some things up. Anyway, I appreciate that, Casey. Thank you. And here, maybe to just round things out. I'll show you the first video that I ever worked on. The very start of paleontologizing, before I was on Twitch. My plan was to do these things on YouTube full-time. That's where I came up with the name Paleontologizing, and here's kind of an explainer all about that. This is the genesis of paleontologizing, before the Twitch days. Here it is right here. Again, it's gonna be corny, but, well, everybody's gotta start somewhere, right? Anyway, let's fast forward through this part. Yeah. I tell the story here about how I'd been waiting for a flight on my way back from the field at one point, and a flight attendant asked me, like, you know, who are you? What are you doing? And I'm like, oh, I'm a paleontologist. I'm going back to Montana, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, well, what's it like?
My name is Danny Anduza, and I'm a paleontologist. I've been lucky enough to be able to pursue my greatest passion, and that plays out on a daily basis. Whether it's research, or fieldwork, or illustrations, and one way or another, most of my waking hours are organized around the study of fossils. Now, when that's how your life is structured, it can
Video
be
and
really
audio was
easy
so
to
bad
just
back then.
become completely
Oh,
engrossed
man.
in your work.
We've come a long way.
To not really share it with people outside of your discipline. That's a big mistake. As scientists, people like me who actually make our living unlocking the mysteries of the universe, we have literally the most interesting jobs in the entire world. It's about time we started acting like it, I think. The biggest part of that is reaching out to the public. It means stepping out of the lab and actually talking to people, answering questions and promoting our own research, and not leaving that up to the journalists and the science communicators because, oh, let's face it, they often aren't up to the task.
Recently, some research was published that said the Triceratops was not real.
I think it's high time that scientists took ownership of how their science is represented. Now, first off, having useful vocabulary can help with this. Many occupations actually have their own specific verbs, which help to frame their work in active, forceful ways, to keep it from becoming an abstraction. But most scientific fields don't have their own verbs. Fossil science doesn't. And sometimes I worry that this failure of vocabulary might make paleontology seem dry and distant.
Funny.
What's funny?
Well, a girl like you, a paleontologist,
What's wrong with paleontology?
classifying old bones.
Oh, bones.
I wanted to do something about that. I wanted a word. So like any moderately creative person, I decided to come up with my own. I like to call it paleontologizing.
Dramatic. It was so corny back then. But, you know, corny's okay. Corny is earnest, right? Or at least, I don't know. Yeah. This is the origin of the term paleontologizing. It's really tough to come up with something that's unique and searchable and compelling, and this is the closest I got to any one of those three, I guess.
It's kind of a joke, kind of an overtly jargony sounding word, but it also speaks to what I really do in a broad kind of way. It speaks to the idea that paleontology isn't just a body of knowledge, like a book lying there on a shelf. No, it's a process. It's something that you do. It's a way to think. Put simply, paleontologizing is looking at the world around us in a way that's informed by the study of fossils. This can manifest in a lot of different ways. Like realizing that the pronghorn, also called the antelope, happens to be the fastest runner in the Western Hemisphere, and there's a very good reason for that. It's because until one of its predators went extinct fairly recently, it had to be that fast, just for everyday survival. Paleontologizing is being momentarily dumbstruck when confronted with the sheer size of a full-grown elephant, before remembering that, oh, relatively speaking, it's not actually that big. Paleontologizing is appreciating that for every tree, every mushroom, every fly, there are over 3 billion years of evolution that went into shaping them. Paleontologizing is knowing that if you really want to understand the world and our place in it, then you have to understand the past. And, you know, not to be sappy or anything, but the act of digging into that past, that's the greatest adventure there is.
we go. Because this song is definitely copyrighted. This is from Shannon and the Clams. This is back before YouTube was strict about this kind of thing.
Reports from the field, original illustrations, tips and pointers for those of you who want to get into paleontology, explorations of the give and take between paleo and pop culture, and above all, a celebration of that fossil heritage that we all share.
So whether you're the distinguished curator of a major museum or just
like
a
Andrew
curious
Miller.
member of the public,
Like
I'm glad
many
you're
of you.
here. And I hope you'll get something valuable out of this. My name is Danny Anduza, and this is Paleontologizing.
So that's what paleontologizing was supposed to be. It was a YouTube series at first. And now, let's see, that would have been end of 2017? 2026. It's something very different. Sometimes you gotta pivot. Sometimes the original plan isn't quite grandiose enough. I feel so lucky to have been able to There we go. Well, here. Before we do final thoughts, let's play our Streamiversary little music video thing again one more time. Here we go.
This is really not what paleontology is like.
$5 food picks. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
In the time of the dinosaur, this was the
Calzorki.
tropical delta, home of the big plant eaters, and of the monsters who chased them.
Thank you for the 6 months of support. I really
Happy
appreciate that.
Streamiversary Paleontology.
Thank you, Calzorki. I really
These are just some of the questions that people ask about dinosaurs.
And M. Retlow, thanks for following. Good to have you here. Thanks for clicking that follow button, Kelzorky. Thank you for your sustained support of the sustained support over the past 6 months. And Clockwork Ninja.
Moon pie. What a time to be alive.
Excellent. 48 months.
Congratulations. 6 years is quite the achievement. Here is to 60 more.
Thank you, Clockwork Ninja. Excellent. And Salamander, thank you for providing a viewer story there. Salamander talking about when they first found this channel. If I recall right, I was researching iguanodontian hands. I don't remember why, but the stream topic was iguanodon, and the 3D print of that big old thumb was on the wall, and the stream just showed up in my Google searching. I tuned in, then disappeared for a year, then was super excited to rediscover the stream a year later, and what in the world, I already followed this guy? Wow. And Salamander, you have gotten involved with paleontology afterward. I know you took that class with Denver and Liz. Now you're a member of the mod team. Doing all kinds of cool things. Thank you for being such a pillar of this community, Salamander. I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you for everything. And apparently we've got a hype train started here.
The biggest question of all surrounding the dinosaurs is why.
Racodactylus, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome.
Rako_Dactylus and their 47 raiders have arrived to ask exactly that question.
I appreciate the raid, Rako. I hope you had an excellent stream. It's great to have you here. Super adorable Crested Gecko raid. Yes, indeed. If anybody here in the chat prior to this raid is not yet following Racodactylus, you are missing out. He is himself also a scientist here on Twitch.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Golganek, for the 100 bits there. Thank you.
Congratulations on Streamiversary 6, Danny. Chew double exclamation mark, Paleocera body, Paleocera Yoshis.
And Cliff Alistair McLean.
I didn't know what dinosaurs is all about until these boys come.
Thank you, Cliff Alistair McLean. 51 months there.
RHACODHYPESEPER duper adorable crested gecko raid. RHACODHYPE.
Thank you, Cliff. Today we've been celebrating 6 years of paleontologizing here on Twitch, and we just took a look at some of the earliest streams that I had done as we've been kind of making our way back chronologically throughout today's stream. I just showed off some videos that I did on YouTube back when paleontologizing was supposed to be like a scripted and edited video series doing science outreach. I'm tremendously lucky to have met Ios and Lordy at a time when, well, it was right at the beginning of COVID and live streaming. Twitch was just expanding almost exponentially during COVID, and it was shortly after that I got my start. It was fertile ground for science outreach, and I've been so grateful for the success that I've had here, and to see other science streamers take off, grow, and thrive. Racodactylus, who just raided in, is a cognitive scientist. He does science outreach now 2 days a week, and he is going full-time here on Twitch. If you're not following him, you're missing out. Go give him a follow. Reiko, again, I hope you had an excellent stream. I am proud to share this platform with you, and thank you for being a moderator as well. Holy cow. Everything you've done for this community. I hope your channel continues to grow and thrive. It's tough out there for academics nowadays, but I think I don't know. Here. I'll put it this way. You know how there's that phrase that, like, well, sometimes the best you can hope for in life is to be useful, to serve as a warning to others. I kind of hope I'm the opposite of that in the sense that I hope that what we've built here on Twitch, on Paleontologizing, on this channel, can serve as maybe an inspiration to others to do bigger and better things in the future. There's tremendous potential for science outreach on live stream platforms like Twitch. And for the past several years, I've been trying to get my colleagues in paleontology excited about this idea and encourage them to pursue this. And it can be a way to do your outreach and get your funding at the same time in certain ways. I'm tremendously proud of what we've been able to do here, what we've been able to build. And other people who have more talent and more ambition than I have, think about what they would be able to do. I hope that this can serve as an inspiration to people to do bigger and grander, more impressive and more beneficial things. There you go, Cackling Surf. No, I would very much like to do some collaborations with Rhacodactylus at some point. It'll probably have to be mid-August or later, I imagine. Given that the field season is coming up, I've got my Florida trip in 2 weeks. It's gonna be a very busy summer. But I'm really excited to work alongside Reiko. We should come up with some cool stuff. He was talking about
What a wonderful community you've built here. May your SciComm dreams keep expanding and growing well into the future Paleo YES.
Thank you, Golganak. Thank you for helping build this. Thank you for your continued support and enthusiasm and viewership. I appreciate you very much, Golganak. I hope you know that. I know I say it all the time, but... Anyhow. Brad Fraginator says, harder to see the long-term effects of science outreach over the results of their day-to-day work? I don't know. That's the funny thing about streaming here on Twitch, is that it is very... It feels small scale. It feels granular. We're having a conversation right now, you and me, with 200 plus people watching and also commenting and participating. There's a certain kind of like unusual intimacy about this, where like we're talking right now. But there's a lot of other people watching. It feels weird. It's not quite like it's not quite like being in a theater. Maybe it is. I don't know. Here's a 200-seat theater. Over the course of a live stream, I'll have well over 1,000 people who trickle in and trickle out, usually. So we're making a big impact, but yet it can still feel like a one-on-one conversation at times. I think this is something kind of weird. It's like we as human beings, maybe we're still kind of getting used to this idea. It's a bizarre technology that we have here. Live streams, the whole Twitch thing. I don't even have the right vocabulary to describe why it's weird. But there's potential for tremendous impact. So beyond that, beyond just reaching people and talking to them about stuff, we've been able to do some really cool stuff on this channel with raising funds for scientific fieldwork and research, fossil prep in the laboratory. We had some part in helping save the St. George dinosaur site last year. We've been able to raise enough money to do fieldwork in Wyoming for the past few years too. Something special about this, about Twitch streaming and about live streamed outreach. I want more scientists to do this. And I kind of feel like the most impactful outreach of the future, maybe it'll be something kind of like this. I hope that doesn't sound self-aggrandizing or flattering or anything. I think there's so much potential here, and I'd love to see other people run with this, you know? Yeah. Huggo Wuggo says, these streams are amazing. I feel like a little kid learning about dinosaurs for the first time. That warms my heart to hear, you know? And Bad Fraginator says, perhaps that's why it's hard to convince other scientists to do it. It's so new and not at all as gate-kept as science outreach used to be not long ago. I think that's part of it, yeah. And I think it takes a certain degree of, like, humility to talk with people via a chat like this, where anybody can come into the chat and just say whatever they want. You really gotta be open to be able to do this kind of thing, you know? And many scientists, that's not their natural inclination. They want to just keep their heads down, work in the laboratory, or go off and do field work away from people. There isn't that kind of, like, I don't know, almost... that almost kind of, like, tent revival aspect. Like, yeah, anybody can show up and, you know, we'll put on a show and try and get the word out, and, you know, it's an old-fashioned revival. There is a certain quality like that in live streaming. And just temperamentally, I think a lot of scientists aren't comfortable with that. Especially older folks. But at the same time, one thing that I've learned by presenting on my outreach at SVP over the past few years, because in 2024 and 2025, I had research posters where I was talking about doing Twitch outreach live streams on paleontology. Twitch outreach poster. Here we go. I'm trying to find you the, yep. Bingar. Here's my poster from 2024. So this was like my way of trying to introduce this concept to my colleagues at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology Conference, our big global meeting of fossil bone scientists. And I noticed something really interesting in that younger people, many of them would like just walk up from across the convention hall because they saw this poster, maybe they recognized the Twitch logo, or they thought something was special about this, but they loved this idea of doing live stream science outreach. And I talked on the poster about making my living here on Twitch and having that fund my research and fieldwork and travel and everything, and they were really intrigued. And a lot of older people, generally people over the age of about 50, kind of had... It's not that they just had no concept of what Twitch is, like that's fine, they haven't heard of this platform, whatever. But they were almost a few people were almost offended by that very idea. They're like, anybody can come in and chat? Anybody can type whatever they want? And you have to answer their questions? Well, you don't have to. You can ignore them if you really want to. You do a lot of that, I suppose. Try not to, but just this idea of being open and forthright and like, yeah, come on in, let's talk science. We're on the same level here, you and me, you know? It's not an ivory tower thing. We're just, let's talk, you know? Let me share my passion for fossil science with everyone. Let me walk you through these processes. Let me show you live field work. Let's go over new scientific papers. Let's do this. Let's do that. Especially for a lot of older academics, they're like, that just sounds exhausting. Why would anybody want to do that? It's not entirely an age thing. I'm sure there are some younger researchers who feel exactly the same way, but it's, I don't know, this is, I get energized by this. I get excited about this. I want to share it. I find this tremendously fulfilling, and I feel so grateful to be able to do this kind of thing and make my living. It's a dream come true, you know? I didn't think that this is how my career was going to go as a paleontologist. When I was 9 years old, dreaming of a career in fossil science, this isn't how I envisioned it. But in many ways, it's so much better. And I'm tremendously grateful to everybody who helps make this possible through their viewership, through their financial contributions, through moderating, through just showing up. Anyhow. Oh yeah, sorry, I've been neglecting the chat. How do you get over the stage fright? Says fly in your fries. I don't know. I did a lot of public speaking in school, elementary and middle school and high school and university. I don't know if I'm an extrovert, but I don't mind talking to people. Yeah. And yeah, I don't know. Just do it. Just don't think about it. That's my approach usually. Yeah. And you translate. You did Gravity. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Into Spanish. Yeah. Anywho. Bad Fraginator makes a good point. Maybe colleagues I've spoken to who seem leery about this, maybe they're used to a more toxic comment environment on Facebook, and imagine that. Yeah, that's fair. And I think, well, honestly, I think part of it is, this is not true of everybody in academia, but I think we all, those of us who are in academia, Reiko can attest to this too, I'm sure. There are certain folks in academia who, like, just kind of misanthropes. Like, they don't like other people. They have a very low opinion of just people you meet on the street. And their worst nightmare is, like, having to answer random people's questions about their science. Like, there's nothing more heinous than that idea to them. And I'm lucky that that's not me, I guess. You know? Yeah. And Reiko says there, it really speaks to how a lot of scientists and academics are just not used to gatekeeping, but want to maintain a lot of useless gatekeeping. That is a thing. Yeah. His Mustang says you have to have thick skin and be able to ignore negative comments. True. Although I've been, thanks to the moderators here in large part, I don't have to deal with very many negative comments. And I don't know. And I've, frankly, I mean, let's be honest, I've got a tremendous number of privileges that kind of shield me from negative comments too, you know? Like, I'm a white passing, at least, cishet male in the United States, English speaking, with a kind of general American accent. Like, these are a lot of, like, unearned privileges that, like, I'm extraordinary. I don't want to say lucky because it makes it sound self-important or like these are necessarily positive traits. They're whatever. But, like, in our culture, that's just, I have to deal with a lot less nonsense than other people do, you know? But I want to be able to use those privileges for good, you know? I'm lucky that, like, people look at me and they want to listen to me. And that's not based on anything that I've done. I haven't earned that. But I have these privileges and I want to use them to try and make the world a better place. You know? I think it's one of the reasons I don't get too many negative comments is like, well, frankly, like, I don't know. Imagine it like this. Like, if I were I don't know. Imagine me in different ways. Not as a white-passing, cishet, English-speaking, able-bodied male. Imagine me other variations on all of those. Things would probably be very different. So I don't know. I have a certain obligation, I think, to stick up for people who don't have those unearned privileges. Yeah. But Casey makes a good point here. And sorry, I'm way behind in the chat. Casey says, if academics are frustrated that the general public doesn't understand their field, they should learn to talk to the general public. Otherwise, the public will get their information from poorly researched sources. And yeah, I mean, part of the responsibility lies with academics, I guess, that we don't talk to the public enough. But at the same time, academics are disincentivized from doing that in a lot of cases. Like, if you really want to make it as a scientist and get, like, a tenured job, it's like Balint says. You know, he's had to deal with supervisors who were like, oh, the only scientists who do outreach are failed scientists because they're not busy enough with their actual work or whatever. And, like, why would you ever want to talk to the stupid public? They don't care about what we do, and we should ignore them and just focus on our much more important science because we're better than they are. Like, oftentimes the people who rise through the ranks in academia, my experience, are those people who, that's the attitude that they have. That's rewarded in the cutthroat world of academia, especially as universities have become increasingly financialized and bureaucratized. This would be the sort of thing that would be really fun to talk with Rhacodactylus about in person at some point, if we do a collab, but yeah. Anywho. Akira Eclipse says, do you have anywhere that talks about your fieldwork, upcoming and past?
Those claws on the wings are, once again, invaluable.
Glorious Sun, thank you for the 22 months of support. Thank you for the Prime there. Thank you for the support.
Happy STREAMIVERSARY.
Appreciate that, Glorious Sun. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back. Anywho. Yeah. Charlie's Dragon says, I'm convinced he, meaning me, Danny? Convinced Danny doesn't have stage fright. He's like a Labrador, just running up to people. Hi, hello, let me get to know you. Charlie's Dragon. How did you become such a keen observer of people? I've had lots of folks tell me this before, but usually like only after they get to know me for a while. I think that you might have some real insight there. In some ways, I don't know. I'm not just being self-deprecating sometimes when I say that I have a dog's brain. There is a genuine kind of, like, golden retriever attitude that I think I have. It's, I don't know, for good or for ill. Like, it's like looking in a mirror, you know? I do sometimes have this enthusiastic, heedless attitude. Just, I don't know. I have a dog's brain, and that's fine. You know what? It's not a bad thing. Yeah. But Akira Eclipse, yeah, you should check out the YouTube page or my Blue Sky if you want news about what's coming up. But usually just watching the streams, this is where I don't spend a lot of time on social media or anything, apart from Twitch. This is what I do, this is what I enjoy doing. I don't think I've posted to Instagram in years now. I probably should for the sake of growth, but it's such a pain in the butt. I hate Instagram. I despise it. Same with TikTok and these other things. Like, it's actively painful to browse those things. I don't enjoy it. I don't mean to slag off anybody who enjoys these things. It's not for me, you know? Yeah. Reiko says, in any healthy stream, the negative comments are coming primarily from the moderator team needling the streamer. Fair, yeah. Which hopefully they're doing right now, telling me to catch up to the chat because I'm way behind. All right, scrolling through. But yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, part of it is how you respond to what could be negative comments. It's very disarming. Sometimes you gotta kill them with kindness, or immobilize them with kindness. We don't want to kill anybody here. But yeah. Yeah, I feel like we're seeing the fallout of all that around us these days. I agree, Casey. I agree with that. Yeah. Odie says he is a bit like that. What, like this? Yeah, sometimes. Maybe all the time. It would appear to be nearly 5 a.m. here. Holy cow, Cacklinsworth. And it is 8 p.m. here? Shoot. I think I heard Ios and Lordy get home as well. Ios is home from work. I gotta wrap this up pretty soon, but let's catch up to the chat. Casey says, not a bad way to be. Yeah. And Squirrel, Lordy can also attest to this, but sometimes I do catch myself chasing the squirrels in the backyard. And not in an angry way, but just like I don't know. I can't help it. I just kind of see them as peers. It's like, what are you doing here? This is where I live. You know? Go back where you live. Why are you looking at me like that, squirrel? You know? Gav1816 says, I'm thankful for what you do. It's so great to learn about things from real professionals. I don't know how professional I am, but I'll take that as a compliment, Gav. Your wealth of knowledge and also have been my link to so many other great folks doing science outreach. That warms my heart to hear. Yeah. Thank you for saying that, Gav. I appreciate you. Yeah. The squirrels are hard on the bird feeders. Well, we've been able to keep them away from the bird feeders for the most part. But I've always got an eye on them. If they figure out how to thwart the squirrel baffles, these different devices that I have to keep the squirrels off. If they ever find a way around those, we're gonna have a tussle, me and the squirrels. Charlie's Dragon says, dog brain must be working since we're all here listening to you. I mean, I'm sure you've got better things to do, right? I need to wrap this up. We might even be doing a special IRL stream tomorrow from a zoo. We'll see. That's the plan anyway. So tune in for that surprise Friday stream. I gotta change up the calendar. Schedule. And Bad Fraginator says, so you see many social media outlets, much the same as other scientists may see Twitch as well? I guess so, Bad Fraginator. That's a good point. Yeah. I appreciate you saying that. It's something for me to think about. I can be kind of a curmudgeon about other social media platforms. It's even weird for me to think of Twitch as being a social media outlet, social media platform. But it is, you know, inherently it is, right? Oh shoot, flying fries, yeah. Squirrel, Acipterids, they be predate. Anyway, yeah. surprised with real-life Triceratops at the zoo? We'll see, Peter Bjork. We'll see. Anywho, it's 8:04 p.m. I've been going for how long at this point? I say it's time to wrap things up here. Thank you, everybody, for being here. 6 years feels like a milestone, especially since we didn't even do a STREAMIVERSARY special last year when I was in Puerto Rico. I am tremendously grateful for everybody. My heart is full. I don't know what to say. But I know I gotta wrap this up. So, wrap-up procedure begins now. And, let's put a Deinonychus under our credits, shall we? There we go. See if anybody else is doing some science outreach on Twitch right now. Go spread the science love a little bit. Who else is on? Let's see here. We've got people doing games. Nerduino is doing science and tech. Let's go right into Nerduino. Excellent. Nerduino is a former NASA scientist and current-day astronomer doing some chill astronomy chat, sounds like. Go tune in. Maybe he's even doing some observations. If there's clear skies down there in SoCal, we'll see if maybe we can convince him to break out the telescope, show us what's up there. Anyway, thank you to everybody appearing on our credits. From new followers and raiders, thanks for coming in here. It's been a privilege spending today with you. Appreciate your time and your attention, your viewership. Thank you to the subscribers and the gifters and the cheerers, those people who make these streams possible through their financial contributions. This would not be possible without you, and I am deeply, deeply grateful for it. Likewise, to the moderators, mods, I can't express how grateful I am to you for making this community what it is. I appreciate you more than you know. Anyway, we might be doing a surprise stream tomorrow. It's my hope. So stay tuned, and let's go right into Nerduino. Some astronomy. Take care, everybody. Thank you so much for the past 6 years. They've been the best of my life.